days in Cape Town, and today will be no different. Yes, it's the running of the 50th Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Our streaming coverage will be bringing you the half marathon and the 56-kilometer ultra races over the next few hours. Let's cross over to our commentary team of Manfred Seidler and Kieran Walker for what promises to be an epic day of racing.
Very good, very warm welcome from a nippy Cape Town here in the shadow of Devil's Peak. Breezy here on the finish line of the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. 50 years in the making. That's an absolute incredible performance. Having a look at the weather, 16 degrees maximum, 51% chance of rain, 9 kilometers per hour wind from the northwest. That means that the runners will be heading into the teeth of the wind as they start off the race at 22:07 for the ultra marathon. I'm joined here by Kieran Walker, the guru, the encyclopedia of road running. Kieran, welcome. Welcome here to the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Thanks for having me. It's as you said, it's a nippy morning here where we are at UCT at the finish, but I'm really excited for an epic day of racing. We have a strong field in both the half marathon and the 56k. There was that course change that altered the preparations a little bit, but I'm still expecting some fast times today. Well,
let's have a look at the change in the course. Obviously no longer Constantianek, no longer Chapman's Peak, but that climb over OMTOM, it's quite hard.
Most definitely. It's around 7 kilometers a climb. It's not 7 k's of steep hill. It's a little bit of, as I say in running terms, slow poison, lots of twists and turns. But the deciding factor is going to be once you reach the top of OMTOM. There is a really steep, around about 5-6 k's downhill, where one of the kilometers actually drops 120 meters. So that just shows you the sheer intensity of the downhill. And I think if a lot of people go too hard down there, we're going to see the wheels coming off. We saw that the first time it went over OMTOM when Gwen van Lingen ran her debut Two Oceans. She smashed it down that downhill and unfortunately came unstuck through the end and finished second that day.
Well, the ultra is obviously on the cards, but also half marathon, and right now down on the start line, and Bulelo Tinta, the people's champion, has got a couple of the runners from the half marathon, which gets underway before the ultra marathon at 22:07. Bulelo, what's happening down there?
Folks, welcome to it. OMTOM 2019, hashtag OMTOM 2019, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, of course, the most beautiful marathon in the world, celebrates 50. They say life only begins at 50. This great race, of course, brings the world to Cape Town, South Africa, the lifestyle capital of the world. Behind me, half marathon, 21 Ks. It is no joke, folks. They've been training some for 6 months, 12 months. The vibe is building. You can hear the commentators on the line building it up. Some of the elites will join us as the race is about to start. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to, of course, we are making history this year. It is the live stream. So remember, you can go to Two Oceans Marathon, of course, the website. We'll be across Facebook and across all platforms this year, keeping you updated live from the field. Myself with the People's Champion, Bulelo Tinta. I'll be with you. Manfred Seidler, of course, Kieran Walker in studio. So it's an absolute pleasure, folks. We are making history live stream for the very first time for the most beautiful marathon in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, all day we are with you right through to midday. Gentlemen, back to you in studio. We are cranking right up.
Well, and Bulelo Tinta, the people's champion there on the start line with the half marathon coming up first. Let's have a look at that half marathon. Some big names in the lineup. Stephen Mokorka going for his 5th title. Arrow Galant coming off a really good training patch, injury-free for the first time since a hernia operation in April last year. And Hilalia Johannes with that 2:22 cracking marathon not too long ago. So good racing coming up.
Most definitely. As you mentioned, Hilalia ran that 2:22 at 39 years of age. She's having the best years of her running life. Commonwealth Games champion last year. I don't see anyone challenging Hilalia in the women's race. Of course, the local favorite Annie Boertma has been tearing up the Western Province scene, but I think she's still going to be a little bit off Johannes. But in the men's race, as you mentioned, I think the big three, Stephen Mokorka, Elroy Galant, and perhaps Namakwe Nkasi, former winner as well. It's only Elroy amongst those that have not won Two Oceans yet.
That'll be interesting. He hasn't won the half marathon, Elroy Galant, and he's coming off a purple patch of training. But I do think that Mokorka, having come off a 2:08 marathon not too long ago, 6 weeks ago, Lake Biwa, and to me, he's the former athlete. To me, Stephen Mokorka is the guy to beat.
Most definitely. Mokoka, I would actually say he's the guy to beat from 1,500 meters on the track all the way through to the marathon. That's just how versatile he is. If you remember a few years ago, he was the SA 1500 meter champ and he had already run a marathon at that stage. So I definitely think Mokoka will be the one to beat. And if they come through here at UCT in a sprint finish, my money's on Mokoka.
Well, he has a devastating sprint finish, does Stephen Mokoka. He did say he wants his 5th title, but Namakwe Nkasi from Lesotho, he likes the tough courses, and this is a tough route.
Most definitely, and he's also getting into shape. At the KZN champs, track and field champs around 3 weeks ago, he ran a sub 29 minute 10,000 meter on the track. So he has been running, you know, a little bit off par, but he's coming into form, and yeah, he's going to have a good run, hopefully.
We're going to go back down to Mbolelo Tinta on the start line. Mr. People's Champion, what have you got for us?
Ladies and gentlemen, the South African national anthem behind me. You can see just behind me, the elites are filling up. The national anthem is going, so we will respect that moment. And in a second, folks, the OMTOM 2019 will begin, and I'm in and amongst the elites. You can see around me, body fat zero. Guys are training since the beginning of the year. South Africa's greatest marathoner here, Stephen Mokoka, and much, much more. Unfortunately, last year's winner, Ms. Conrad, not here. But folks, in 3 minutes we will begin. And folks, we will honor South Africa. We will fight for freedom in South Africa, our land. As I cross over the rope here, I will find South Africa's leading marathoner, Stephen Mokoka, and see exactly what the guys are saying. So folks, once again, you can see behind me, these are all the elites. Guys are ready to go. It has been an incredible year. Tabang Masioka, he's here.
Who pushed Elroy Galant for the first half of that Durban half marathon.
Most definitely, and that guy, to take into example, the KZN champs, he ran a 28.46 barefoot on the track. He won the title. Came back the next day and ran 13.56 for the 5K. So definitely immense talent that is coming through. Nice to see KZN getting some talent and not all the time in Central Gauteng. But yeah, South Africa's on the rise, especially in women's running as well.
Well, Stephen Mokoka was actually saying that to me the other day. He says that there's a group of youngsters coming through, so it's no longer the old man of Mokoka and Elroy Galant pushing the boundaries. But we're about to get underway with the start. This is the half marathon of the Old Mutual. To Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the 50th running. Off they go. No Nolene Conrad here today, obviously out with injury. The big names to looking out for, as we mentioned, Stephen Mokoka. That's him in the front there, going hammer and tongs straight away, obviously looking to make a statement really on.
Yeah, that's quite interesting to see Mokoka go out so fast like that. That means that I think we are going to see a good and fast run, as we see on the left-hand side of the picture in the red vest and black tights, Elroy Galant alongside a Marianne Roberts athlete there. So definitely a fast start there by Mokoka, but as we have seen in the past, he has done that, and then within the first K he'll relax back into the pack and they'll all start watching each other. But perhaps the way Elroy ran the 61.56 in Durban, is looking to do the same today.
Well, I think because there's such a big field, we're just under 16,000 runners, the guys would be wanting to get away early on to make sure that there's no barging and bumping and so on. But Elroy Galant right there in the forefront. Stephen Mokoka, as Kuhn said, already falling back a little bit. Here these people are out there just to have fun. Remember 3 hours, over 3 hours of running for them. And the course record there, Namakwe Nkasi, 63.16. Stephen was saying it could potentially go.
Yes, most definitely. It's obviously they have that Southern Cross drive climb that they have to contend with, but I really think that 63.16 for on this course is a bit of a weak time.
Well, having a look at the field, it has slowed down a little bit there on the left-hand side. Precious Michelle had a fantastic run at the World Cross Country Championship, 16th overall. Only Mokoka and Shadrach Hoff have gone better ever at a World Cross Country Championship, finishing 15th. And Henrik Romala, who's coaching him, Precious Michelle, now taking control of this race, is certainly, he's a late bloomer, but he's certainly one that can make a big impact.
Most definitely. Michelle, coached by Henrik Romala, as you said, They're part of a group that trains down in Zoo Lake in the Johannesburg region, and coming off that great performance in the World Cross Country Championships. But if you see there on the left-hand side, the prize money, 25,000 Rand going to first. If I'm not mistaken, another 25,000 for the record, all the way down to the 10th place, 500 Rand. But one must take into consideration as well the elite clubs that many of these athletes are running for will be putting incentives even bigger than that for their athletes to win. So a good payday for, as many people would say, an hour, 3 minutes of work, but they don't take into consideration the months and months of preparation.
Well, yeah, it is a big payday. I mean, you just go and look at London Marathon or any of the big marathons. Everybody goes, look at that $100,000 or $200,000. You're 100% correct. It's not even a 12-month period. It is years and years and years of preparation and build-up for one big potential payday.
Most definitely. I mean, I always, to explain it to the people out there, I mean, I live around 5-10 minutes drive from my work. I probably drive around 100 Ks, 150 Ks a week. These guys are running 200 Ks. They're running a lot longer than I'm actually driving during the week. But as we see, just over 3.5 minutes into the race, and it's Precious Mashele in the colors of Olifantsfontein who's really taking it out. And although this is, many people would say early, he's a class athlete, represented South Africa in the recent World Cross Country Champs, as you mentioned, that top 20 finish, which doesn't happen often in the World Cross Country Championships for a South African athlete. So although it's early, this is a guy that can front run, he can run fast on his own, and they can't let him go too far.
I was about to say, you actually can't let a guy like Precious Mashele go. There's obviously still a climb still to come in the second half of the race, and generally that's where the race unfolds. Precious Mashele, though, to me is, I mean, he's making a statement. He's literally going out there saying, guys, you've got to catch me if you can.
Definitely, and I think that's when you'll start to see the athletes like in the colors of Nedbank right now, John Mone, followed by the Max Lesotho athletes, Jobo Kotwane, who also is a really fast athlete. He's in great form at the moment, and you can see Joel is having none of this. He's not going to let Precious go with a runaway victory, which we sort of saw in the Boston Marathon last week in the women's race. They let the athlete go too far, and Edna Kiplagat literally ran out of real estate to catch her. So I think they'll try and close the gap to Mashele soon, but it's nice to see that it's a big bunch at this moment.
Well, I also see Namakwe Nkasi, the course record holder, there in the background, and we've said he likes the tough courses, he loves this. Elro Galant looking absolutely very comfortable, and next to him Stephen Mokorka. They've obviously decided to let the guys go and take it over, and it's probably in the second half of the race.
Most definitely, and Joel Morne and David Manya, they're part of the Nedbank development team up in the central northwest, coached by Pio Mpolo-King, himself a former Dublin Marathon winner, 2:13 marathon best, as they take that right turn there. Elro Galant there in the colors of Boxer, followed by Jobo Kotwane, as we mentioned. But it's a nice big pack. Manfred, I've always said that the Two Oceans Half Marathon, in actual fact, can double up as the All-Africa Games. We can have a host of Lesotho athletes here, the Zimbabweans as well, Kanchas Inyamane, the Zimbabwean athlete who runs in the colors of Max, and it's almost the unofficial Southern Region Half Marathon Championships.
Certainly a lot of talent here in the southern region, or the southern half of South Africa, and South Africa should be right up there. I mean, if we go back and keep doing this, going back to the likes of Kalila Yawa, Matthews Tamani, Lopenfall, etc. There's no reason why South Africa shouldn't be right up there with the international contenders.
Most definitely, we've got the talent here. It's the only thing is it's how you prepare for it, how you focus, and as I always like to say, don't tata my chance every weekend for 500 Rand, 1,000 Rand. If you prepare like Mokorka does, you can reap the rewards.
Well, whilst the half marathon's underway with Precious Mashele leading the race there and setting the pace, we're going to go back to the start line. Bolelo Tinta is standing by. I'm hearing everybody except...
Folks, I am here on the start of the 21, of course, the half marathon. It is the most beautiful marathon in the world, the OMTOM 2019. And remember, 2 hours 30 for these guys. is the dreaded number. I'm here with Eva. Eva is doing her 10th one, but she's what's called a bus driver. So what does that mean, Eva?
That means I'm going to help the people come in at a certain time, a sub 2:30, and I will be running at a certain pace and run-walk strategy up the hills, and we will speed up a bit at the beginning to bank some time, and then I will get the well-rested runners in at 2:30.
Well rested indeed. I always say the guys at the back are getting the most for their entry fee. Eva, talk to me what it means to you to be a part of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon and your 10th one.
Yes, it means a lot to me because I like to help people get their pace, and some of the novice runners have never run at this pace, and I will try and help them come in at this time, and it means a lot for me because it's one of the most beautiful races there is.
The most beautiful races there is indeed, folks. I'm gonna stay with it. And who am I talking to here?
To Nanette Robinson.
Danette, hoe lyk dit?
Goed. Dis reg vir die ding.
Danette, tell me, you've got about 2 minutes till you start. What does it mean to you to be doing the half? And I'm looking at your number. How many have you done?
It's my second one, and I'm so excited. I'm ready for it, and I'm going to finish it well.
And are you running by yourself or you?
No, my hubby's here.
And of course, hubby, we know he's not going to be in front of you because happy wife, happy life. But tell me, what does it mean to share something this special with your loved one?
It's perfect. It's bonding time, and yes, we just love it.
And to those supporting you at home, you can look into the camera and tell them you love them.
Say again?
To those supporting you at home, look in the camera and tell them I love you, mom, dad, whoever it
Love
is.
you, Mom. I love you, little William. Love you.
Folks, with all that love, I send you back to the studio.
There's the first glance then of the leading ladies race, and it looks like Hilale Johannes there looking very much in control of the race.
Most definitely, and I think she's out here to run a fast time. She has that personal best of just over 1:10, but the 2:22 marathon Manfred, that is really, at this stage of the year, world class. 39 years of age is Hilale Johannes, and if you had to take the 2:22 marathon into consideration, you have to be around 67, late 68 minutes early half marathon shape. So not saying that we're going to see that time here today. It is quite a challenging course when you compare to the overseas races, which are flat as a pancake. But I really think that no one's going to beat her today. She's really got this race, even though it is still early, only 9.5 minutes into this year's event. But she is a former winner as well of this race.
Certainly going out with meaning, and some of the guys even struggling to stay with her. Of course, she has also competed in the Cape Town Marathon, and was pacemaker for a long time, and then actually just had to pull out for a bit in that half in that marathon. But Hilale Johannes, you said 2:22. She's also a huge potential for the course record here.
Definitely, I think the ladies' course record is definitely going to go. Hopefully we see it in the men's race as well. But yeah, Hilale Johannes has certainly come into her own over the last 2 years. As you mentioned, she was a pacemaker in the Cape Town Marathon and has gone on for Commonwealth Games victory. But the second start now of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon, just in case the viewers at home are confused, there are staggered starts. The first start that went off were the Elite and A batch runners, I think up to the C batch, and these are from batch D upwards. There will be 3 starts in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon, and that's just to break the field up a little bit. There's over 16,000 athletes today taking part in the half marathon, which was literally sold out within a week. These athletes now going off 10 minutes after that first batch that went off. But Manfred, many people in Cape Town area, whether you're not a runner or not, their goal is always the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon. It's a party.
Events in races in South Africa. I mean, when they brought the half marathon in a few years ago and so on, the entries just skyrocketed. At one stage, we were even worrying about overshadowing the event, which is the ultra.
Most definitely, and I think it has taken away a little bit from the ultra. Of course, the ultra is still the main pinnacle event of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's the basis of what the event was started off of. But you know, this is also a stepping stone. So many of the athletes that you see now running the half marathon will maybe in 2 or 3 years step up to go through to the ultra marathon. We've seen athletes, former winners of the half marathon, come through to the Two Oceans 56k, get golds like Labenia and Corker. So perhaps maybe 5 or 6 years time from now, once Stephen Mokoka is done with his international career, he may step up to the 56k. We saw Hendrik Ramala nearly become the first athlete to win both the half marathon and the ultra marathon in the Two Oceans when he finished second on debut there, a former winner when he won back in 2005. So perhaps we'll see the stepping stone of Mokoka here in the future one day.
Certainly the half marathons, well, the 5Ks, 10Ks, half marathon have become a feeder system, hopefully, for the marathon. Back out front with the leading men. Certainly the pace has cranked up. The field has been stretched out quite a bit now.
Yeah, most definitely. 12.5 minutes into the race. Quite dark still as I go through one of the refreshment stations, but you can see that that pack that was really much together has definitely strung out, and that's thanks to Precious Mashele, who was really stringing them out. Stephen Mokoka and Aurora Galant trying to close that gap. But as we see, that's the main bunch there. Apologies for the pictures at the moment. It is still really dark on the road, but in the yellow colors of Olifantsfontein there, that is Precious Mashele, followed by David Manya. Trust me, I know the running style, so that definitely is David Manya. And they really out here to string things along. It will be interesting to see if we can get a split for the 5K. Basically 13.5 minutes nearly into this stage, but they are definitely going at under 3 minutes per kilometer.
Well, certainly you have been pushing that pace out there. Stephen Mokoka looking for his 5th title. Four wins already. Looking to come back. He's the course record holder. But let's have a look quickly here now at the winners of the last few years of the ultra marathon. Justin Kemboi Cheshire, obviously defending champion. Huge talk about him of chasing a record.
Definitely, that is the talk. Unfortunately, the route has changed a bit. They're not going over the normal Chapman's Peak. But when you take into consideration Justin Kemboi won last year in 3:09:22, if you look back at 2015, the winner there, Matloka and Kabutlane, that was the back route, and that was literally just over a minute slower. So a lot of the pundits are saying it's around 4 minutes slower. I am in agreement with that. But I think at that time, when the guys were going over Oorkopse, there was no talk of records. It was a very tactical affair. The athletes were just looking at position rather than time. And I think we're going to see something exciting today. If we look at the women's race back in 2015, Caroline Wussman 3:41:24 on that Oorkopse back route. But it was the manner in which she finished the race, running that last 8 kilometers in just over 27 minutes. Of course, Gerda Steyn, the defending champion, 3:39:32 last year. Both Yvette and Gerda are head above shoulders on the other women that are running today. Of course, Gerda Steyn running that 2:31:04 in the New York Marathon, and then Yvette's out of this world 2:33 in the very tough and undulating Old Mutual Soweto Marathon. So there was talk that they're going to go for the record. Perhaps it may be a little bit slower due to the course, but I think I'm going to put my head out there and say that if they do go for it from the start, I think one of them will pull it off.
Well, Yvette has said she's nervous. She's actually very nervous about the race. It's the extra 40 kilometers that worry her. Precious Mashele not nervous. He's taken this race out from the gun and is not shy to lead this pack out. Certainly strung them out quite dramatically. David Manja there in the pack there. I think I can see Namako and Kasi in there as well, but just lurking in the background there, Elroy Galant, the taller figure. And I say taller, these runners are not the tallest of athletes, but he's looking very, very comfortable.
Definitely, Mashele really pushing the pace here. The athlete in the colors of Max with the long white arm warmers is Joba Kotwane, a Lesotho national, and in the middle of the picture there is Jacob Korotlane from the Nedbank Running Club Lesotho, a very, very strong athlete. He finished second in the KZN Champs 10,000 meter the other day, running a 28:49, and that was his first track race in many years. And just behind them, the two boxer athletes, Aurora Galant, and on the left-hand side of the picture, Tobang Masayako, who's coming back into form. So these are the big five. Stephen Mokoka at this stage still biding his time. We'll need to see where former champion is Namakwe and Kasi. But you can see Sahani left, the pace is really being driven, and they mean business today. I really think we're going to see a new course record in the men's race.
Well, course record in the men's race potentially on the cards. What about it on the women's race? Lalia certainly has a good chance of going for that.
Most definitely, and although there's no woman to pace, so she'll be running a really fast time amongst some of the, as you could say, around that time, sub-elite men. So definitely, I think we're going to see records. It is early to tell. We'll have to see once they get to Southern Cross Drive how they go up there. But definitely, yeah, men and women, I think we'll see course records in the half marathon today.
Well, lots of racing, lots of fast racing out there in the men's and women's half marathon. But down onto at the start line, back again with Mbulelo Tinta for the next batch of the athletes getting off in the half marathon.
Folks, welcome back to the start line. Half century this year, of course, for the OMTOM. Hashtag OMTOM 2019. OMTOM 2019. Folks, I'm here with Medjamina. Medjamina, hojwa? So it's your very first run. You've come all the way from Rustenburg.
Yes.
Tell us, how much training did you do? What does it mean to you to be here on our 50th birthday?
I've done a lot and I'm ready for the race, and it's good to be here. I thank the God for his traveling mercy to be here. It was not easy because we've traveled almost 20 hours.
Yep.
So it's good to be at the mother city and looking forward for the best results as I'm representing the Sibanye Platinum. So I'm very, very grateful and very, very honored to be here. Thank you, Cape Town. Family. Thank you.
Folks, there you hear it. I've got about 2 minutes till this batch starts. Divine intervention for Jamina. Folks, I'm going to send you back to studio. Kewen, it is all happening here. Manfred, it is all happening. I've got 2 minutes and they will take off.
Mbulelo Tinta certainly getting into the vibe of things there. He is, of course, a trail runner. This is a little bit out of his comfort zone. He's not comfortable with the roadies, but certainly the vibe down there on the half marathon looking really good. Hilalia Johannes going out there with an absolute mission. She's certainly not taking any prisoners and really, really pushing this pace. It's a one-lady race here.
Most definitely, this is a one-lady race, and Lali Johannes really coming into her own over the last 2 years. She is a world-class athlete, former winner of this race. She held the course record on the previous course. Obviously, the course has changed a little bit, but the athlete from Namibia, 2:22 in the recent marathon that she took victory there in Japan, and looking really at this stage in a class of her own. She's going to really be on pace at this stage for a really fast run. As you can see in the background there, no other women close at all. But Annie Boertmer was looking at a time of around 74 minutes, and it'll be interesting to see how far behind she is at this stage.
Well, I know Nolene Conrad in this race, obviously out with an injury, and certainly was very demoralized and unhappy about the fact that she's not here. Waiting here to see who's the second lady, but this is actually very unfortunate for somebody like Nolene Conrad, because this would have been the ideal chance for her to go and run a really good fast half marathon.
Most definitely, it would have been her chance, and not only to run a fast half marathon, but to run a fast half marathon on a tough course. It's not the easiest courses in the world, but yeah, definitely Nolene was coming back from the stress fracture, and she'll come back stronger. She's a versatile athlete, as we saw. The next women that were coming through there, the athletes in the back of the picture, that's Fortunate Chizivo, the very strong Zimbabwean athlete who actually bases herself here in Cape Town, and the two maxed elite athletes there, Betha Chikanga, one of them, who actually finished second in last year's Two Oceans half marathon. So class athletes, and it just shows they're already at this stage nearly 2 minutes behind Elalia.
Hilalia Johannes going out with a mission. These are all going out, these runners are all going out with their own mission. Lots of smiles, lots of happy faces out there. I think a lot of the people out running out here, you see people with camelbacks. It's not about a time for them. They're actually just going out. They're going out and have some fun. They're going to come and meet their friends. They're going to be on the finish line having a really good time after the race, and literally just to get that medal. It's the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and yeah, that for them this is not about, these are personal goals. We see them as pace setters in there, and it's not about what happens on the front end. You and I love to see what's going on the front end. We love the racing, but for these athletes or these runners, it's literally, you know, we're out there, we're having fun, and it's literally the case of, hello Ma, I'm on TV.
Yes, most definitely, and if it wasn't for these athletes, there wouldn't be a race. They make up the numbers, they are the ones that bring the sponsors through. Obviously, it is exciting to see the elite athletes and the action up front, but these are the athletes that make the race, and all of these athletes, although we could call them social runners, some of them will have goals, some of them will be either their first half marathon, running in memory of a loved one, or just trying to beat their personal best time.
Yeah. Well, fantastic vibes down there on the start line. Wonder if Belena Tinta's actually going to end up running one of these races. He's a avid trail runner. He says he's not a roadie. Well, maybe this will inspire him to do it. And this looks like the last of the runners going over the start line down down on the main road in Newlands. And there we go. This is the chasing pack of the ladies half marathon.
Definitely on the far left of the picture there, Caroline Mhandu, the Maxed Elite athlete from Zimbabwe, and in the middle, Betha Chikanga, who's got a 71-minute half-marathon best herself. She ran the Spa Ladies Women's Race in Durban last year, taking victory there, where she actually surprised Nolene Conrad. They let her go from the start because she started really, really fast, but they only saw her again at the finish. So a very strong athlete who's actually coached by Two Oceans gold medalist Colin Makaza, who's in the men's elite race today. So I'm sure at this stage he'll be very happy with his charge. But fortunate Chizivo on the far right picture in the grey vest there, coached by Chris Bure, local coach here from Cape Town, and she's in scintillating form, coming off a 33-minute early 10K last week. So really, really exciting to see these three athletes battling. But at this stage, it's all about Hilalia Johannes up front.
I was about to say, you mentioned the 71-minute half marathon, the 33 low 10K, and yet there's no Hilalia Johannes in sight. That is absolutely incredible.
Most definitely, and that just shows the form that she's in. That's a 2:22 marathon, probably equating to around 67, 68 half marathon, and I would say mid-31-minute range 10K. So world-class athlete who's gracing herself on the streets of Cape Town today.
Are we seeing, we've spoken about it earlier on, that we're beginning to see a number of athletes coming through, youngsters coming through from KZN as well on the men's side. What is happening on the ladies' side? It's been Nolene Conrad for a long time. What is happening now on the ladies' race?
Well, when it comes to the marathon distance, for example, I really think that the ones that are spearheading that are actually the ultra-marathon athletes at the moment, except for Yvette van Zyl and Nolene Conrad, who obviously haven't stepped up there yet, or Van Zyl doing her first ultra today. But athletes like Gerda Steyn, Anne Ashworth, running 2:31, 2:34 marathons, and all of a sudden we're seeing this influx of South African women who are coming from the ultras saying, you know what, maybe let's skip an ultra for a year or two and focus on the marathon, get that speed. And that's why we're also seeing really fast times now on the ultra marathon. And Ashworth's 6:10 comrades on a 91-kilometer course almost. It was really, really out of this world. And yeah, the women are really stepping up. They're really thinking about, all the different things that they can do now and getting into great form.
Exciting stuff on the women's front, exciting stuff on the men's front. This is a tough course, this half-marathon route, and Ross Tucker did an analysis of what lies ahead on this half-marathon.
Welcome to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon video series. In this video, we are going to take a close look at the 21.1 kilometer half-marathon route with information provided by Professor Ross Tucker. The Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon may not take in the spectacular Chapman's Peak climb, but it remains one of the great races in South Africa, with some beautiful tree-lined roads and amazing crowd support, as well as a few stiff challenges of its own. Let's take a look and see what you can expect. The race starts on Main Road and soon turns off into Protea Road, where the road becomes progressively narrower, with 16,000 runners all jostling for their space on the road. So be prepared for this and do not become reckless or impatient. Once you make the left turn onto Edinburgh Drive at the 1.5 kilometer mark, the road kicks up in stages. The first kilometer is moderately steep, and then it gets a little steeper for the next kilometer. It will still be dark at the stage, and along with the adrenaline, plus the huge crowd of runners around you, can tempt you into pushing a little too hard here. So keep an eye on your pace and look to get to the top near the 4K mark, feeling like you've eased into the race rather than sprinted into it. Next comes what may be one of the key phases in the race, the descent along the M3. It's very easy to just let go and fly along, perhaps trying to make up some of the time you lost in the first climb, but that is a bad idea at this early stage. If you're not careful, you will pound your legs without realizing it, and find that you're out of punch when you need it on the climbs that lie ahead. You will leave the highway at the 7 kilometer mark and then cross over into Constantia. It is relatively smooth at this point, and you should be able to cover these next 3 kilometers at about your overall average target pace. It's all about the rhythm. Take the opportunity to fuel up with Powerade or Coke And relax, the big climb is on the way. That big climb is Southern Cross Drive, and it starts at the 10.5 kilometer mark. Think of this 2.5 kilometer climb as a staircase with 3 big steps. The first is relatively easy, a few hundred meters long and with a gradual gradient. You then get some respite on a flat section for about a minute, before stage 2, which is quite steep, lasting about 800 meters. Don't panic. It is inevitable that your pace will slow, and remember that you're just over halfway. And there is plenty of opportunity for you to make up this lost time. This third section is quite steep, about 1 kilometer long, taking you to the top and some great crowd support. Once at the top, you'll have the relief of 1 kilometer of descending, and if you've judged the climb well, you will recover fast and feel good. There are 8 kilometers to go, and the racing can start now if you're after a decent time. The next challenge of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is the camber of the roads as you run beneath and past the Celia Forest. Try to find the most comfortable line and pace for how you're feeling. From about 14 kilometers, you encounter a series of bumps, where the road kicks up for literally a few hundred meters at a time. It's not by itself a hugely challenging section, but on tired legs, the disruption it causes your rhythm can be difficult. The undulations will get you to the top gate of Kirstenbosch. With just under 6 kilometers to go, here is where you can cash in if you're feeling strong and have managed your race well. There is an incredibly steep downhill section from the top gate of Kirstenbosch to the bottom gate. About 1 kilometer long and super fast on good legs, but equally painful on tired legs if you've not managed your pace properly. The descent continues after the bottom gate of Kirstenbosch, albeit a little more gradually now, and takes you all the way to the 18 kilometer mark. Overall, you'll enjoy about 3 kilometers of uninterrupted downhill running in this section. That all comes to a sudden end when you make the left turn onto the M3 and run straight into Chet's Hill, which is only about 400 meters long and in all honesty is not that steep. But after 3 kilometers of descending, it forces you to suddenly change gears and will feel a lot tougher than it actually is. Once you've crested Chet's Hill, you are so close to home that you can now just go for it. It is flat until you get to 1 kilometer to go, and then there is another small pull-up to UCT that you wouldn't have even noticed at the start, but which feels mighty tough at the stage. After this final hurdle, it is downhill into the finish area at UCT, onto the grass, and the final few meters where you're carried along by the crowd support and your own emotions having conquering the half marathon.
Well, here we go. It's the final start then of the half marathon. 16,000 athletes getting ready to run the half marathon. Up front, it's obviously the men looking really good. Precious Michele driving the pace, but Hilali Johannes driving the women's pace, and a massive field in the half marathon. And Kieran, what do you think about what's going on here?
Yeah, most definitely. This is the final batch now going in the half marathon. 16,000 athletes in total. As I said earlier, the half marathon sold out within a week, and it's a really hot entry to get when you're in the city of Cape Town. Many athletes who are just social runners, not even members of clubs. As you can see, many of the athletes there just in their not even club colors, just running in t-shirts, temporary licenses. So that shows that the growth in the sport here in Cape Town is really on the rise. And if Two Oceans had to literally open their entries, Manfred, with no cutoff, I reckon you'd get closer to 30,000 in the half marathon.
That would be quite something special in terms of the half marathon, and there's certainly talk about growing the field. It'll be interesting though, because to me the Two Oceans Marathon is about the ultra. It is the 56 kilometer, and as much as I love to see what's going on here, and as much as I love to see all these people coming out and running, I do not want to see the half marathon overshadowing the ultra.
Most definitely, the pinnacle event of the day is, as you mentioned, the 56 kilometer. It's how it started here. The half marathon was added, I think if I'm not mistaken, around 1998, I think was the first time, or 1999. And it's definitely grown in numbers. But This could also be a feeding system from the athletes here after running 1 or 2 21s, progressed next to a marathon, perhaps a Cape Town marathon, and then step up to take on what's known as the world's most beautiful ultramarathon.
Well, the world's most beautiful ultramarathon runners one, as they call it. It's a pity we're not going over Chapman's Peak in Hartberg, because those are some of the nicest views. But we're now back out front with the men's race. 32 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Precious Michele still driving that pace. Really, really pushing very hard. He's come out here for business. He wants that 25,000 Rand, but on his shadow, lurking menacingly and looking extremely comfortable, both Elroy Galant as well as Stephen Mokoka, and a pack of about 6 or so runners chasing Precious. He's not having it his own way.
Definitely, and I think the mistake that Precious is doing right now is driving the pace too much. The guys are literally just keying off him. There's a whole host of athletes there, Jobo Kotwane, David Manya, Mokoka and Galant, as you mentioned, but also the quiet athlete in the back there from Port Elizabeth. That's Melikaya. He's looking also in great form, and hopefully will be able to come through. But as we see there, the first split, 10.5 kilometers into the race, 31.59, followed by Stephen Mokoka there, just 1 second back. So if that is definitely 10.55 Ks, a little bit on the slow side compared to what we've seen them running here. But it could be tactical once they start the climb up Southern Cross Drive.
Well, all the big names in there, Joel Morley, Elroy Galant, defending champion, David Manya. You heard about Melikaya France. He's certainly running really, really well down in the Eastern Cape. And this half marathon has now certainly exploded. Pressure. Michele, who was driving the pace, I think he's gone out too hard. And I think he certainly has... I think he's run his race. I think he went out too hard, and I think that the guys are now looking at him and are going to basically swallowing him up.
Most definitely, as we see the pictures here where we based at the finish here at UCT. Within the next 30 minutes, I think we're going to see the first runner coming through in that half marathon, and obviously picking up that 25,000 Rand. But you can see a little bit of rain out there, Manfred, on the course.
Yeah, rain out there indeed. We did have a forecast for a bit of rain, and it's not a bad thing. They are probably running into the wind a little bit. We have a northwest wind here on the finish line. It has come down. The wind is not as strong as it was early on. But yeah, Elroy Galant now certainly looking at taking up the lead. Looking very comfortable in the back there. Precious Michele has been swallowed up. He was driving the pace early on a lot. And I see David Manja and Joel Momoni also looking very, very strong in that lead pack. But the pace has definitely slowed down.
Definitely, and I think this is because they're starting that climb now at Southern Cross Drive. You can see the pace definitely, as you said, is slowing down there. Michele now gone back into the pack, and it's a pack of over 10 athletes at this stage. The Marion Roberts athlete there, Pelani Butalezi, with Jowo Kotwane just asking the cameraman to get a little bit quicker there as I go through the refreshment station. And yeah, Galant now taking charge as they went through there. David Manya on his right, on our left-hand side of the picture. And I think once you get to the top of Southern Cross Drive, when they make that right-hand turn to go towards Kirstenbosch, I think we're going to start seeing the sub-3 minute Ks being dropped really quickly by the likes of Michele, Elroy Galant, Stephen Mokoka, and it's going to be a ding-dong battle all the way through to the finish.
I wonder if Precious Michele hasn't gone out too hard too early. I mean, he did look really, really strong early on. And when they did catch him, he looked a little bit tired. Mokoka is such a shrewd athlete, isn't he? He's sitting there very comfortably. Yes, he's got the marathon in his legs, like Biwa not too long ago, sub 2:08. But Elroy Galant looking very strong after that 61.57 down in Durban, and definitely now driving the pace. And I wonder if Elroy likes to do this, but he always seems to play into the hands of Stephen Mokoka, who, as you said early on, if it comes down to a sprint finish, it's going to be very, very difficult to beat.
Most definitely, and I think when it becomes very tactical like this, my money is definitely on Stephen. We've seen them come down here before in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon when there's been a bunch coming through to UCT. He's always been the one that's out-sprinted them. You know, the guys do have speed, the guys like Elroy Galant, David Manya, Jobo Kotwane as well. But when you can have a range from 1,500 meters all the way up to the marathon, my money will always be on Stephen Mokoka.
he has said he's lost a little bit of that finishing speed, that finishing kick. No surprising once you've moved up to the marathon. Mokoko eyeing a big marathon at the end of this year. It has not yet decided whether it's the Cape Town Marathon or it's the World Champs. I would suspect that he's going to go for the World Champs. It's a big thing for him, a World Championship. Not necessarily the title, but certainly to be up there in the mix. But you know, he won the Cape Town Marathon, and it's a gold label race. It's a big thing to do that in front of your home crowd. Ask himself some very serious questions. How important is it for him to win in front of South Africans on home soil at a gold label race? Obviously huge incentives involved, or to be competing at a World Championships. And let's be honest, is he a contender to win a medal at the World Championships?
You know, the thing when it comes to the World Championships, you can be a 2:03 marathon runner and get beaten by someone who's a 2:11 marathon runner. World Championships is really different. It's a tactical race. There's no pacemakers. And I think this year's World Championships marathon is going to be a very interesting one. They're starting at midnight because they're running in Doha, and that's only to keep the conditions cool so that the athletes don't run into any heat stroke or dehydration problems. So I really think that Mokoko would be a good option for him to run the World Championships, because although, as you mentioned, a gold label race like Cape Town Marathon, the accolades that come with winning a World Championships or even a medal, when it comes to those gold label races, athletes like Mokoko with a medal behind his name, or their appearance fees will then suddenly just jump even 3 times the amount.
Well, things happening at the front end of the race. The leading men down to, what, about 8 or so athletes, less than 10. They are beginning to stretch out. This is now starting the climb up here towards UCT at the finish here. And Elroy Galant trying to push the pace.
Most definitely. Galant now taking that unofficial job as the pacemaker. But you can see the athletes now are on that climb up Southern Cross Drive. They're leaning forward. You can see that leg turnover isn't too much, but the athlete that's just joined the pack in the colors of Nedbank Lesotho, just at the back there, former winner Namakwe Nkasi, who's really coming into form. And I think that we're going to see, once they get here to UCT, I think there might be 5 guys still in with it, and it's going to be every man for himself across the line.
Well, shaping up to a sprint finish here at the finish line at UCT. Apologise for the breakup there of the pictures, but we're back with the men's race. As Kieran's saying, Elroy Galant taking up the unofficial role of pacemaker, and it does often. He does this often. He likes to push the pace, and he wants the guys to go with him, but it does kind of play against him at times, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely does, but you know, perhaps it also makes you strong mentally. You know, 2 weeks ago he ran that 61.56 down in Durban, and it was him and Matango who ran together, but it was Elroy who was pushing that pace the whole time. And to run a 61.56 only with one other athlete with you is pretty good going. I can compare that to Eliud Kipchoge when he ran the 2:01.39 marathon world record in Berlin last year. He was down to 1 pacemaker left by 15 Ks, and the fact that he still pulled it off is remarkable.
Well, Elroy Galant still leading the men's race. It is now beginning to get strung out. We are climbing towards the top here at UCT, and this is where the race always unfolds. Stephen Mokoko doing what he does best, running a shrewd race. He's sitting there in the pack. He's letting Elroy Galant do all the work for himself, work for the pack rather. Namakwe Nkasi is a strong runner. He loves the difficult courses. He's done incredibly well in Johannesburg at some of the 10K races there. He likes real challenges. He likes the hills, and he comes through very strongly. I'm impressed to see Precious Michele still in the mix there. He went out really hard early on, but Precious Michele maybe went out too hard too early. It is all about pacing, and we're going to have a quick feature on how to pace a little bit better, especially in these races.
The Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon doesn't just provide a great day out for runners on a route that is considered one of the most beautiful in the world. The event is also a fantastic way to give something back to the community through the 2 Oceans Marathon Initiative. TOMI was launched in 2012 as a fundraising initiative to provide funding for select groups of charity organizations that match the 2 Oceans' 4 support pillars of education, environment, health, and athletics development. Education is important as it gives people the opportunity to grow, while environment, health and athletics development all tie in with the ethos of the OMTOM event. By promoting healthy living and an appreciation for the natural environment, together these pillars symbolize perfectly the heart and soul of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. When entering, runners are given the opportunity to make an online donation to TOMI and support their choice of the initiative's official beneficiaries. Let's find out a bit more about each of them. The Kaylee Campaign is a non-profit organization that works to mobilize the minds and bodies of children with disabilities. They promote the mobility and educational needs of children with disabilities throughout South Africa, provide facilities and resources to assist the disabled community, and work in collaboration with other organizations for the advancement of people with disabilities.
We run 7 programs that focus on a child with a disability accessing absolutely every aspect of their life as any other standard child does without even thinking about it. This year we're privileged to be one of the 4 official beneficiaries of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We have adaptive athletes doing it as well, but we'd like to thank the runners who have supported the Kaylee Campaign for growing running as a vehicle for inclusion in South Africa.
The Igazi Foundation is the only dedicated blood cancer service NGO in Southern Africa that is committed to the ongoing development of hematology, placing it firmly on African health agendas. Their work, which includes lobbying provincial and national government to improve existing hematological services and facilities for sufferers, is invaluable in South Africa, a country with a dire shortage of hematologists and hematological services.
Igazi was made aware of the fact that there are different hematology units around the country where there's actually a doctor, but there aren't nurses, so they cannot perform the functions that they need to treat patients. So the Igazi Foundation has decided to assist with training nursing sisters in the field of hematology by setting up symposiums around the country to make sure at the end of the day the patient will benefit, and we will be involved in assisting with an official course for hematology training in South Africa.
We're forever grateful for the Igazi Foundation that will assist hematology nurses with training.
Waves for Change is an award-winning program that provides a child-friendly mental health service to at-risk youth living in unstable communities across South Africa and Liberia. Through access to safe spaces, caring mentors, and a provision of weekly surf therapy sessions, Waves for Change gives children the skills to cope with stress, regulate behavior, build healing relationships, and ultimately make positive life choices.
We teach them a culture of bananas, which is really protect, respect, communicate and share. And everything we do in our curriculum, we always link back to the bananas culture.
I'm very excited because Waves for Change is one of the beneficiaries of the Old Mutual Two Ocean Marathon. I'm very grateful that I'll be running the half marathon, running for change, and hopefully I'll run the ultra marathon in the future.
The Wildlands Conservation Trust. Imagine a world where the poor could feed, clothe, educate, and house themselves by growing and bartering trees, collecting waste, all while conserving their natural environments and heritage. This is a world that Wildlands aim to achieve through their life-changing work carried out across 12 community ecosystem clusters in 6 provinces. The Go Green campaign, a waste management and anti-littering campaign, was launched at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in 2017. Go Green was developed by Wildlands in partnership with Old Mutual to provide a practical solution for collecting waste from athletes and spectators at endurance events, while discouraging littering and promoting upcycling and recycling. The waste from the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon route was collected, sorted, and upcycled into green school desks. The desks have been made possible through a partnership between Wildlands and Polyco. Polyco, a profit company, is involved in supporting the mechanical recycling industry by funding collection, recycling, and new end-use growth projects.
There is a shortage of over 300,000 school desks in South Africa. Inconceivable to me that there are still children in South Africa that don't have desks. Super exciting that we are going to be able to make a significant difference in that space.
Thank you for supporting the TOMI beneficiaries, and have a great race.
with the men's race, and it's whittled out even more. Elroy Galant, so much the pacemaker. Now watching, that looks like Namaku Nkasi of the Nedbank team, a former champion here and a record holder. And looking to drive the pace, Kieran, it's definitely hearting up. We're coming to the business end of the race.
Most definitely. They've made that right turn at the top of Southern Cross Drive, and in the colours of Nedbank there, David Manya, last year's winner, in front with Elroy Galant next to him, followed by Jobo Kotwane, the Lesotho athlete. It's dropped down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes now. The athlete Precious Mashele in the yellow vest there in the middle of the pack, who was driving the pace, with Stephen Mokoka next to him. And the athlete at the back of the picture, interesting athlete, actually coached by Lindsay Parry. That's Pelani Buthelezi, who was from the KZN region, now living up in Pretoria in the colours of Marion Roberts, and he's looking really, really strong. A really strong athlete who's actually improved in leaps and bounds under the coaching of Lindsay Parry, and at this stage he's running the best Two Oceans half marathon of his career so far.
Well, Precious Mashele was pushing the pace early on, but now sitting in the pack there, and David Manja is pushing it, the defending champion. But really, these 5 athletes here are certainly, I think, making a statement here that they're looking to run a really, really solid half marathon here. It is a tough course. We've spoken about this before. 15 kilometers in just under 17 minutes. That hill has definitely started to take its toll.
Definitely, you can see that the pace really dropped there from Southern Cross Drive, as we see Elroy Galant now trying to pick that pace up again. They'll be coming now to the long downhill. I think we're going to see some changes here, Manfred. We saw Melikaya France from the Ikamva running club in PE just join that bunch, but I think we're really going to see the pace start to pick up now. This is a long downhill of just over a kilometer where they run past Kirstenbosch Gardens. There'll be another 2K section until they turn that left turn on the infamous Chet's Hill, which was quite undulating last 3 kilometers into the finish. And you can see the pace that they were going. They've really upped the pace now. Jobo Kotwane with the long white armors, warm armors there, coming through to the forefront, as David Manya, last year's defending champion, now trying to pick up the pace.
Well, David Manja almost taking out one of the photographers there. He's on such a mission. He certainly has pushed it, and Jobo Kotwane not letting him go. But we are now seeing a lot of surging. We're seeing a lot of athletes going to just test the field, just testing what does the opposition have in the legs. Precious Mashele not giving up, and to me, Mokoka just seems to be sitting absolutely pretty there in the back of the field. He's letting these guys run hard, push the pace, and literally do the work for him.
Most definitely, I would love to see what the kilometer split is from 16 to 15, the way these guys are running at the moment. But as you mentioned there, this is classic Mokoka racing style. It's almost like the Ethiopians. If you watch some of the big city marathons, the Ethiopians never come through to the front. Although, as I say, that Mokoka puts in a little surge, but he's just playing with them. Look at that. He looks back now, David Manya, as if to say, is that all you have, my friend? But Mokoka now in the forefront with David Manya and Elroy Galant. 3 former winners in this bunch. Perhaps Elroy Galant, is it going to be the day today? I guess only time will tell. We'll know within the next 15 minutes.
Well, Stephen Mokoka certainly looking at the rest of the field here, and as you say, saying, well, come on guys, but there's definitely surging going on here, backwards and forwards, and this men's half marathon is going to be developed, it really will develop into an incredible finish.
Definitely, and you've seen that bunch of 6 go down to 5 now, and it's Precious Mashele that went through the early stages of the race that was really pushing the pace. He's now dropped off. Perhaps he can come through towards the end of the race. There's still around 4 kilometers left for these guys. But at this stage, Precious Mashele, Manfred, definitely paying for that early pace, paying the price now.
Oh, Precious Mashele, yeah, he did go out really, really hard, and David Manja stringing them out now.
Buthelezi now, the athlete that dropped off at the back of the bunch, but a danger guy there for me, Manfred, as well, is Jobo Kotwane with the long white arm warmers on his arms. A really, really fast athlete, 61 minutes, and he trains at over 2,800 meters elevation in Mokotlong in Lesotho. An athlete with leaps and leaps of speed, and he's never won the race before. I think his best position in the Two Oceans half marathons, either 2nd or 3rd, but danger man nonetheless. He's almost running tactically like Mokoka. He hasn't gone to the front once, and perhaps trying to emulate a Mokoka kick at the end, perhaps.
Or wouldn't that be something if the man with the best kick gets out-kicked on the finish line, down to 4, and David Manja certainly pushing it. It's unusual to not see a sea of green in the in the lead pack. Right now it is David Manja from Nedbank, Elroy Gelant in the Boxer, the colours of Boxer. New colours for Boxer. Stephen Mokoka there also in the new colours of Boxer, and Kotwane there looking really, really pretty. Looks like David Manja's going, come on guys, what's going on? Just for our viewers, as I mentioned earlier, we're having some picture problems down at the start. The main race has gotten underway, and as soon as we have those visuals, we'll go back to that 56. Remember, you've got a long time to see how that race unfolds. Elroy Gelant doing what he always does at this stage of the race. He tends to go to the side, and he's now putting in a surge, opening up a little bit of a gap. This is it. These guys are throwing in surges. This is a fartlek session. They're really, really going hard, and we're down to 3. Kotwane has now obviously fallen off the back of the of these 3, and David Manja struggling. I think it's going to come down to Elroy Gelant, Stephen Mokoka, as we now have visuals of the Ultra, the 56, gotten underway. And by the looks of it, it certainly looks like it is the team of Murray and Roberts doing a lot of pacing there.
Now, as you mentioned, Manfred, you're normally used to seeing that sea of green. At this stage, it's only the lone Nedbank runner on the half marathon, David Manja, who's trying to keep pace with Mokoka and Elroy Gelant. But on the left-hand side of the picture, there is your sea of green. The Nedbank Elite Green Dream Team, as they are referred to, really are
something that we can look forward to. Are they going to start coming down to run the 2 Oceans? Are they going to come run any of the other big races?
Yeah, I definitely think it will be. You need to take into consideration there's a bonus of over R1 million if you break that record here today, which equates to around $72,000 US. It's a lot of money for these athletes, and especially an athlete coming from Kenya. Justin obviously taking the victory last year. There were 3 Kenyans actually in the top 10 last year's race. Justin Kemboy obviously winning. Melly Kennedy was in 4th, and Jesse Gachui, who's a really, really strong athlete, and actually reminds me a lot of the old Comrades legend Stephen Mujingi. And I'm going to say it now, don't be surprised if you see perhaps Justin and Jesse in the Comrades Marathon later this year.
Wouldn't that be something? Well, it depends on what they have left in their legs and how quickly they recover, given the fact that it is, less than 8 weeks between the 2 races. And the half marathon, Elroy Gelant still driving the pace. Stephen Mokoka sitting very pretty there in the 2nd, letting Elroy do all the work, and David Manja sitting just behind him. He obviously wants to defend his title. We're coming very close now here to the finish at UCT of the men's half marathon. Manja does look to be struggling a little bit. And to me, the best looking of that trio, definitely Stephen Mokoka, looking very comfortable in his choppy short stride. And Elroy Gelant, well, has he been the pacemaker again?
Yeah, Elroy is definitely taking that unofficial tag as the pacemaker, and I really think it's going to come down to a sprint finish. But you can see the difference with Manja holding on for dear life at the moment. That's where Mokoka and Gelant shine through, because they've got that track pedigree. Of course, Elroy Gelant, the SA 5,000 meter record holder, that's, I think if I'm not mistaken, 13:04. My track knowledge is not 100%, Manfred, but 13:04, world-class time on any given day. It would win many a Diamond League at this stage. Unfortunately, RAAF have taken the 5,000 meter away from the Diamond League essentially, so you'll be seeing a lot of guys skipping the track these days, going straight through to the marathon. But Elroy really is, I would maybe say, in the shape of his life. 61.56 2 weeks ago, and here he is yet again in the lead with around perhaps under 2 kilometers to go.
Well, Elroy Gelant, 13:04.55. That's the SA record in the 5,000 meters. Many of us felt he should actually have broken 13 minutes already for the 5,000. He believes so himself. He's got big plans for this year. He wants to break 60 minutes in the half marathon, and that is some serious, serious flying. David Manja now making his presence felt at the front end of the race as he starts the surge, the long surge to the final, or to the finish line here at UCT. Stephen Mokoka answering that surge, and Stephen Mokoka certainly does have the kick if it comes down to that. Elroy Gelant, I feel, if he's going to win this, is going to have to go early. He did it at the National 10-kilometer Championships a couple of years ago, where he did take on Stephen Mokoka, and it was a long run into home, and it looks like Elroy is now going to be doing that.
I was just about to ask, Manfred, are you sure you don't have a comms link into Elroy's ear? Because as you said that Elroy came to the front there, and now it's down to the two boxer athletes, Stephen Mokoko on the left of your picture and Elroy Galant, with last year's champion David Manya just trying to hang on there. But I think it was a good move there by Elroy to make, with around, I'd say about 1.5 K to go now, and when they get to that 1 kilometer to go, there is a short but nasty steep little hill that comes up here to the finish where we are in the UCT grounds. And if Elroy can get to the top of that hill first with a little bit of a gap to Mokoko, that's going to be the telltale sign.
Well, I think he's going to need that gap. If he doesn't get a gap on that little climb, then I think Stephen will take it. He's got the sprint finish over Elroy. And to my mind, he still has the mental edge over Elroy because he's beaten him a lot more times than Elroy has beaten Stephen Mokoko. Make it 5 titles here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon. Elroy Galant looking to run away from here, and here comes in the background there, it looks like Jobo Kotwana certainly catching David Manja there. Are we going to see a change in the podium? But to me, Elroy Galant, he's got this sewn up. We're on 20 Ks, we've got 1.1 Ks left. That is a decisive move.
Definitely, and as he makes this move now through that refreshment station, he's about to hit that hill. But as you mentioned there, Jobo Kotwane with the long sleeve arm warmers on, he's now past David Manya and is looking at hunting down Stephen Mokoko now. So this is really going to be an upset for the books. Mokoko obviously was going for that 5th victory in the Two Oceans Half Marathon, most victories than anyone else to date in the race. But at this stage, Galant is looking like he's going to take this. Just one short, nasty little hill and then a long downhill into the finish here where we are at UCT. Running around the length of 2 rugby fields, I'd say. There was a bit of rain. It looks like it has stopped a bit now. The wind, not too bad at this stage. We see the Old Mutual flags in the breeze, but quite a big crowd already for this stage of the race here at the finish, and they're here to welcome home the champion.
Well, Elroy Galant has made a definitive move. He certainly has a massive gap. It is his to lose. Really something disastrous has to happen for Elroy to lose this race. Not to put a curse on him, but it would have to be something like a fall or a massive cramp, which actually prevents him from finishing. Now going up that short, steep climb, still working very, very hard. The pacing of Elroy Galant has been perfect. He was driving the race early on and is now well, certainly reaping the benefits here. And as you mentioned, Kotwane is about to catch Stephen Mokoko. I reckon Stephen's marathon is still in his legs. It isn't that long ago. It's about 6 weeks ago that he ran that marathon. Looking over his shoulder, he knows he's in trouble, and Kotwane does look the fresher of the two. If Mokoko gets to the top of this hill, I reckon he'll be able to outkick him. But Kotwane is closing that gap all the time, and that stride length is looking really good.
Definitely, and they've reached that top of the hill now. Now they're on that downhill stage. I think Galant definitely going to take the title, but there goes Kotwane past Stephen Mokoko, and you can see that David Manya in the 4th place was last year's winner, coming through now only for 4th, and he was really, really running well. But it was Kotwane who perhaps maybe had an issue a little bit earlier, that he got dropped on that long downhill going past Kirstenbosch. Perhaps maybe a little stitch that he might have had there, but he's definitely coming through. It's going to be exciting to see whether he can out-sprint Mokoko on this field. But here you have in your picture 63 minutes into this year's race, so we're going to miss a course record, but it's all Elroy Galant. And there in the background, Kotwane
certainly takes Mokoko there. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Mokoko now trying to hold on for 3rd. Elroy Galant on the green of the grass, basically waving to the crowd. Here he is. He's going to be taking this title. 63.26. He's not going to get the course record, but it's the win for Elroy Galant that's important. Mokoko will be finishing 3rd. Galant takes the title, and Elroy Galant, that's a big win for him.
Yeah, that's a very, very big win for him, and he'll be very, very happy for that performance. 63.37 unofficially to take his first victory in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon, followed by Jobo Kotwane there in the colors of Max Delete in 2nd, with 4-time winner Stephen Mokoko holding on for 3rd, and David Manya in the colors of Nedbank there coming 4th. And they really picked up the pace, Manfred. The way that they were going, they were only looking at over 65 minutes with around 6 Ks to go, and 63-minute winning time. That was a very, very fast last 5K.
I reckon Elroy Galant will be as happy as you can possibly imagine as the rest of the runners are starting to come through here on the finish line. But Elroy Galant, big smiles there. No surprises. I think Stephen may be a little bit disappointed. He certainly is a class athlete. That marathon still in his legs, though.
Most definitely, as we see Melikaya France there just praising on the ground there in the 5th place, followed by Marianne Robank coming through, I think, if I'm not mistaken, around 8th position at this stage, followed by former winner Namakwe Nkasi, the Lesotho national there in the colors of Nedbank Lesotho, and Tabang Masiyako in the colors of Boxer, rounding off that top 10.
And Namakwe Nkasi there in picture right now, a former winner here, and in fact the course record holder. I think he'll be disappointed. But Elroy Galant certainly ran a really well judged race, coming through very conclusively, making the move at the right stage. We were going on about how is he the pacemaker. Has he now made that jump from being the perennial bridesmaid to athlete that is now going to be determining races and winning races from the front?
I definitely think so. Galant now, as you mentioned earlier, aiming for a sub-60-minute half marathon this year, and I definitely think he can achieve that. And also looking at going up to the marathon, you know, he did do that debut 2:13, 2:12, 2:13 in the Cape Town Marathon. And he's definitely going to have the marathon into his eyes for, obviously, the Tokyo Olympics next year. Everyone wants to be at that event. It's going to be a great one. But they just need to run the qualifying time. Stephen Mokoko already qualified. We need another 2 men at this stage.
Well, Elroy Galant has targeted those Tokyo Olympics in the marathon, and very shrewd move by him to try and get a really fast half marathon time. Even if he doesn't break 60, but he gets to a low 60, that will make a massive statement, and certainly will do his confidence the world of good as he heads in those preparations for the Tokyo Olympics.
Most definitely, as we see more athletes coming through here. Motimo Mkulu Hasi from the Nedbank Lesotho club, followed by the Marion Roberts athlete there, Dylan van der Merwe. Young talent that's looking good prospects for the future there.
Indeed, yes, there we go then. Confirmation of the results. Elroy Galant, a convincing one. 63.19 ahead of Jobo Kotwana, who had, in my wound, had probably the best race of his career. 63.30. Stephen Lesego Mokoka not making it a 5th title. 1 hour, 3 minutes and 36 seconds with the defending champion David Manja finishing 4th. And Melikaya France, watch this name, rounding out the top 5.
63.19 that time there, much faster than we had on the screen, so just missing the record if I'm not mistaken there.
Well, they certainly then did pick up the pace quite dramatically in those closing 2-3 kilometers.
We see more athletes coming through here. These athletes really great themselves. Ramalefi Motsia in the colors of Nedbank, they're top 10 Soweto marathon finisher. So he's had, as you can say in running terms, a bad day in the office. Definitely capable of much faster as more Murray and Roberts athletes start coming through the line just behind the Sanlam athlete.
Well, we're going to start seeing the runners stream in now as the clock winds down, and we're waiting obviously for the First Lady to come in. The crowd picking up here. It is drizzling a little bit here at the shadow of Devil's Peak, although it is going to clear up by the looks of it. And certainly people have already come out to welcome the runners home. And as the day progresses, you're going to see more and more people here coming in. Will the course record go in the men's race? Will the course record go in the women's race? Will Hilale Johannes take the course record here in the women's half marathon?
Definitely, we're going to have to wait and see as we see more of the elite athletes coming through there, and athletes on the colors of Ensika, the John Hamlet club that's got the likes of Gif Kelehe and some of the top Comrades athletes there. And yeah, he'll definitely be disappointed with that. He on this course could definitely run a 64 minutes.
Yeah, indeed, and Regan Magwe born to run. Also, certainly not a race that he will be happy with. He's definitely a faster than a 70 minutes, even on this tough course. And this looks like then Hilale Johannes coming in here for the women's finish. Hilale Johannes coming through. 1 hour, 10 minutes, 42, 43, 44. The Namibian Hilale Johannes taking this title, and that was an incredible finish there.
Very fast finish, as we see the Nedbank athlete there, Korotlane, who himself is a 61-minute half marathon runner, so a really bad day for him. But Hilale Johannes, the queen of the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon, smashes the course record, And coming off that 2:22 marathon, that's definitely not in her legs. And it just shows the class of the athlete who's also last year's Commonwealth Games champion in the marathon. Brutal conditions, which she did there in Australia on the Gold Coast, and a class of her own, and 25,000 Rand richer.
25,000 Rand richer, course record in the bag. You mentioned that the marathon, not so much in the legs. Interesting that she would have recovered possibly quicker than Stephen Mokoko after his marathon, what, 6 or 7 weeks ago at the Lake Biwa marathon, where he went sub 2:08. But Hilala Johannes, that was a smashing race.
Yeah, most definitely. For this course, especially with the hills and everything, to break 71 minutes here, that's pretty special. And just to put it into perspective, her marathon, she ran back-to-back the time she did today.
I think that just took my breath away. That is insane. That is an unbelievable performance there. Be interesting to see what her plans are for the rest of the year. I'm assuming she's targeting the World Championships in the marathon, and if she is, that 2:22 and a 71 here, or just under 71 here, that's a massive statement.
I definitely think that Johannes will be running the World Championships later this year, which will also mean that she won't be in the Cape Town Marathon to defend her title. But Hilala Johannes has really done her country well in the Olympic Games in London. She ran 2:26, which in any other year would have gotten her a medal, but she only finished, I think it was 8th or 9th that day. But the interesting thing is that with the World Championships being in Doha, it's very hot, it's very humid. It's almost a replica of what she did in the Commonwealth Games, where she beat Kenyan women who had 2:20 marathon bests. So I definitely think that Johannes, come later this year in Doha, could be a World Championships medalist, perhaps even a winner.
There we go then. It's the elite men's race in the 56, the ultra, the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And already the Kenyan contingent making a statement.
Most definitely. The athletes in the picture now on the left with the blue arm warmers, Abraham Kiprotich, Kenyan born. He's now represents France. He ran in the 2012 Olympic Games. But on his left, on our right of the picture, Justin Chishira Kembo, your defending champion, and Isaac, the other Kenyan athlete who unofficially has actually come to help Abraham set the pace for that record. So the Kenyans in the colors of Nedbank Running Club Kenya have said that they're here to run fast, and that's definitely what they're doing at this stage. We see a lot of rain here at the finish, but where they are is pretty dry.
And if I'm looking out right now here at the finish line, as you say, a lot of rain as Lucky Mohale comes, and yet another athlete who I believe has not lived up to his potential. He's a much better athlete than what he's been performing of late. But this looks then like our second lady coming in, Kieran.
Yes, definitely. Repeat.
Very slim, so very easy to overlook. Betha Chikanga there coming in then for second in the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon. Some 4 minutes or so behind Hilala Johannes, who absolutely smashed the course record. And we're certainly quite excited about what she did. But here then comes the Western Cape Zimbabwean coming through for third.
Yeah, this is Fortunate Chidzivo, coached by Chris Barre, a local coach here in Cape Town, former coach of Alana Meyer back in the day, and she's running really well today. She's coming off that 33-minute 10K around about a week or two ago, so perhaps that might have even been in her legs a little bit. Off a 33-minute 10K, she should be running a lot faster than 75 minutes here today, but podium finish, she can't be not happy with that.
As then your top three women, Hilala Johannes, and really smashing that course record. Our third lady crossing the line here right now. Certainly the clouds are moving away. It is clearing up. Fortunate Chidzivo taking the third podium position in the women's half marathon. But it looks like, from where we're sitting right now here on the finish line, Kieran, it is clearing up. It looks like it is going to be an absolute polar of a day. If there's no wind out there, this could be special.
It definitely is. Almost just looking up at the mountains with the cloud cover over it, it was almost like we here at the finish were just sitting under a rain cloud. We saw those earlier pictures of the leading men in the 56K, and it was really dry where they are compared to where we are here. But the next athletes coming through, Caroline Mhandu in the colors of Max Elite, another Zimbabwean athlete. So at this stage, Manfred, who do you think will be the first South African athlete to cross the line? We've got 4 women in so far. They're waiting for that first South African. We had a South African victory in the men's half marathon, but unfortunately today, Nolene Conrad not being here, but maybe it's a little bit wrong to say, but I think even if Nolene was here today, no one was going to touch Hilale Johannes. That's 70 minutes on this course. Phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. Hilale Johannes absolutely smashing the course record. So I'm going to go and put my head on the block and say that Amy Botha is going to come through as the first South African. But as you said, no one was going to touch. And there comes Rutendo Nyahora. So we're still waiting for first South African to come across. Rutendo also has done really well at this race in previous years. And I don't think she'll be happy with this performance. But she does seem to have been struggling of late.
Yeah, she has been. But also we must take into consideration that 2 weeks ago she ran her PB over the marathon in Hanover, running that 2:34. So as much as we were referring to Makoka, that he still has that marathon in his legs, you can see Rutendo's definitely got that marathon in her legs. It was only around 2 weeks ago, and you know, still hats off to her. She's come through, she's performed, she's in the top 10. But I'm surprised that Annie Botha hasn't run through to the finish yet. She's got that course record in the Winelands half marathon, 75 minutes there, which is a lot tougher than the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon, as Rutendo comes across the line there for 6th position. So 6 women in so far, 78 minutes onto the clock as we roll into at this stage. And the first South African coming through in the colors of boxer, Lebo Palula. Running with shoes today, Manfred. Normally a barefoot runner.
Maybe the weather had something to do with it, but you can see by the look on her face, she's been taking strain. This was obviously a hard day in the office for a lot of these runners. I wonder if the conditions early on weren't a little bit colder than we anticipated.
Yeah, I think so. It's really good to see Lebo Palula coming through just over 78 minutes. She's been struggling with form recently, so this is a step in the right direction for her. She'll be happy with that, posing there for some photographs, getting some of the drinks from their sponsors through. But yeah, 7 ladies through at this stage. Patience Marue from Zimbabwe, another Zimbabwean through. So 8 women in at this stage, Manfred, only 1 South African.
Well, we're saying early on that there seems to be a resurgence in the women's running, and or maybe it's got a little bit of way to go, that a longer way to go than we were thinking. But I do believe that there is definitely something happening on the women's front in South Africa. The fact that we've got a lot of Zimbabweans here, and our next runner coming in, the next lady coming in, Nedbank.
Yeah, the Nedbank Elite Dream Team coming through for the half marathon. Very, very short athlete there, crossing the line just over 79 minutes. And that's, if I'm not mistaken, the 9th position. Nobukosi, if I'm not mistaken, I think she actually is from Lesotho, but I just need to confirm that. From Zimbabwe, Nobukosi Chuma, the 9th position athlete, as another athlete from the Nedbank club coming through to round that top 10. But the boxer athlete there, as you can see, Manfred, with that 40 on her vest, that's a veteran, the first born to run athlete coming through there. Can she take over for that 10th and 11th position?
Oh, it's a race to the line. I think the camera does make the angle a little bit deceptive, but from where I'm sitting, it's literally 2 or 3 meters. I think she's going to run out of road, literally, to get that 10th position. And certainly the first vet. But what? 2, 3, 5 meters left, and no, she's not going to make that get that 11th position overall. But it looks like it's been a foreign domination. There's see Ian McDonald from Rand Athletics Club coming through across the finish line here. He'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, most definitely. Ian McDonald running his 11th Two Oceans half marathon today. They call him Big Mac in the colors of RAC, and running in memory of his mom today. So brilliant performance there by Ian, and he'll be happy with that.
It looks like Lebogang Palula now coming across the line from where we're sitting. And again, you can see she's been struggling. This is not her best race, not best day at the office. But I do think that the Palula girls have been around for a long time, and maybe, just maybe, the legs are beginning to tire a bit.
Most definitely, but also we must remember that both Palulas having children each. They both got their first child, and definitely on the comeback trail. Taking a little bit longer than expected, but you know, they class athletes, a very strong pedigree in the track. Both of them have run a marathon. One of the Palula sisters represented South Africa in the Rio Olympics in the marathon. So nice to see them out here today, and at least one of the Palula sisters will be happy with that top 10 performance. A lot of women streaming through. The athlete there, Romy, in the colors of Run Walk for Life, and in the position where we are here just next to the finish, former SA marathon champion Cornelia Joubert coming through, as we see the local athletes in the picture now with the pink shoes. Zintle Keniwe, she will be very disappointed, Manfred, with that race. She's been on the podium here many a time in the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon. You can almost see that they're not in it today. Those legs aren't turning over, and it's just more a case of, I just want to cross the finish line.
Yeah, Zintle Keniwe looking a little bit tired as she comes across the finish line, as Kuhn was saying. Certainly Hilale Johannes, the story of the day so far. Elroy Geland having won the men's race, but Hilale Johannes taking the women's race in a course record, smashing it. And here comes Stella Moret in the colours of Marianne Roberts. Stella Moret, mainly a track athlete now, who seems to have moved up onto the road. Running time where we are sitting right now is just over 82 minutes, 82 minutes and 40 seconds. So it has been a tough day out there. It has been hard going for the women. I think we cannot underestimate how well Hilale Johannes did. There we go. 1 hour, 10 minutes and 29 seconds. 4 minutes ahead of Betha Chikanga. It was fortunate Chitsibu taking the third place. Caroline Matando in fourth. Rutenda Nyaora, one of the big names here, and that's your top 10 ladies. Hanli Botha snuckling there in 10th. We didn't see her coming through, Kieran, but we're going to go to a quick ad break, and when we return, it's back to the men's race and the ultra marathon.
Running ain't just about running. Man, it takes energy, a lot of it.
What if you could get that energy back? What if running shoes did more?
Talking about more energy, more responsive, more comfort, more support,
all at the same time. Maybe that turned your 8K into a 3K.
Up 44 flights of stairs?
What if the greatest running shoe ever
just got even greater? Ultra Boost 19, reboosted.
It's been called the ultimate endurance test, but it's more than that. It's about your determination to take on the open road, because that's all you need to feel free. It's the same feeling you get with a tax-free savings plan from Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Let's go somewhere.
Let's go where there's no such thing as getting lost.
Chasing tarred streets, gravel roads, and dreams.
Let's go to that meeting.
Let's feed some soul.
Let's go to that first step on our journey.
Emonti, Ponti.
And the sweet smell of a long weekend.
How we love the long weekends.
Let's go where they only know you as my driver.
Wait, boy!
Let's study culture. Hey, yeah!
Let's go somewhere.
Family portraits have changed. Responsibilities have changed. Even sandwiches. Training has changed. Everything in
the Green Dream Team from Kenya really out here to mean business, and they've asked for one thing. They want to run the record. They found out yesterday that the course was unfortunately changed due to some problems along the route in the Hout Bay area, but this definitely has not stopped Abraham Kiprotich from going out there and trying to give it his best. As we see Justin Chashire Kemboy, last year's winner, in the third position there, but you can almost see the athlete in the long black tights there looking at his watch. That is poetry in motion. 2:08:33 marathon. They're running around 2:15 pace to break the record, Manfred, but it looks like he's literally jogging on the spot.
It does indeed, and it almost looked as if Justin was laboring already, unless that, of course, that is his running style. But yes, this looks like a definitive attempt on the record. I've said early on that they're either going to smash the record or they're going to blow spectacularly. We certainly hope it is the former and not the latter. And yeah, Kiprotich looking very much as if he means business. Also very interesting to see, and I know you've spoken about this a few times, a lot of the men are now running with arm warmers. We've seen Mo Farah does it a lot. It seems like a lot of the Kenyans are doing that. But interestingly now, is a lot of the guys are running with tights. They're no longer running in the shorts, so to speak. Yes, right now we are seeing one of the guys with shorts, but more and more Kenyans seem to be running with the tights. Is this a fad, or do they really think that because Eliud Kipchoge has gone and smashed the world record on the marathon that it's going to make a difference?
No, it definitely makes a difference. We see Eliud Kipchoge started it with breaking 2. Nike put that event up where they tried to break the 2 hours for the marathon. He came up just short, running 2 hours and 25 seconds. But there's now that bunch is behind them.
Well, I was about to throw that in, Kuhn, because it looks like a massive gap to the second bunch. So we less than 10. Well, we were over 10 kilometers in the race, obviously with 39 minutes on the clock. But it's a huge gap already. It's already there's 2 elements to this race already, and we're not even into the first 15 kilometers of the race. This now looks like the chasing bunch. This is the press truck coming through. And it's a big bunch, as you can see, and a lot more conservative in how they're running.
Most definitely. It's just under 40 minutes into the race, and the gap out-timed unofficially there, Manfred, over a minute already to this bunch. So Abraham and Jesse definitely out there to try and break the record. I think these guys are going to hope that by the time they get through to the marathon mark, either Abraham or Justin would have succumbed to the fast start that they did. But this is, I would say, the main bunch looking to just perhaps go for a win. As I mentioned, if Justin or Abraham do come short towards the end, this will be the pack that we're looking at. It's full of contenders. David Khatebe in the colors of Impala, Comrades record holder. To his left, 3 times Comrades winner Bongmusa Mthembu, who's looking very, very strong. And then the Ethiopian contingent, former winner there, Moses Njodzi. There's around 3 or 4 former winners in this bunch. And this is going to be the conservative approach. These guys are the standard 309, 310, Two Oceans winning times that they're looking at. Lungile Gonka, former winner back in 2017, now a veteran, but don't let that fool you. He means business here today. And then perhaps on the left-hand side of the screen there, perhaps the shortest man in the entire field. They say dynamite comes in small packages. That's definitely the case for Sintayo Yunesu, the Ethiopian in the colors of Nedbank Running Club Ethiopia. 4 times Manfred Soweto marathon winner. If you can win Soweto, you are dangerous in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Absolutely. I mean, you and I have both covered the Soweto Marathon a number of times. And it is a brutal course. The last half is pure climbing and it's pure poison. And the Ethiopian, he looks very comfortable, but obviously it's on his debut. He seems to be trying to get the feel. He's running within himself. We mentioned Bongmusa Mthembu at the front of this pack. Also noticed in the leading trio, Nomeli Kennedy, who's part of that training group as well. I see he's in this group as well. There's definitely 2 races coming here, but David Khatebe and Bongmusa Mthembu, that they are driving this chase pack, to me is quite interesting.
Yes, most definitely. As you mentioned the name Meli.
And yeah, 208 marathon is that's winning time at some of the gold label events. And so if we've got a 208 marathon and a recent 208 marathon, his last run obviously a 210, that's class. And if they do need to go through the marathon in 2:15, he should be able to do this quite comfortably.
Most definitely, and Abraham himself, a winner last year in the Lagos City Marathon, very, very strong international field who takes part in that race, where $50,000 is up for grabs. And he won the race last year. Shintayu Yunesu from Nedbank Ethiopia Running Club, who's just actually surged to the front now, himself a 4 times winner of the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon. He won Lagos this year, so it's a little bit of a rivalry there. And I think Yunesu is trying to go through and trying to close that gap. But Manfred, at this stage, Kiprotich and Kemboy, long way out front.
Well, this definitely looks like some of the guys are going to trace the leading trio, and we'll have a look at a section of. We're going to have a look at. Let's have a look at the route of what lies ahead. The first half of this route, but right now this definitely looks like the second group is beginning to chase down that leading trio. David Ratebe now also trying to drive this chasing bus. But let's have a quick look now at what lies in store for these athletes in the first half of the route of the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon.
Welcome to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon video series. In this video, we are going to take a close look at the 56-kilometer ultra marathon route with information provided by Professor Ross Tucker. Try to find the most comfortable line, usually in the middle of the road, and pace for yourself. Shortly after the 50-kilometer mark, you will pass the top gate of Kirstenbosch, followed by a particularly sharp 3-kilometer section to the Kirstenbosch. If you've managed your race well and have legs, you can really start to cash in here, all the way from the top gate to the M3 at 53 kilometers. This section is very fast on good legs, but can be very painful on tired ones, which is why that patience earlier was so important. Once on the M3, you will hit the last few minor hills of the day, a relatively short 400-meter section called Chet's Hill, as well as the final. You wouldn't even notice these hills at the start of the race, but on tired legs, they will force you to dig deep. Once you're onto the UCD grass fields, you are home. So soak in the cheers and adulation and enjoy the triumph of your ocean's voyage.
We're on the finish line here of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Hordes and hordes of runners streaming in the half marathon. The clock's reading 1 hour and 41 minutes. The ultra is currently being run for 51 minutes and 55 seconds. Out front, the three Kenyans are chasing a course record. They've come here with a passion. They've come here with an effort to go and chase that course record. But we're now just going to have a quick chat with one of our partners here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon doesn't just provide a great day out for runners on a route that is considered one of the most beautiful in the world. The event is also a fantastic way to give something back to the community through the Two Oceans Marathon Initiative. TOMI was launched in 2012 as a fundraising initiative to provide funding for select groups of charity organizations that match the Two Oceans' 4 support pillars of education, environment, health, and athletics development. Education is important as it gives people the opportunity to grow, while environment, health, and athletics development all tie in with the ethos of the OMTOM event. By promoting healthy living and an appreciation for the natural environment, together, these pillars symbolize perfectly the heart and soul of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. When entering, users are given the opportunity to make an online donation to TOMI and support their choice of the initiative's official beneficiaries. Let's find out a bit more about each of them. The Kaylee Campaign is a non-profit organization that works to mobilize the minds and bodies of children with disabilities. They promote the mobility and educational needs of children with disabilities throughout South Africa, provide facilities and resources to assist the disabled community, and work in collaboration with other organizations for the advancement of people with disabilities.
We run 7 programs that focus on a child with a disability accessing absolutely every aspect of their life as any other standard child does without even thinking about it. This year we're privileged to be one of the 4 official beneficiaries of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We have adaptive athletes doing it as well, but we'd like to thank the runners who have supported the Kaylee campaign for growing running as a vehicle for inclusion in South Africa.
The Igazi Foundation is the only dedicated blood cancer service NGO in Southern Africa that is committed to the ongoing development of hematology, placing it firmly on African health agendas. Their work, which includes lobbying provincial and national government to improve existing hematological services and facilities for sufferers, is invaluable in South Africa, a country with a dire shortage of hematologists and hematological services.
Igazi was made aware of the fact that there are different hematology units around the country where there's actually a doctor, but there aren't nurses, so they cannot perform the functions that they need to treat patients. So the Igazi Foundation has decided to assist with training nursing sisters in the field of hematology by setting up symposiums around the country to make sure at the end of the day the patient will benefit, and we will be involved in assisting with an official course for hematology training in South Africa.
We're forever grateful for the Igazi Foundation that will assist hematology nurses with training.
Waves for Change is an award-winning program that provides a child-friendly mental health service to at-risk youth across South Africa and Liberia. Through access to safe spaces, caring mentors, and a provision of weekly surf therapy sessions, Waves for Change gives children the skills to cope with stress, regulate behavior, build healing relationships, and ultimately make positive life choices.
We teach them a culture of bananas, which is really protect, respect, communicate and share. And everything we do in our curriculum, we always link back to the bananas culture.
I'm very excited because Waves for Change is one of the beneficiaries of the Old Mutuality Ocean Marathon. I'm very grateful that I'll be running the half marathon, running for change, and hopefully I'll run the ultra marathon in the future.
The Wildlands Conservation Trust. Imagine a world where the poor could feed, clothe, educate, and house themselves by growing and bartering trees, collecting waste, all while conserving their natural environments and heritage. This is a world that Wildlands aim to achieve through their life-changing work carried out across 12 community ecosystem clusters in 6 provinces. The Go Green campaign, a waste management and anti-littering campaign, was launched at the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon in 2017. Go Green was developed by Wildlands in partnership with Old Mutual to provide a practical solution for collecting waste from athletes and spectators at endurance events, while discouraging littering and promoting upcycling and recycling. The waste from the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon route was collected, sorted, and upcycled into green school desks. The desks have been made possible through a partnership between Wildlands and Polyco. Polyco, a not-for-profit company, is involved in supporting the mechanical recycling industry by funding collection, recycling, and new end-use growth projects.
There is a shortage of over 300,000 school desks in South Africa. Inconceivable to me that there are still children in South Africa that don't have desks. Super excited that we are going to be able to make a significant difference in that space.
Thank you for supporting the TOMI beneficiaries, and have a great race.
It's all happening here in the shadow of Devil's Peak in Cape Town, and on the grounds of University of Cape Town. It is the 50th running of the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon. Early on we had the half marathon won by Elroy Galant, and then a course record in the women's race won by Hilala Johannes, absolutely smashing it. And she's now standing by with Nolene Conrad and Mbulelo Tinto on the finish line.
Folks, I am here with the 2018 half marathon winner, Miss Nolene Conrad, of course, gold label athlete. Nolene, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, and yes?
I'm very good. And what does it mean to you to be here? I know it's heartbreaking not to be in the race, but what does it mean for you to be here and holding this fantastic race on its 50th occasion?
So I love being part of the event. I think it's an amazing event for Cape Town, and love coming out to support everyone and to see everyone run. I actually said I had a heavy FOMO, that's why I needed to be here. You know, we don't, like, it's rainy weather, but it's nice for running, not nice for standing outside and chilling, but really nice weather for running. And yeah, to see the ultra marathon runners coming in. And also we had some good performances in the half. I mean, with Alroy winning the race and the Namibian girl Ilalia winning in a 70.45 is incredible. So really fantastic to be here.
And Nolene, I mean, for your fans, and of course, it's been heartbreaking for me as a fan to see you not here this year. But tell us, where are you in terms of recovery? When can we expect to see you out here? Of course, not to put pressure on you, but when can we expect to see Nolene blazing the road again?
So actually, after my marathon in Osaka in January, I said I'll take a month's rest, and then I actually took 2 weeks rest, and it was actually a forced rest with the injury. So I got the foot fracture, and then the ITB. So hopefully we're working on that to return in the next 2 weeks to running, and then I will look at doing SA half marathon mid-year, and then World Champs in September.
Fantastic. And Nolene, I know you've got a wonderful relationship with Adidas, and they've been with OMTOM since, it feels like forever. Talk to me about what does it mean in your own city to have this fantastic race here and Adidas backing you? Where's that going, and how's that relationship been?
So I've been with Adidas for 3 years now, and I mean, it was amazing to win last year as an Adi. So really, they were really proud of me last year, and I'm fortunate to be part of such an amazing brand that really supports their runners and are getting involved in events in South Africa like the OMTOM Marathon. So it's really an awesome thing for Adidas to be on board and to support.
And for those who don't know, folks, Nolene is local. She's such an inspiration to the local community. Before I let you go, Nolene, firstly, what does it mean for OMTOM 50 in your own city? I know you love this city. You love inspiring people of Cape Town. 50 years old.
I think it's amazing. I was at the gala event, and I really just to see the history of the event. It's fantastic. Where they started with 24 men in the race to move on to 33,000 people over this weekend is really, it's incredible. And we need more of these events in our country. And so it's really wonderful stuff that they've been doing.
And Nolene, don't think I'm not going to put you on the hot seat before I let you go. You're going to play a bit of punditry. Who do you think is, I know LJ Funzel is, but who do you think is going to win, ladies, men's? I'm putting you on the hot seat.
That's very difficult. I think the men's is hardly contested. I can't call a winner out of the men's. Like, I'm not even going to try. But women's, I think it can be between Gerdestein and Herwet van Zyl.
Folks, there you have it from Nolene Conrad. She says Herwet van Zyl is going to be hot on the heels of last year's win. Of course, Ms. Gerdestein, sensational runner. Gentlemen, back to you in studio. It is all vibe on the finish line.
Bulelo Tinto, the people's champion, as he calls himself, with Nolene Conrad, former half-marathon winner here, coming back from stress fracture. Unfortunately, not in the race. It would have been interesting to see how she would have done in the half-marathon against Lala Johannes, who smashed that course record. And, yeah, unfortunately that she's not here. But let's have a quick look at the men's leading contenders up there on the course in the 56 kilometer race, and the big name there, Abraham Kiprotich, the man chasing.
Definitely, he went through the 14 kilometer mark just over 43 minutes, so really fast athlete there. Bomusa Mthembu, 3 times Comrades winner, another one of the South Africans who I would say is very much in contention to be the first South African finisher today. And if Abraham Kiprotich does somehow slip up and the distance gets to him, look at someone like Bomusa Mthembu to come through and perhaps take the victory. Justin Kemboy, another Kenyan athlete, your defending champion from last year, Lebenya and Korka Tebokoselo, the Lesotho athletes, very strong athletes themselves. Lebenya himself a former winner back in 2014, but the man on the bottom, Sintayu Yenesu, the Ethiopian athlete, 4-time Soweto Marathon winner. He's a very strong athlete, and we saw that round about the 10 kilometer mark when Abraham Kiprotich and them already had a lead of over a minute. They were coming through, and he didn't want to stick around. So it'll be interesting to see at this stage how the gaps are between the guys going through the 14 kilometer mark. It was Kiprotich, Kemboy and Kip Kuru that were over a minute ahead already. But back to the ladies race, you saw a total foreign domination of that elite men's top contenders. But on the South African front, on the women's race, is totally different. And Gerdestein and Herwet van Black, the 2 in-form athletes at the moment, Jenna Challenor herself as well, coming off that 2:46 Peninsula Marathon win. We have Mamarola Chorka, the Polish athlete Dominika Stelmach, who led last year until 9 kilometers to go. until Gerda Steyn overtook her for that victory. She still finished second. Dominika Stelmark, Shanae Bosman coming through for comrades training today. But then again, the two Kenyan athletes, Evelyn Kiprotich and Priscilla Lorchima, training in Kapsabet along the Rosa group. And Renee Colmer, former Two Oceans marathon winner, making her debut today in the Ultra.
Well, of course, she did do an ultra training run. That was at the OMTOM, but this is a big thing. She has said this is the 50th running. How could she not be here? I almost would have liked to have seen Renee. Yes, she's had injury issues in the last few years. Actually making her move up to the Ultra 2 or 3, maybe 3 years ago. It would have been really, really good to see what she could have done. But those injuries, I mean, she was a race-threatened, career-threatened injury in her hip. So, unfortunately, maybe a little bit too late. But we got to have a quick look at the records and the prize money and all that is at stake. And there's a lot at stake. Remember, we've got that R1 million incentive for the record, but the prize money also quite hefty. I mean, South African road running in particular is beginning to put up some really, really good prize money. 250,000 rand for the win, down to 125,000 rand for seconds. It's interesting to see how prize money is very, very high end, and then at the bottom, 10,000 rand for 10th. For an ultra marathon, you'd turn around and say, gosh, that's not really a lot. But it's obviously a massive incentive for the athletes to run faster, run harder, get the levels, get their levels up, and then chase the bigger prize money. But also remember, course records at stake, R1 million for both men and women. The men's record, that incredible run by Thompson Magawana back in 1988. And the big question, of course, is whether or not he'll break it, whether that record will be broken today. 3:03:44. It was absolutely insane. I know you would have watched that race. I was glued to that TV screen when Thompson Magawana, very early on the race, he went. And remember, he also broke the record on the 50 kilometers, and he broke the 30-mile world record. So a lot at stake there. R1 million for that record. And the women's record, Frith van der Merwe's, 3 hours, 30 minutes, and that is a really tough record to break.
Yeah, definitely a tough record, but on the women's side, I think it's a lot easier to break than the men's race. You know, if you had to work out the pace per kilometer for the records, the men's race, you're looking at a tempo of 3:16 per K. So to be pace for the record, they would have to go through the marathon mark in 2:17:58 to be spot on to break it by 1 second. That's of course Thompson Magawana's 3:03:44. But then you have to not forget that after the marathon mark, you still have 14 kilometers with some undulations, with Southern Cross Drive to keep that pace. The ladies' record, 3:30:36 by Van der Merwe back in 1989. That's a tempo of 3:45 per kilometer. So for them, they would have to go through the marathon mark slightly over 2 hours and 37 minutes. But this is where you take into equation, for an athlete like Yvette van Zyl, who ran 2:33 on a Soweto marathon course, and Gerda Steyn running 2:31:04 on a New York City marathon course, which is also undulating, it's not a fast course. For them to go through the marathon mark in 2:36, which would put them a minute under the course record schedule, that's pretty good going for them still. It's still relatively easy. They're running 5 minutes above their marathon potential. And when we say their marathon potential, although Gerda ran 2:31:04 that day in New York, I can tell you now she's a lot faster. Since then, she's run a 10-kilometer PB. She ran a 1:12 half marathon PB in the Rock Al Khama half marathon in Dubai, and she actually went into that race with a niggle. I think at the moment, Gerda Steyn is in around 2:28 marathon shape, which would put her on course definitely for that record.
Well, Gerda Steyn is very much the favorite here to win with Yvette van Zyl, very much an unknown quantity. It's just confirmation then of last year's performances. Justin Kembo Cheshire winning that in 3:09:21. Interesting that at that point, David Getebe finishing in third, Bongmusa Mthembu finishing fifth, and he looked so strong when he finished. I'll still remember saying on the finish line, that has to be the favorite for the Commonwealth Marathon. It'll be interesting to see what these two guys are going to do in today's race. We know they're focusing on the race between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. We know that. But you mentioned earlier on that Bongmusa, if he's in the position, he's not going to turn around and say no. If there's a chance of him winning this race, he'll go out and do it. And he certainly has the pedigree to do just that. But the big question, of course, is how much the experience that Justin has, how much is that going to count in his favor, and how much is Kiprotich going to blow or not blow? had obviously a fantastic run last year. You mentioned her marathon time, her New York marathon time, 2:31, and she said in that race that the second half was a lot easier, and she ran out of road. She finished 13. She could have gone a lot faster. No Tanith Maxwell in the field. Shanae Bosman, again, a dark horse, and she also looks really, really good. She's had a fantastic build-up to this. She's focusing on comrades, but that is one athlete we haven't really spoken about, and she could really just sneak in and do something, you know. But right now, whilst we've been talking about the ladies' race, we've actually got an Olympian down on the finish line. Husband to one Yvette van Zyl, who'll be making her debut here. And LJ van Zyl, Olympian, South African record holder in the 400-meter hurdles. He's now standing by on the finish line with Bulelo Tinta, the people's champion.
Folks, I'm joined by current legend. He's now gone to legend status. He's a former Olympic, Commonwealth Games athlete, hurdler extraordinaire. I mean, he's like a springbok in literally. Mr. LJ van Zyl. LJ, how are you, brother?
Thank you very much. I feel honored, and yeah, thank you for your support through all the years, and yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, no. Absolutely, you're an absolute legend. It's certified. LJ, talk to me. You are now transitioning from super athlete. You're now going academic. You're working in academia. Tell the rest of South Africa and the world what you're busy with at the moment.
So I retired exactly 1 year ago after the Commonwealth Games at Gold Coast, Australia, at the 400-meter hurdles, and I had a long career, about 17 years, and I was fortunate not to have any injuries, and now I'm working for the University of Pretoria. I'm teaching sports management in the Faculty of Education, and I work with legend athletes, Zenay van der Walt, Sok Zazini, Teme Monarene, all my first-year students. So my mission now is also to mentor them, not on the sporting side, a more academic side. You know, a lot of sports people, they don't study. They think they're going to be the next Usain Bolt, and they don't have to study. Of course you have to. There's a life after sport, and I'm there to support them and mentor them.
And how has your transition been from that regiment, and now you are just another citizen like me, if I could even compare myself to you?
You know, for the first 6 weeks after retirement, I was like, wow. You get like cravings to go and train and just be in the routine, but I'm still jogging here and there. When Yvette was pregnant with Louis, I used to train with her, but she's just too fast. So she actually broke me more down. But yeah, I'm still trying to stay fit, and it's not always possible if you have a full-time job now.
Sure. And talk to me, you know, with Yvette, for those that don't know, your wife, I mean, is top of the pops herself. And what's it been like to have her as somebody to spur you on, but now to see her really starting to hit her peak? What's that been like for a partner like yourself?
You know, the last 3-4 years, she actually, her whole career just escalated from, she was struggling with injuries and she was battling. And the last 2 years, she's actually coaching herself and training very early in the morning because I need to leave home like just after 7. So she's waking up before 4 in the morning, start doing all her training done. She's just dedicated, and I'm just there to support her. I can actually learn nothing anymore, but she's... But hopefully she's doing okay today.
And talk to me about supporting a partner who's an elite athlete. You know, a lot of guys don't know at home what it's like to have a partner who is an elite athlete, having been one yourself. But what's it like to now have to support somebody whose dream is to go to the absolute top?
You know, the last days I just listen. You know, if she's a specialist in her event, I was a specialist in my event, 400-meter hurdles. I'm actually just there to listen, and we really try not to talk too many athletics day after day. Sometimes you also need to raise the brain. So we speak athletics just after training for the first few minutes or 10-15 minutes, and then we just live like a normal husband and wife with the 2 boys.
Congratulations on your kids. And lastly, what is the goal for today? I mean, obviously everybody wants to win, but what does Yvette have in her mind as a goal besides position?
She planned very well. We visited this exam route, the first 44 Ks for a training camp, the next day the last 14. But we planned it on the old route, but then the route changed. I think it's the first ultra. She just needs to finish the race with a good position, and I think she'll be happy with that.
And of course, going from elite, before I let you go, LJ, talk to me about, you were telling me just now about a youngster who we should look out for, because now you're mentoring athletes both on and off the field. Who's the guy you were telling me to look out for?
Sokakanas Azini, they call him Soks. He's one of my first-year students. He's the future. He got gold last year at the World Junior Championships in 400 hurdles. He's the guy to watch out for. He's currently in Ivory Coast for the Africa Junior Championships. So I wish him all the best, and he's the future of 400 hurdles.
Alday, thank you so much, folks. Alday's just told us it's not just about the current elite. His wife, of course, Ervet, she's looking to place on top of the podium today, but it's about the future. That's what makes you a legend, not just being a sporting legend, but breeding the next generation. So to Alday and all the legends giving back. Folks, remember, we are turning 50 this year at the OMTOM. Hashtag OMTOM 2019. Remember, we're live on YouTube if you're seeing this around the world. Welcome to Cape Town, South Africa. Gentleman Manfred Kewen, it's back to you in studio.
16,000 runners in the half marathon, just under 16,000 runners, a massive, massive field, and they're streaming across the finish line here at the University of Cape Town in the shadow of Devil's Peak. The running time right now, 2 hours and 5 minutes for that half marathon, and still they are coming in. It's a massive, massive field here. Around about 13 or so thousand in the ultra, with the men's and women's races really looking hot and heating up quite substantially. Abraham Kiprotich chasing that course record. Gerda Steyn looking to defend her title. But right now, we're going to quickly cross over for an ad break.
Family portraits have changed. Responsibilities have changed. Even sandwiches. Training has changed. Everything in life has changed. How can I help? Where do babies come from? So why hasn't your breakfast cereal? Future Life is the future of breakfast. It's 100% smart food for complete nutrition.
It's been called the ultimate endurance test, but it's more than that. It's about your determination to take on the open road, because that's all you need to feel free. It's the same feeling you get with a tax-free savings plan from Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Let's go somewhere.
Let's go where there's no such thing as getting lost.
Chasing dark streets, gravel roads, and dreams.
Let's go to that meeting.
Let's feed some soul.
Let's go to that first step on our journey.
OMTOM. And the sweet smell of the long weekend. How we love the long weekends.
Let's go where they only know you as my driver. Wait, boy!
Let's study culture.
Let's go somewhere.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture.
To break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly.
The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
Running ain't just about running. Man, it takes energy, a lot of it.
What if you could get that energy back? What if running shoes did more?
Talking about more energy, more responsive, more comfort, more support.
All at the same time. Maybe that turned your 8K into a 3K.
Up 44 flights of stairs?
What if the greatest running shoe ever
just got even greater? Ultra Boost 19, reboosted.
Welcome back to the live stream of the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, happening here in the shadow of Table Mountain, Devil's Peak. Bit of a change in the route. We're no longer going over Chapman's Peak, and we're now going over Oudtshoorn this year round. It'll be the 6th time in the history of the race that has taken place. We are struggling to get out to our leaders for technical reasons in both the men's and women's race, but don't fear, we'll get to them as soon as we've sorted that. But there's been a whole host of other events happening in and around here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It is a festival of running. One of the events is the trail run. It is one of the most popular events here as part of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It has grown and grown and grown as we go along, and it certainly is extremely, extremely popular with a lot of the Cape Townians. And how can you not be? Just look at these visuals, just look at that mountain. How can you not want to go and run up that mountain and have some fun? It is absolutely spectacular to be able to take a load off the road, so to speak, Kieran, and go and hit the trails a bit. I mean, we've got some serious trail runners. Tabang Madiba is one of them who's a really, really good athlete. But there's so many trails here in Cape Town that the runners can basically take to. It's a playground for them.
Definitely, and Cape Town is definitely a city that is the forefront of trail running in the country. It's one of their favorite things to do here. And as you mentioned, you know, going off the road onto the trail, we saw Comrades Gold medalist Prodigal Kumalo, who himself has excelled in the Ultra Trail Cape Town 100k event here, and he finished third in the 24-kilometer yesterday, which was won again by Kane Riley. But I myself have done the 14-kilometer trail here. It was a few years ago. I was a lot thinner than I am now. But those were the results from yesterday. Kane Riley taking a repeat victory again. 1 hour, 55 minutes and 51 seconds. Massive victory. Sounds slow for 24 kilometers, but it is trail running. It's very, very tough. There was a visitor there from my geography is not the best there, Manfred.
But look at the gap, 1 hour 55, 2 hours 4 minutes. So Kane Riley absolutely dominating. But good to see Prodigal Commander coming back from an injury.
Definitely, he literally had a detached plantar almost. He had a really, really bad plantar fasciitis injury, and he's on the comeback trail now. Not running Comrades this year, unfortunate. He came 11th last year, so he's on the comeback trail and looking to perhaps win the 100k event later in the year here in Cape Town for the 3rd time.
And then the women's race there, won by Kana Peak. Also a fairly comfortable win as well. And it's interesting to see there's a lot of new names coming through in this trail event. Well, we used to have the big names that were running, Prodigal Commando being one of them. But there's a lot of new names coming through with the more established trail runners sort of progressing to the longer events.
Yeah, most definitely. We see the 2:38, not a bad time as well, considering an athlete of the caliber of Prodigal Kumalo was in 2:05. So a brilliant performance there by Kana Peak, followed by Danielle Feldman and Bronwyn Gordon rounding off the podium, 2 hours and 50 minutes. Also, you notice the huge gap between the first and 10th lady.
It is, but trail running is obviously still a developing element of running in South Africa, and we have got some pretty damn good trail runners. Ryan Sands being one of them, a big name that we can look out to. But it's not only about the elite runners. It's not only about the ultra. It's not only about the half marathon. It is also about the next generation of runners, and we call them taking part in the Nappy Dash. So the parents coming out and taking their kids for a little bit of the next generation of running. Kieran, you're going to be there very soon. You've got a youngster.
Yeah, most definitely. My little boy at home, Ethan. He's 3 months old nearly on the 25th, and yeah, although he's not walking at this stage, I can guarantee you, Manfred, he will be there next year for the Nappy Dash. It's held over 56 meters, not kilometers like the main ultra distance. But yeah, I'm going to start training Ethan now for the race next year.
Are we looking at a course record of the 56 meters next year? Are you going to set it, or is Ethan going to set it?
Definitely, Ethan's going to set it. I'll be his trainer. He's already a member of the Nedbank Running Club, so he's the youngest member there. So yeah, definitely. I'm going to need to lose some weight though if I can try and keep up with him.
Well, Kieran's got some work ahead of him to keep up with his youngster. Certainly some incredible scenes out there. The faces of those kids really enjoying it. It's great to see that. And then let's not forget, you know, in the build-up to this race, it's all about registration. It's all about seeing the latest products that are out there and available. And that all took place at the expo from the Wednesday up until the Friday yesterday here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Today we're at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon Expo. It is a 3-day expo where the 30,000 plus runners come and collect their race packs and also get to interact with the various brands. So right here behind me is the Old Mutual Expo stand where we've got exciting activations and games. For example, we've got masseuse that are giving free massages. We've got a tattoo parlor. We also have a spin and win game. And we also are asking our potential customers and non-customers to actually sign up for the Old Mutual Rewards program.
Oh, well, that was all about the expo. That's where you got your race numbers. That's where you got all your kits and so on. But right now, out in the race, with the women's race, it certainly is looking to hot out the big name there. Obviously, Gerda Steyn, the defending champion. Don't forget Dominika Stelmach, who finished second here, is coming back stronger and faster, and certainly does want to win this race. We'll give you those visuals shortly as we still say hello and welcome to a number of the runners finishing here at the half marathon. I see Coach Norrie about to cross the finish line. Norrie Williamson, one of the technical delegates, officials here, very well known in the Western Cape. We're about to head off though for the women's race. And I also have visuals of the men's race, so it's looking quite exciting out there. We know that 14 kilometers went by in 43 minutes in the men's race, the ladies race in 52, and certainly, Kuhn, they mean business.
Most definitely the leading trio of Abram Kipricic going through the 14-kilometer mark. They're running a split of 43 minutes, which was 3:13 per kilometer. So at this stage, really on record pace. The chasing bunch with David Katebe and them were 3:17 per k. So even David Katebe and that bunch running a fast pace. It may not seem so, but because they're trying to catch Kipricic and Kemboy, the pace is fast out there.
It's fast indeed, and we'll be showing you exactly how fast it is as we come back out of this ad break.
Called the ultimate endurance test, but it's more than that. It's about your determination to take on the open road, because that's all you need to feel free. It's the same feeling you get with a tax-free savings plan from Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Let's go somewhere.
Let's go where there's no such thing as getting lost.
Chasing tarred streets, gravel roads, and dreams.
Let's go to that meeting.
Let's feed some soul.
Let's go to that first step on our journey.
OMTOM. And the sweet smell of the long weekend. How we love the long weekends.
Let's go where they only know you as my driver. Wait, boy!
Let's study culture. Hey, yeah!
Let's go somewhere.
Running ain't just about running. Man, it takes energy, a lot of it.
What if you could get that energy back? What if running shoes did more?
Talking about more energy, more responsive, more comfort, more support.
All at the same time. Maybe that turned your 8K into a 3K.
Up 44 flights of stairs?
What if the greatest running shoe ever
Just got even greater. Ultra Boost 19, reboosted.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture. To break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
And there we have it, a big bunch of women together. Gerda Steyn, the defending champion, being shadowed there by Yvette van Zyl, looking around. Almost looks uncomfortable, Kuhn, running at this pace. But also in the men's race, big break there.
Yes, most definitely. On the left-hand side of the picture, we have Aze Kipkura, the leading athlete in the colors of Nedbank Running Club Kenya, who was actually the pacemaker for Abraham Kiprotich. So he's actually in second place. Sorry, my mistake there. He's in second place, meaning where is Mr. They call him Mr. Daegu. He ran his PB there, 2:08:33. Abraham Kiprotich, he's definitely, they're on that incline now, so they've made the right turn. They're on Okarpsabach. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. But just looking at the ladies' side, on the right-hand side there, we've got Gerda Steyn in the front with Yvette van Zyl, Mamarala Choka in the colors of Nedbank Lesotho, just the short little girl in there, in the colors of Max Elite, Loveness Madziva, the Zimbabwean athlete, and next to her, Stephen Mujingi.
Well, at 14 kilometers, Kiprotich going through in 44:50, Isaac Kipkuru right behind him, and Justin Kemboy also right behind him. And then almost a minute gap. Kiprotich has made a decision to not only chase this record, but absolutely try and smash that.
Most definitely, Kiprotich is here for business. He doesn't only just want to win, he wants to smash the record. And what makes it more interesting, Manfred, is that it's his debut. He's never run further than 42 kilometers, I say that, in a race. In Kenya, the guys were training in Kapsabet. They really did simulation runs. They've looked for courses that replicated the Two Oceans course. Obviously now it's a little bit different with them going over Okarpsabach. But the longest run that Abraham Kiprotich ran in training was 60 kilometers for preparation for this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. When I asked him, is it a lot different to your marathon training? He said, no, not really. Just the speed work, they did a little bit longer duration. In his marathon program, he actually goes up to 48 kilometers for that long run. And here for Two Oceans, he went 60 Ks. But one of the interesting training runs, Manfred, that both himself and Justin Kemboy, the defending champion, did, was they ran 56 kilometers, in 3 hours and 16 minutes on gravel, over undulating courses, over 2,000 meters above sea level in Kapsabet. Surely they can run a lot faster here in these conditions.
Well, he's out there on his own, so that's going to be pretty challenging. And as you say, hasn't gone past in a race the 42-kilometer mark. And I think that'll be quite telling. Having a look at the ladies' race, Gerda almost seems to be holding back. And she said this after New York, that the second half she was making up a lot of ground. She felt if the race had gone further, she would have been able to break top 10. I'm loving the fact that Yvette is sitting behind Gerda, Yvette van Zyl in the colors of Nedbank, sitting behind Gerda Steyn and feeding off her. Yes, it is early stages in the race, but nevertheless, you are still, this is an experienced ultra runner. This is my first debut. That is the best position for Yvette van Zyl to be sitting. The record is not the issue right now. This is how do I get through my first ultra, and how do I get through my first ultra to be on the podium?
Most definitely, Manfred. I think, if there wasn't for the course change and it was going over Chapman's Peak, I really think an athlete like Yvette van Zyl would have gone out a lot harder than she's doing right now and going for that record-chasing run. We see in the colors of Born to Run there, Eltis Badenhorst, a very talented distance athlete from Pretoria. But yeah, going back to the fact that it almost looks uncomfortable for Gerda and Yvette right now. They're leaning back. You can see that they're not running really hard. The athlete there in the colors of Max Loveness Madziva, the Zimbabwean athlete, who was a top 10 athlete here in last year's Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon. Just behind her, Mamarala Choka. So there's 4 ladies at the moment in that lead pack. Mamarala Choka at this stage is in great form, running a 33-minute 10K down in the Durban 10K 2 weeks ago. But on the left-hand side of your picture there, just under 1 hour 34 minutes into the race, it is Mr. Daegu, Abraham Kiprotich, born in Kenya, representing France. He ran in the Olympic Games in 2012 for France with those half tights in there, in the colors of Nedbank Kenya. 1 hour 31 minutes and 13 seconds, Manfred. He is on course record schedule. That schedule 3:16 tempo. He went through that 14-kilometer mark in 3:13. He's kept that up now to the 28-kilometer mark. And if you look at that, Isaac Kipkuru, who was here to be his pacemaker, the 2:15 marathon himself a minute plus behind. But look at that, Manfred, 2 minutes behind is the main bunch. Following Melody Kiptu, another Kenyan athlete, then Dikaya Mzangai, a former Cape Town Marathon winner, a local resident here from Cape Town, Kebede Abere Dinke, a top 10 finisher in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in the past 2 years, and then the dangerous man as well. I think if someone like Abraham Kiprotich had to come unsung in the latter stages of the race, Bongmusa Mthembu, 3 times Comrades winner. Comrades obviously is his focus, but as we said, Manfred, if he's in the thick of things towards the end of the race, he's going to give it his all.
Well, Abraham Kiprotich, there's a predicted finish. That is absolutely insane. The course record, 3:03:44. You're looking at a 3:02 on... We have said this before, this route is supposedly faster than the traditional course, but a 3:02, I mean, he looks absolutely incredible. He's just gone through halfway a couple of minutes ago, and he is climbing up OMTOM. He's certainly working hard. The question is how he's going to maintain on his own, out on the elements. We don't know just how windy it is out there. If you look at the plants, they certainly don't seem to be... They don't see, the wind doesn't seem to be really bad, but how is he going to last? How is he going to handle? How is he going to maintain the pace? As we go back to the women's race, Gerda Steyn still leading that, still looking very, very comfortable, almost jogging, and always smiling. This is what I love about Gerda Steyn. It doesn't matter how much she's hurting or how hard she's pushing, it just seems like she's always enjoying running.
Most definitely, she's the golden girl of distance running, herself and Anne Ashworth as well, last year's Comrades Marathon winner. But yeah, Gerda always ever so smiling at the press conference. She's always got the smile, no matter what conditions they go through. As you see, that is the right-hand turn where they make. It is a road race, it's not a cross-country event, if you're a little bit misunderstood about the grass there, but that is the right-hand turn to OMTOM. So this will be the first time as well, although Gerda Steyn is a defending champion, she's never run the OMTOM route. She did, however, go and drive it yesterday with her fiance Duncan, himself a pilot. He could have flown over if he wanted to. But yeah, it also shows you how professional both Gerda and Yvette are. You know, they get hit with the course change. They don't complain about it. They go back to the drawing board and they adjust their plans. And so far, so good for both of them.
Oh, well, that's the mark of elite athletes. That it doesn't matter what you throw at them, they adapt. They have to adapt. For these athletes, though, streaming across the finish line here at the University of Cape Town, 2 hours, just under 2.5 hours in the half marathon. And for them it's all about finishing and having fun and just enjoying the day out there. But certainly the men's race looking absolutely incredible. There we go, Abraham Kiprotich. He's working that hill. He's absolutely working that hill, and he's not taking any prisoners. And it does seem to me that in the Gerda and Yvette, it seems like they found their rhythm now. They were holding back early on, but it does look to me that they are now beginning to find their rhythm.
Most definitely, and I think that the likes of Loveness Maziva and perhaps Mamarolo Choka to an extent will be interesting to see if they can stay with Gerda and Yvette by the top of this climb, OMTOM, which they are on now. It's a 7 kilometer. Not for the faint-hearted, and I think that now that they're on the climb, Manfred, the likes of Steyn and Van Zyl are going to start to push the pace just a little bit. In the team meeting yesterday, they did mention that when they get to the downhill, they're not going to run down hard. That's perhaps where, if Maziva was with them, she would perhaps maybe try and do a little bit of breakaway there, but we do apologize for the picture breakup at the moment in the leading men's race in the 56K. We're just having a bit of technical difficulties, but the half marathon runners now coming across the line. It's around 2 hours, just under 2 hours and 30 minutes, Manfred. So not bad running at all for these athletes. Some of them running their first race ever.
I think there's a lot of novices in the half marathon. This is really great to see because more and more people are coming into the sport, and that ultimately will grow the sport. This now is back with the leading woman, and Yvette Van Zyl is keying off Gerda Steyn. She is using the experience of the defending champion, whereas on your left-hand side, Abraham Kiprotich, he's just absolutely thrown down the gauntlet. This is almost a time trial, and I'll be really, really interested to see. We had a predicted finishing time of 3 hours and 2 minutes. That is absolutely insane. That is incredible. What kind of a pace would he be running at? You spoke earlier on he was running 3:13s or 3:17s per kilometer, but if he's running at 3:02 pace, he must be picking it up.
Yeah, most definitely. A 3:16 per kilometer tempo would give you a 3:03.40 finish, so you'd break the record by 4 seconds. And yeah, he's on the pace for 3:02, so he at this stage would break the record by 1:44. But one must take into consideration as well, Manfred, that first 14 kilometer split, that was a predicted finish of under 3 hours. Take into consideration that next split time included a little bit of a section of Okarp Savak, so he would have slowed down, meaning that when he gets to the top of this, if he's still feeling fresh and he doesn't run down too hard on the downhill section going through towards the marathon mark, he could actually pick it up again. We could perhaps even see a sub 3 hour. We saw Eliud Kipchoge in 2017 with the Nike initiative breaking 2, which was run on the Monza Grand Prix track in Italy. Could today be the version of a Two Oceans hashtag breaking 3?
Well, breaking 3, wouldn't that be something special? We often have speculated about would somebody like a Marco Mumbe have been able to break Thompson Magawana's on the old course, Thompson Magawana's record on the old course. And there was talk about one of the races where some of the athletes were actually on par for a sub 3 marathon. But this, if Kiprotich is able to maintain this, and this is breaking ground.
Most definitely, and I know I said last year that if Justin Kemboy had to win the Two Oceans, which he did do, that it's going to open the floodgates to the East African nations like Ethiopia and Kenya. You know, Justin in Kenya was a no-name. He was a pacemaker for the ladies group on the Rosa management team in Kenya. He was only a 2:24 marathon runner in Kenya before he came out to South Africa. It was his first time ever running a race outside the borders of Kenya, and he ran against our best and he took victory. Now you have Abraham Kiprotich, who's an Olympic marathon runner, 2:08.33 marathon best. Currently, according to the new RAAF ranking list, he's a gold label athlete. If Abraham Kiprotich wins the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon today, I can guarantee you that next year it will be a totally different event. There will be a huge influx of Kenyan athletes who in the past would look at you funny if you have to say you have to run 56 kilometers. They'll ask you over how many days.
You've mentioned that before. I chuckle every time you say that. But here's the interesting thing. Obviously, with the R1 million up for grabs for the record, we would hope that going forward in future years, that incentive would still be there. R1 million for a record versus a 250,000 rand first prize. But you did say early on that first prize is a lot of money. Not just the record, but that first prize is a lot of money for the Kenyan athletes. And I would imagine, not just Kenyan, but also Ethiopian, I would imagine that we're going to be seeing an influx of, I mean, we had Lesotho for a while, and we had Zimbabwe for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if we would see, an influx of foreign athletes coming through. Just for our viewers, though, we are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties out on the route. Obviously, we'll keep you up to date as much as we possibly can. But just to get back to that men's race, we're speaking about a split 3:02 is the projected finish time, which is an unbelievable time. Gerda Steyn leading the women's race to defend her defend her title, looking very, very comfortable. As we watch more and more of the half marathon runners crossing the line, and masses of crowds coming through here at the finish at UCT. It is a little bit nippy, but these are ideal conditions for the runners out there, and that, Kieran, I think would also be a contributing factor to what could potentially be a course record.
Most definitely. It's very chilly here where we are at the finish, and these are the conditions that an athlete like Abraham Kiprotich will run when he's running races in Europe. But just going back to the money, Manfred, obviously that R1 million up for grabs for a new course record, 250,000 rand for the winner as well. But Abraham himself running in the colors of a Nedbank Kenya team, they also have bonuses. So for their athletes, they'll pay up to 200,000 rand as well for a win. There's shoe contract bonuses. So when you add up all of the money, Abraham Kiprotich could potentially be walking away with $80,000 when you total it up. You take into consideration winning the London Marathon gets you $50,000. He'll be making more money than they do, you know. So I think if he does pull this off today, not only will it be phenomenal, but I think we're going to start to see some very fast times dropping at Two Oceans. Just to put it into perspective, last week in Italy, Tata Seruku ran a 2:04 marathon, and he got 5,000 euros for that, Manfred. So that was small money. And if you had to take a Kenyan or an Ethiopian athlete, although the record is not easy to break, but if you're bringing a current form 2:05 to 2:07 marathon runner here, it's really talking cheese. It's not that hard for them to do, provided they do the necessary homework, the necessary long runs, and they're not coming here just on marathon speed. I think we're going to see international class athletes coming through here. It's not only good for the race, but good for our country as well. And hopefully that will then uplift our South African runners to want to perform better and want to plan and prepare for events such as the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Well, that's always been the key. South Africa. It's almost the club system is almost the savior of South African road running during the isolation years. Now it needs to reinvent itself, because in order for our athletes to compete properly internationally and locally, they need to start picking their races. But because of the situation that we were in, it was to save the sport, to save the athletes, we needed to have a system. We had a lot of races with decent-ish prize money at times, but the club system where you had the pro clubs. I think that's evolving and that's changing now, and certainly it has to. I spoke to Nick Bester the other day, team manager of your club, Nedbank, and he was saying, He's saying that, you know, South African athletes will be going to train in Kenya, will be going to train in Ethiopia. Dominika Stelmach right now lying in 5th. Remember last year she was in 2nd, and she was pushing the pace last year. She's obviously learned from that experience, and she did say that. I mean, she went on to win the Wings for Life up in May last year in Centurion. She's running well within herself.
Most definitely, and the interesting thing with her as well is that we spoke about Rutendo Nyohora and Stephen Mokoka in the men's and women's race of the half marathon earlier, that they still have a marathon in their legs. She only 2 weeks ago won a marathon in Poland running 2:38. So she is an ultra distance runner. She's got the experience. In my personal opinion, it's too close to the race. You can't be running a marathon so close to the race, but she's in 5th at the moment, about to move into 4th. The Nedbank Running Club Ethiopian athlete there, Salem Alapetru, multiple winner of the very tough Mandela Marathon down in Howick at the capture site. She's a top 10 Two Oceans performer herself. So at this stage, the ladies are looking good.
Looking good indeed, and really be interested to see what Dominika Stelmach can do. She sounded very, very confident in the build-up to the race. We spoke to her a couple of times. Had mentioned that she is going to run a lot more conservative, and obviously not wanting to be passed again in the last 6 kilometers, as had happened last year by Khadistan, who is, by the looks of things, still pushing the pace and leading the race. And I find that very interesting as a defending champion to be running from the front. The fact that you are a defending champion automatically puts pressure on you, no matter how good in shape form you are, no matter how good your year has been going. It does put some pressure on you, and then to take that pace on, unless the other ladies are turning around and saying, you know what, we're going to be feeding off you.
Most definitely, but you know, the thing with that definitely comes into play with Khadistan is that literally every time she steps onto the road running a race, she runs a PB. And that's not necessarily to say that she's racing every single time or racing everything, but the athlete that Khadistan was last year when she took the victory in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is not the same athlete she is now. Her engine, literally, figuratively speaking, is still building. Her speed is improved so much, and she's a totally different athlete compared to that time. So at that stage when she came into Two Oceans, Manfred, she was a 2:38 marathon runner at best. She's now 2:31.04 on the tough New York City Marathon. She reckons now she's in 2:28 marathon shape. So, as we mentioned with Hilalia Johannes running that 2:22 victory in the Nagayo Women's Marathon, Gerda Steyn is a world-class marathon runner at the moment, and although she may seem that she's up front and she's pushing the pace, she's very, very relaxed. We saw that she's almost running a little bit upright to the back a little bit. Through the 14-kilometer mark, they had averaged 3:46 per kilometer, which is literally a second per kilometer slower than record pace. So they're running well, but at this stage I am surprised though to still see Alabachu and Stelmach, who are in your picture at the moment, to be quite far behind Gerda and Yvette, who are really at this stage running well within themselves.
Well, got a halfway split there for Gerda, going through halfway in 1:46.28 with Mamarolo Choka, Yvette right there as well, and Matsiva a minute behind. So your top three ladies, here we go, are all together, and then we've got a gap, and then a further gap to Dominica and Alabehu. And it's interesting to see how this is unfolding. Gerda and Yvette obviously having decided that, you know, we're going to run this race. We're going to run this race from the front and take it on. And there we go. There we got the splits. You know, but the top three together, a minute to fourth, and a minute and 5 to fifth. Obviously, Dominica Stelmach has now moved into fifth. This is at the halfway mark, but there's definitely an intent here.
Most definitely, and Priscilla Lorchima with the French flag next to her name. She's actually not from France. She's a Kenyan athlete who trains in Kapsabet, so she's a minute down in fifth place. But that's the interesting statistic there, Manfred. Sixth and seventh is actually Stelmach and Alabachu, but 4.5 minutes behind. So that's over a kilometer behind Yvette van Zyl and Gerda Steyn at this stage. And although at this stage the ladies are not on a record pace, that's finish time equating to 3 hours and 32 minutes. So around about a minute and a half to 2 minutes down on that record. I really think that the second half of this race is going to be much faster than the first. And if that is the case, they're either just going to miss the record in the women's race, or we're going to see the second fastest time ever run. Of course, that second fastest time belonging to Olesia Nogalieva, who took victory in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, 3:33.
Well, that's Dominica Stelmach. They're looking very, very comfortable. A quick glance then at the leaderboard of the men. Kiprotich obviously going through halfway in 1:31.13, and projected finishing time there, a course record of 3 hours and 2 minutes. Bongo Timber sitting very comfortably in 10th, just over 2 minutes behind, obviously running a very, very well judged race.
Yeah, Bonguisa at this stage running well within himself. I know he's been working really hard with coach Kolani Mabida, who's a youngster at heart, but believe me, he has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to coaching and drawing up a training plan. And together with his training partners, Kosanati Duma and Tuso Mosia, they've been working really hard. Back in February in the Deloitte Marathon down in Durban, Bonguisa ran a 2:22 marathon, which was not far off his personal best. But when I tell you he was literally jogging, he was literally jogging. He ran the last 8 kilometers really hard, but before that it was literally just essentially a training run. And you know, Bonguisa Mthembu is one of the most professional athletes in South Africa when it comes to not only you know, the training and how you do it, but also the maintenance of your body. What you do in training besides running is not just about putting your shoes on and going out the door and heading out for a run. It's the massages, it's the gym workouts, it's doing core workouts to, you know, to make your core strong, make your body strong, so it holds off the injuries. He is 120% professional. He reminds me of the Eliud Kipchoges of Kenya, who do everything in their power to be in tip-top shape, and it shows. 3 times Comrades winner, and heading into Comrades again this year. It's going to be exciting to see what happens. But going through the 14-kilometer mark for the women's race, they were on a predicted finishing time of 3:29. It has slowed to 3:32.48, which is a minute and 4 seconds behind at this stage. But Manfred Seidler, I think the second half is going to be a lot faster. And as we saw in the men's race, it was almost a similar split where they had gone from running a sub-3 hour to a 3:02, but take into account that this will include 4 kilometers of that 7-kilometer climb up Oorkraafse Weg. It's going to get faster in the second half, but that is only if they have the legs to do it.
That's quite interesting. I've been chuckling in the weeks leading up to the race. A lot of speculation, obviously, about the record, and having a chat to Old Mutual, the sponsor, like going, is it going to go? Is it going to go? And I said, how can you ignore the fact that you've got a 208 marathon runner in here whose every intention, he's training for this record. Looking at a vet, she's got all the credibility, all the credentials, and how can you turn around and say the record is safe just because it's been safe for so long? And there were some nervous glances, and I'm going, well, why don't you want to pay out the record? Just imagine the publicity you're getting when that happens. And, you know, we're talking about this potential for a record. It's unbelievably exciting because once the record goes, we're now moving into the realm of another level. We're now pushing the boundaries. We're now pushing the barriers in terms of what can and can't be achieved. We'll be talking about, is a sub 3 possible in the near and distant future? So, yeah, it's exciting times.
Most definitely. And as you were mentioning there, that when they were asking you, do you think it's possible for the record to go? Obviously, they're worried about paying that R1 million incentive.
It's insured. It's all fine. It's insured.
Yes, it is insured. But don't you find it ironic, though, Manfred? Let me put it to you this. Only tongue-in-cheek, I say here, that after the press conference where it was mentioned the record about 100 million times, the route changed.
It did. It did. And yeah, that's the conversation. So you know, we were talking about Marco Mambo's 303, and it was on the old route, which is faster than the conventional route, which we're not getting today. But it's you know, the reality is that we have to run according to what is there as set in the times. We'll have more conversations about the record and how their races are going. That's Dominica Stelmach, currently lying in 4th, finishing 2nd last year. We'll be back with more action of the 50th running of the Old Mutual to Oceans Marathon.
Let's go somewhere.
Let's go where there's no such thing as getting lost.
Chasing tarred streets, gravel roads, and dreams.
Let's go to that meeting.
Let's feed some souls.
Let's go to that first step on our journey.
OMTOM. And the sweet smell of the long weekend. How we love the long weekends.
Let's go where they only know you as my driver. Wait, boy!
Let's study culture.
Let's go somewhere.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
Running ain't just about running. Man, it takes energy, a lot of it.
What if you could get that energy back? What if running shoes did more?
Talking about more energy, more responsive, more comfort, more support.
All at the same time. Maybe that turned your 8K into a 3K.
Up 44 flights of stairs?
What if the greatest running shoe ever
Just got even greater. Ultra Boost 19, reboosted.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things tomorrow Start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
Welcome back to the 50th running, the live stream. We're making history here, we're breaking ground as you're watching the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Runners streaming in here at the finish line of the half marathon. Running time there is just under 3 hours, 2 hours and 49 minutes, and still lots and lots of runners coming in. Remember, 16,000 athletes or so running in the half marathon, and the bulk of them will be coming in the next half hour or so. And certainly conditions getting really, really good. Just to touch on earlier on about the records, Q, and we were talking about 3:02 for the men, 3:30 for the women, and how potentially that can happen as you know, Kiprotich has gone through halfway in 1:31. That's absolutely flying. I mean, there we go. Abraham Kiprotich, just to confirm that, Abraham Kiprotich 1:31, and a minute and a half gap over Isaac Kipkorea. David Geteve there in third, almost 2 minutes behind. These are some serious contenders, some serious runners. Yes, some of them are looking at comrades Yanesso there, 2 minutes behind. And you mentioned him as a potential dark horse. Is that 2 minute gap too far?
At this stage, I'm going to say that the way Abraham Kiprotich is looking, I don't want to put any commentator's curse on him or anything, but he's really running still well within himself. He's a 2:08 marathon runner. He's on schedule to go through the marathon mark at this stage in just under 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's almost 7 minutes off his true potential. So instead of, you know, like racing a marathon, he's almost running to a tempo pace. This is the type of pace that he would run in Kenya for his long runs for a marathon. So at this stage, it's going to be very hard to close that gap down. But as you know, a lot can happen after the 42.2 kilometer marathon mark. And if Kiprotich has done enough homework, has done enough long runs, which I know he has, and has enough left in the tank, I don't see the guys catching him. But never say never. We've seen some stranger things happen at Two Oceans in the past, but I'm going to be holding thumbs for Abraham. Not only would it be good if he can get the win on debut, but to get a course record, Manfred, over this Okaap Savat route, phenomenal.
Well, we've been going on about the course record, and so on, and about, you know, it's 14 kilometers longer than the marathon. The marathon, we say the race actually starts after 32 kilometers. It's now been pushed to 35 because somebody called Eliud Kipchoge has decided to raise the bar so unbelievably high. In the ultra marathon and in the 56, the race only starts not at 42, but at about 45.
I would go as far to say that it starts at 50, 6 Ks to go. As you mentioned, the magical wall, the mystical myth of the marathon is you hit that wall at 20 miles, which is 32 kilometers. At Two Oceans, when you get to 32 kilometers, you still have another 24 kilometers still to go. So, yeah, it's a long way to go, but at this stage, Abraham Kiprotich is on pace to break the record. Only time will tell if he can keep it through to the finish and be R1 million richer.
Well, R1 million at stake for a record for the... R1 million at stake there for the course record for Abraham Kiprotich. Quick ad break, and when we come back, some interviews with our half marathon men's winners.
Family portraits have changed. Responsibilities have changed. Even sandwiches. Training has changed. Everything in life has changed.
How can I help?
Where do babies come from? So why hasn't your breakfast cereal? Future Life is the future of breakfast. It's 100% smart food for complete nutrition.
It's been called the ultimate endurance test, but it's more than that. It's about your determination to take on the open road, because that's all you need to feel free. It's the same feeling you get with a tax-free savings plan from Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture. To break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
And welcome back to the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Half a century already, on course for a men's record, just off course for a women's record in the ultra. We had a course record in the women's half marathon, and we had an incredible run of the men's race with Elroy Galant winning that quite comfortably. But right now, down on the field, Mbulelo Tinto with some of the men. Stephen Mokoko, who finished in third at this morning's half marathon.
I'm with the race winner, Mr. Elroy Galant. Mr. Galant, you've done it. What was that experience like at the half marathon here at the OMTOM?
Yeah, no, I'm really happy, you know. I think in 2016 and 17 I was runner-up to this race, you know. So it's a lot of weight off my shoulders actually to win this. Yeah, it was a good race, you know. There were like 10 contenders that could actually won this race. But yeah, I'm really pleased with my performance today.
And what do you think took you over the edge? Was it training, mindset? Well, what is it? I know with you, you've got an iron mind. What was it that gave you that extra % this year?
Yeah, definitely. You know, last year I had an operation, you know, and since the operation I told myself I need to put in actually extra work, you know. So I went actually back to the basic stuff, you know, and I've put about 13 weeks of solid endurance-based training, you know. And actually that gave me the confidence, and I actually knew coming into this race, you know, it was one of my goals actually to win it. But I mean, with the training that I've done, you know, I was very confident and I knew I can actually take the win here today.
And talk to me about being involved in the 50th. I mean, you're elite, that's not a question, but being involved now in such a special race in our own country, half a century at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Mr. Galant, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's an honor, you know. It's been coming now for 56 years, you know, and to win it on the 56 years, the half marathon, it's a big honor for me. But I think everything will sink in later, you know. But really, to be part of this is really a magnificent feeling.
And talk to me, what's the race plan this year? Because we love you, we're always behind you. And what are you looking like? The operations behind you? I mean, you're obviously in tip-top shape. What's the plan for this year and moving forward?
Yeah, you know, I've got some personal goals that I've set up for myself, you know, but I want to speak too much, you know. But definitely I will be eyeing the FNB 10 in Durban, definitely, and try to go with Joshua, I know Julian, try to go for that SA record. And I've also got, in Denmark, I want to go for the 21-kilometer race and try to go a sub-60, also targeting SA record. So those are the two big goals for the rest of the year.
And before I let you go, I have to put you on the hot seat. Give me who you think the ladies and the men's winner will be today at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Yeah, definitely. I think my money will be on Yvette, you know. I think she will take the ladies' race and one of the Kenyans probably in the men's race.
There we go. He's on the hot seat. I'm going to hold him to it. My brother, I've been such a big fan for so long, and congratulations and more power to you moving forward.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Mr. Kewen, back to you guys in the studio.
It's the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's started to drizzle here again on the finish line. The clouds are coming back in, back down there in the distance as we look down towards where the runners will be coming from. It does still look very clear. So it looks like the conditions out there are looking very, very good. The rain is starting to come down here. And the question that everybody is asking is, will the men's course record finally go after 31 years? 31 years. As we now have an interesting development in the men's race with your Ethiopian challenger going through 39 kilometers in second place, as our cameraman has so eloquently told us.
Yeah, this is Sintayo Yenesu, the athlete in the colors of Nedbank Running Club Ethiopia, 4-time Soweto winner. This is his debut as well. So currently, Manfred, you have Abraham Kiprotich, the Kenyan Frenchman, in the lead, running on record pace on his debut, and now you have Yenesu coming through also on debut. So first and second debut athletes here. There's no rain right where they are at the moment, but where we are in the finish, very, very strong downpour that's just come down all of a sudden. But it is still very blue around here. There's a lot of blue sky, so hopefully it's just a little bit of a rain cloud that's coming past. But remember what I said earlier, Manfred, Yenesu is one to come from behind, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's obviously realized Kiprotich is too far ahead for his liking at this stage into the race. Yenesu had just gone through that 39-kilometer mark, so Yenesu at this stage not running at all close to record pace. Kiprotich is, and that's why Kiprotich at this stage is nearly 3 minutes ahead.
Well, that's a massive, massive gap. We've gone through 39 kilometers, so still a fair bit of the race left, but has Kiprotich gone too early? Has he gone too hard? Is Yenesu going to be able to close down those almost 3 minutes, that almost 3 minute gap? And that'll be the big question to ask. He looks really, really comfortable. You can see he's working hard, but that stride length and the cadence is looking phenomenal. It's not as if he's struggling. We do know that he is, both him and Kiprotich being debutants here at the ultra distances. We do know that they will hit the wall, or potentially hit the wall at a later stage, and then it'll be interesting to see who's got the strongest legs, and have they done too much, have they gone out too hard chasing that record, as Yenesu gone out too hard to chase Kiprotich, and we're quite interested to see what happens whether or not the record is on cards. Right now, the way they are running, or where Kiprotich is running, it definitely is.
Yeah, Kiprotich at this stage definitely on pace for a record. It would be phenomenal if he can hold on to this and not only take victory but break that course record of Thompson Magawanas from 1988. But it's Yenesu at this stage, second position, trying to close down that gap.
Whilst we're looking at Yenesu chasing down Abraham Kiprotich, looking to close down an almost 3 minute gap. We're down on the field. We've got one of South Africa's best marathon runners, gold label marathon runner, Stephen Mokoka with Imbulelo Tinto.
I'm standing with my man, Mr. Stephen Mokoka. He came third. Stephen, how are you, sir?
No, I'm good this morning, yeah.
I shouldn't do you no credit, of course. South Africa, undoubtedly the greatest man over 42 in this country. Stephen, what happened today? How did it go? And is this a part of preparation at the OMTOM this year, or what happened? What happened in the race today? Break it down for me.
The race was awesome. We went through like 10K, 30 minutes. Last time I was here, when we ran the 63 minutes, we went through 31. But today, I think the last part of the race was quick. And then Elroy was the stronger one. I think he broke me somewhere around 20 kilometers. I didn't have the legs to go with him. I think there was a hill there, so he managed to break away from me. And then I was like, okay, let me just let him go, because it was hard. It was hard, and I think the marathon is still in the legs, because I did the marathon 6 weeks ago. So I was like, my legs cannot cope with this. He looks like fresh, and because he was light on his feet. But I can say running 63 minutes, because I'm 1 second off from the best time I've ever ran here. So I'm very happy about the outcome.
Talk to me about being at Africa's most beautiful and the world's most beautiful race, of course, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Turning 50 this year, and for you to be here, I know you're a proud South African, you've done us proud around the world. But to see this great event 50 years in, and for you to be a part of it, to talk to me about that and what that feels like as a South African legend yourself.
No, I'm very happy. I'm very excited. The last time I was here, I think 2014. That was the last time. So the atmosphere on its own, it's awesome. I think I forgot about it even on the race when I was running everything. And even now when you are standing in the lineup, I mean, you can see people are flocking in. Like I think 20,000 people or 10,000 people are still coming in under 3 hours, and everyone is cheering themselves. They are pushing each other. Yeah, you know, it's a nice atmosphere. It's a good place to be at, especially on the Easter weekend.
And for those guys who don't fly on the tar like you, how do you change your training? Say you were running a marathon or the ultra here, compared to you were running a 10 now. Do you alter your training for that?
No, you have to focus on the distance. If you do the ultra, if you do the thing in the 10K, you have to focus on more speed because it's more of the intense one. But with the ultra, you have to be able to run for a long time because it's all about adaptation. If you can be able to run for a long time within a comfortable pace so that you can be able to push as hard as you can, because I mean you're going to run the distance that is beyond human. So you have to be able to push yourself and pace yourself properly because you don't have to rush. Especially there are a lot of hills here. So you have to enjoy actually. The most important thing I can say, people must just enjoy and have fun.
And two things before I let you go. First of all, you know, you are one of South Africa's heroes. But what does the rest of the year look like for Stephen Mokoko?
Next time, the next one is World Championships in September in Doha. That's what is left for me for this year. And then before that, I'm going to do the SAE Half Marathon in July.
So guys can look out for you there, right? And before I let you go, I did it. I'm going to do it to all of you elite guys. I want to put you on the hot seat. Give me your prediction of ladies winner and men's winner in your opinion. And there's no comment. I need you to be on the hot seat. Men's winner, ladies winner.
It's a tough one. I can say the strong one will win today. Yeah.
Ever the diplomat, folks. Stephen Mokoko, our greatest marathoner, of course, in South Africa, as I let him go. Folks, it is, of course, a half century for us. Welcome to the finish line, the half marathon behind me. We're looking at the clock there. It's about 2:16 at the moment. So in about half an hour, we will get our leading men. So keep an eye on the stream, whether you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook. Welcome to it, folks. We are 50, and thank you for joining us. OMTOM 2019.
And we have got some serious drama out here in the men's race. We've gone through 41 kilometers, 2 hours and 16, as Sintaneo Yenesu is about to catch leader Abraham Kiprotich, who Kuhn has certainly slowed down. He's looking tense, he's looking at his watch. Yenesu is absolutely flying. I'll be interested to see if he goes straight past him, which it looks like he is, and that's just the best. Run up to a guy, go past him, and literally leave him for dead.
Well, as you say, that Kiprotich is now tucked into Yenesu, but that is a very, very bad telltale sound there. It's the East African nation battle right now between the Nedbank Ethiopia and Nedbank Kenyan teams. But for me, Kiprotich, definitely you can see now that he's not looking as fluid as he was looking before. They actually haven't gone through the marathon mark yet, so they've actually slowed down quite substantially. Kiprotich was on pace for a 3:02 finish. It's already 2 hours and 17 minutes. So at that stage, he was on pace to go through the marathon mark in under 2:15. He's definitely slowed down. He was 2 minutes ahead of Yenesu at 28 kilometers, and now Yenesu is now taking the lead. So I think Kiprotich now at this stage definitely paying the price for that fast start. But on the right-hand side, we see our leading 3 women. There's Gakada Steyn at the back of the picture in 3rd, and Mamarola Chalker, the short athlete from Nedbank Lesotho, running alongside her teammate Yvette van Zyl, who's on her debut. So currently, Manfred, we have Yvette van Zyl on debut leading the women's race, and Sintayo Yenesu, the shortest man in the field, leading the men's race, also on debut. Exciting stuff happening in this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Oh, we couldn't have scripted it any better, unless, of course, it is a course record that comes that comes through. But Yenesu now looking very comfortably. He's left next Abraham Kiprotich. Kiprotich is a spent force, and Gakada Steyn almost looking awkward, but this is now a downhill. This is an incredible sharp descent, and Yvette loves the ups and the downhill. She's a really good downhill runner, and you can see it how she's just floating down that hill. Chalker looking unbelievably strong, and well, Gakada Steyn, the defending champion, is certainly not just going to relinquish her title without a massive fight. Kieran, I'm looking at Yvette and I'm going, she looks so comfortable.
She looks very, very fluid, Manfred, and Mamarola as well. You know, that looks literally like a jogging pace. The only question that I have with Mamarola Choka is, would she have done enough long stuff in her training, long runs? She definitely has the speed. The speed is, there's no doubt that she's got the speed, but does she have the longness in her legs? She ran 2 Oceans last year in the 56 kilometer, and after 30 kilometers stopped. She did have a hamstring problem before. She has finished in the top 10 before in the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, but they are, as you mentioned there, Yvette and Gada looking like, I know there is R1 million up for grabs for the record, but they're looking like $1 million right now.
Well, it's not about the record for these ladies right now. It is all about a win, and it's all about that 250,000 Rand prize money for the winners. It's first prize, 100 million Rand rather, for a record. The men's looked like they were on course record, but Janesso going past Abraham Kiprotich, who seems to have hit the wall just before the marathon mark. But your leading trio of ladies, Mamarola Choka, Yvette van Zyl, Gada Steyn, as we head back to the finish line with Mbalelo Tinta for another interview.
Folks, I have the absolute pleasure and honor of having the ladies winner here at the OMTOM 2019, Miss Halelia Johannes. Ma'am, how are you? Congratulations.
I'm fine, and thank you very much.
Talk to me today. How did you win the race? What was the plan, and how did you win the race today, do you think?
From the beginning, I just went in front from the beginning of the event because my plan was to break the course record of the event, because I'm the record order for the previous road, and then they changed it to the new one, and then I wanted to break it again, and I got it. I'm so very much happy.
So I didn't do you enough justice, of course, now record holder. What does that mean to you? You are setting the standard, and I think it must be special to do it at the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon on the 50th occasion.
I'm so very much excited because this is the 5th times I ran 2 Ocean half, and then I won it for 5th times also. And I'm very much happy for that.
What I love about you is you're always smiling. What is it about running that makes you so happy?
You know, running, it is my favorite. So that's why I'm always smiling, always happy, because I like what I'm doing.
I love it. And I mean, with it being a special race for us here in South Africa, but to have you as an elite, as an African winning, what does it take? How was your training for this year, with this year's title?
My preparation for this year, I'm looking forward to the World Championship. That's why I will not appear in the Cape Town Marathon this year, because World Championship is in the same month with Cape Town Marathon. World Championship is in the same month with the Cape Town Marathon. That's why the plan of this year, it was just to appear in the 2 Ocean, because I ran already area overseas, which I ran and I did my personal best time. Yeah.
So this has already been a great year for you. We're looking forward to you at World Champs, and you know, you represent Namibia. For those that don't know, what does it mean for you, for the youngsters at home, to see you doing it? People from Namibia, from Africa, we know we can do it because we see you doing it. What does it mean for you to inspire these young kids?
Just want to tell them that they must not give up in whatever that they are doing. They must try to spend some of their leisure time in training, because sport is something that is good for healthy and keep themselves fit also. And I would like also to tell them that they must also put their effort in sport so that they can be Hilaria for tomorrow.
So we're looking out for you at World Champs this year. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, 5 times defending it, big time congratulations, ma'am. And we want you back every year until running is not your thing anymore. Congratulations and more power to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Folks, there you have it. Halelia says running is all about fitness, wellness, inspiring the future. We've been doing it for 50 years here at OMTOM, folks. Remember, join us across all of our platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and make sure you stream and share. We are making history this year, streaming it for the very first time. OMTOM turns 50 years old.
The third place male athlete at this stage, Nedbank Kenya's Justin Cheshire Kemboi, your 2018 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon winner, and he went through the marathon mark in 2:20 as he goes through there, 43 kilometers, so 13 kilometers left for Cheshire. This is where class can come through, but Yenesu, to me, Manfred, is looking way too strong for this field.
Well, Yenesu, Kuhn, as you said, looking really, really, really good, very strong. His cadence to me really impressed me. And well, here we go. Projected time is now 3 hours, 4 minutes and 48. So they have slowed down quite dramatically. But Kiprotich, having gone out at an incredible race, he certainly, and they did say that in the beginning, in the build-up to the races, they're going to give the course record a good tonk, and if they blow, they blow. But at least they're challenging the course record, they're challenging the norm, they are challenging what is doable. Yenesu running a really, really good race, and this is where the experience comes through. You mentioned him winning Lagos, you mentioned him winning 4 times at Soweto Marathon. Soweto Marathon, as we know, is a brutal course, and Yenesu is bringing that experience to the fore. Even though he's a 2:08 marathon runner, I reckon that Abraham Kiprotич's experience is not as good as that of Yenesu.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, he's much faster in the standard marathon, but Yenesu, although he doesn't possess that natural raw speed, he's got tons of endurance. And Kemboi on the left, your defending champion, is in 3rd place currently. But if you look, if you have to strain your eyes just about 100 meters up ahead, there is Abraham Kiprotich. So in the last kilometer and a half, he's actually closed down a minute on Kiprotich. So that just shows you at this stage how backwards Kiprotich is going. But on the right-hand side, it's still your 3 leading ladies. Yvette van Zyl in the back with the picture on her debut, Mamarolo Choka, the short athlete from Lesotho, and the defending champion Gerda Steyn, who now was running in the 3rd place and now is looking like she's now taking the unofficial pacing duties. And if there's anything to go by, the person who has been doing the unofficial pacing duties, Manfred, has gone on to win, as you saw with Elroy Galant in the men's half marathon earlier.
Well, has Elroy Galant set a precedent as defending champion Justin Cheshire is about to go past his compatriot training partner Abraham Kiprotich, who looks in a world of pain. He is slowed down. Those hammies are so tight right now. And Justin Cheshire has made his move, his bid for glory. He's going to try and chase down Yenesu, but Abraham Kiprotich is really, really labouring. And excuse me, and you can see that it's the arms are rocking and rolling. The head is still solid, not bobbing around, but there's definitely a grimace on the face. And I think those hamstrings are taking a hammering at this point.
Most definitely. I think it's really, really hard for Abraham Kiprotich at this moment. The distance really getting to him. This is now the furthest he's ever been in a race at the distance that he is currently. But Justin Kemboi, to me, Manfred, is looking really, really good. And if the distance catches out Yenesu towards the end, we may be looking at a repeat winner. It's too early to tell. Kemboi did go through a minute down on Yenesu through the marathon mark. But, you know, it is nice to break records and everything, but the one thing that always will remain, records can be broken, victories remain forever.
And records are there to be broken, so hopefully that record will go sooner rather than later. Back with the ladies' race there on the right-hand side of your screen, and it looks like Yvette has fallen. Yvette van Zyl has literally fallen off a little bit, but that was just to grab a water bottle, so nothing to worry about there. They've gone through 38 kilometers. They should be approaching 39 fairly shortly. And Yvette van Zyl, well, she's about to enter territory she's never been before, and that has made her incredibly nervous. She's spoken about that at length in the build-up to the race. She respects the distance. She is very, very nervous. That gap, though, is telling, Q, and even though she went to grab a drink, it is telling.
Yeah, well, as is the case of the men's current leader, Yenesu, the same applies to Yvette van Zyl. this now officially, apart from training, is the furthest she's ever run in a race. She's gone past the marathon mark, so this is new territory to her, but I think she is going to close the gap. She did perhaps go for a bottle, but having said that, from the looks of things, Gerda Steyn, her tempo looks like she's raised that a little bit. So this could be a case now of Gerda trying to push the buttons a little bit. Not to forget, she's not on her own. She has Mamarola Chwaka, who herself is 2 minutes quicker than Gerda over a half marathon. I think we're going to see an exciting ladies race.
Well, we've always tipped the ladies' race to be an incredibly exciting race, Q, and you nailed that one, I think. And Gerda Steyn, I think, is now bringing her experience to the fore. She's now, as you say, I'm assuming she is now, as they go through 3:39 in kilometers in 2 hours and 29 minutes. But Gerda Steyn has done this. She knows what it takes to go beyond the marathon mark in a race. And this is where the experience comes in. Is she going to start playing mind games? Is she going to start upping the pace and start trying to run the legs out of her faster counterpart? Remember, Yvette has run a 32:05, 10 kilometers. That's flying. Mamarola Chwaka is also an incredibly fast runner herself. As you say, 2 minutes faster than the half marathon than what Gerda Steyn has done. Is this the time now for Gerda to start going in and testing the waters and testing the legs of the opposition? I do think, Kieran, that gap is beginning to tell, though. I think Yvette is running into trouble.
Yeah, I think she may be running into trouble. We'll have to give it another 5 minutes or so to see, because when she did drop off to get that bottle, the gap has kind of stayed the same at this stage. But if you had to look at the body language of Gerda, she's running a lot more upright. She's not leaning back as we saw in that beginning stage of the race. So she's starting to put pedal to the metal now. And for me, I know it's still early to tell, but Gerda is looking great. But having said that, Mamarola Chwaka looks like she's out on a Sunday training run.
And that's a frightening thing to say, out on a Sunday training run. It is only Saturday, so she might be preempting things here a bit. Yvette does look to be struggling, though. Still fluid, but not as comfortable, I think, as even 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, she does have a little bit of a look that her quads perhaps are feeling a little bit heavy. She's hitting the ground quite hard, but that is her running style. The athlete running next to her, Jomo, a well-known athlete, works in a running specialist store up in Johannesburg. He runs in the colors of Pirates and trains together with Craig Sinkin up in the Zoo Lake area. Also a very well-known athlete, does a lot for the sport up in the Johannesburg region. So he's getting a bit of his TV time now and helping Yvette go through. But at this stage, 15 seconds the gap.
That's telling.
Yeah, it is telling, but with still around 12-13 kilometers to go, 15 seconds at this stage, not too much. But having said that, Gerda and Mamarola Chwaka looking a lot better at this stage. Perhaps Yvette is just going through a bad patch. It does happen a lot on ultra marathon running, but yeah, that gap has definitely increased a lot. But having said that, how many times have people run ultra marathons? They go through terrible patches and then they fly through towards the end. Hopefully at this stage for Yvette, it's just a bad patch for her and she can overcome it.
Well, they talk about an elastic band and that yo-yos between the front runners and the chasing runner. And if that elastic band snaps or stretches too far, then that's race over. And I think we're at breaking point now. I think if Yvette is not able to claw her way back, to bring that 15-second gap down a little bit, I do think that she will be on. She will be struggling to close them down. And I think this is now between these two, Gerda Steyn and Mamarola Chwaka. And Gerda Steyn certainly looking to dominate this event and basically defend her title. Hilaria Johannes there receiving the winner's check, 25,000 rand for her victory in the Old Mutual to Oceans half marathon. A fantastic effort there. 70 minutes, Q, and 70 minutes on this course. That is flying.
And she'll also get another 25,000 rand because she ran a new course record. So a brilliant performance there by by the 39-year-old Namibian Helalia Johannes, flanked by the short athlete on her side who came second, Betha Chikanga, the colours of Max Elite Zimbabwe, repeating her second position of last year. And Fortunate Chizivo, the Zimbabwean based here in Cape Town, running a new personal best to finish third. But back to the women's race, 2 hours and 33 minutes into the race. I don't think we're going to be seeing anywhere close to a 2:32 3:32 projected finishing time. But as I mentioned, times are irrelevant. It's the win that will forever stay, and that is currently being focused on. But Kada now starting to pick up that pace. I can see Mamarola Choka is not looking as fluid as she was looking around a kilometer or two ago. Must remember now they're going through towards the marathon mark, and I think if anything, or if there is going to be a break, if Mamarola Choka can stay with Kada until Southern Cross Drive, I think that's where Kada will perhaps make her move on the uphill.
It certainly looks as if Kada is doing a bit of fartlek there. She's throwing in some surges. Choka clawing her way back a little bit to get back on the shoulder, but Kada definitely still smiling. I mean, cheering on. There was support there on the side, big smile, and this is what makes Kada Steyn such a phenomenal, strong athlete.
Yeah, that was Kelly Thompson, the sponsorship manager from Nedbank, giving Kada Steyn a thumbs up, together with Bongusa Mtembu's manager Sbu out on the side of the road. So nice to see the managers coming out there and supporting the athletes. But as you mentioned earlier, when does Kada Steyn never smile? She could be going through a bad patch, she'll still be smiling.
The smiling knife is what you could call her, because she is just so lethal. You just don't know how bad a patch you'll be going to if you're smiling. And this is what Eliud Kipchoge keeps talking about. When he goes through a bad patch, he starts smiling because it just relieves the facial tension, relieves the tension in the shoulders. And here we go. I think this is the move. This might be a little bit earlier in the race, but I do think Choka is now seriously beginning to struggle, because even though they've both grabbed something to drink, Kada Steyn is a lot more comfortable whilst drinking. Quick look then at the men's half marathon prize giving, and Elroy Galante, very happy man with his 25,000 Rand first prize. A superb run by him to win here at the Old Mutual half marathon, Two Oceans half marathon. And there next to him, Stephen Mokoka, four-time winner here, and Jobo Kotwana, who certainly is a rising talent to be looking out for, and one that, yes, I'm pretty sure is going to be not only challenging, but also be getting onto the top run of the podium in the near future.
Most definitely. And Stephen Mokoka, as you mentioned, 4 times winner, was going for his 5th today. Someone who did emulate that was Helalia Johannes, who won her 5th Two Oceans half marathon title today.
Good day in the office for her.
Most definitely. So 25 seconds now, that gap. It's grown by another 10 seconds. 2Ks back, it was 15 seconds to Yvette van Zyl. Still in the company of Jomo from the Pirates running club there with her. But it looks to me, Manfred, she may be picking it up again. It looks like she was going through a bad patch. She's looking a lot more lighter on her legs. And yeah, hopefully that was just a bad patch that she went through, and she can recover from this.
There's still a little bit of a grimace on the face, but definitely the cadence is looking better. The shoulders are more relaxed, and obviously that's very telling, especially at this stage in the race. She is about to hit unknown ground, unknown territory. She's still looking around, so she's still very aware of what's going on around her, which means that Yvette van Zyl's race is not done. It's not over. She could potentially claw this one back.
Well, 2 hours and 37 minutes into the race. The ladies not yet at the marathon mark. If they had to be going through the marathon mark right now, they would still be on that record schedule. So it's not about the records anymore for these athletes. It's about going for the win. But where did Yvette go on the picture there, Manfred? She's
run off to the side. That's well, Yvette van Zyl having decided to run out of shots, and well, that reminds me a bit of what Caroline Wussman did at one stage, but that was a potty break. We don't know what Yvette's doing. Back here at the finish line with the Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon, still streaming in, still time for these runners to finish. But out front, Kada Steyn and Mamarola Choka doing the business. And Radestein has definitely decided this is it. She's now driving the pace, and Choka is a very shrewd athlete. She's sitting on the shoulder because she's about to hit unknown territory in terms of racing, whereas Rada has done this before. For me, this is definitely a move by Radestein. I'm now going to push to defend my title. Choka is sitting in the absolute perfect position. Her face, her expression is emotionless, and that to me is dangerous.
Most definitely, but it also almost looks like every time there's a slight incline, that's where Choka drops off a little bit. My only concern with Choka, knowing her recent form and her race results of late, is that she may not have done enough long runs, enough distance work to be able to handle this 56 kilometers. There's no doubt about her speed, it's really right up there, but Radestein herself is a class athlete. 2:31 in her legs. She's much better at this stage than that 2:31 which she ran in New York the first weekend of November last year. Coincidentally, the same day when Yvette van Zyl took victory in the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon, running 2:33 there. So it's interesting to see. I think the telltale sign will be once they go through the marathon mark and they make their way towards Southern Cross Drive. And if Mamarola, Choka and Radestein are still together at that point, I think that's where the definite hammer will drop. And either Choka or Stein herself will try and get a gap on that hill and then maintain it through to the finish here at UCT.
Well, Radestein driving this pace up front. Mamarola Choka looking very, very comfortable on her shoulder, and just allowing Rada to take the pressure of leading a race. And it is always more difficult to run from the front, to lead a race from the front, especially as the defending champion. There's expectation on you. Athletes will be feeding off you. There's a big bullseye on your back. So it's not as if you can rock up and say, well, I've won this before, therefore I know what I know what to expect. And athletes do know what to expect. But there is that added pressure, is that people are gunning for you as they go through 42 kilometers. So approaching the marathon mark now, 2:37, about to hit 2 hours and 38. And marathon mark should be coming up very, very shortly for the leading ladies. And Rada again throwing in a surge cue, and this is typical Radestein. She will push, she'll throw in a surge, she'll test, and she will see just what have you got in the tank. And this is beginning to look like this could be a break.
Yeah, I definitely think so. The gap at this stage around 5 meters or so, but that elastic band is slowly stretching, and when it snaps, Radestein will be gone. It will be very hard for Choka to claw her way back through there. Obviously taking a little bit of strain now as we go towards the marathon mark, but it's Radestein at this stage in commanding lead of the 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon and looking to repeat her victory of last year. The question though, Manfred, we all know that this year the Comrades Marathon in 7 weeks time is Rada's main race of the year. Will she be able to save herself enough for that race? Anne Ashworth is a very, very tough competitor, as we saw last year. That's 6:10 on a very longer course. The difference today, Anne is in Delstrom training for Comrades. Radestein is racing the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Well, Rada and Choka have gone through the marathon mark in 2 hours, 40 minutes and 16 seconds. But that gap is not telling. Definitely, I do think that this is the big move. And the clock down in the corner there is not working, so ignore that. But we do have official confirmation that Radestein has gone through the marathon 2 hours, 40 minutes and 16 seconds. Choka given the same time. But Stein now definitely throwing down the gauntlet, still smiling. And it's actually incredible how in the last year or two she's become one of the biggest favorites in South African road running. People absolutely adore her. They stand by the side of the road and they cheer for her. And I think that plays in her favor, especially in this stage of the race where it gets tough.
Most definitely, she's really made a name for herself, ever smiling, ever friendly, and as much as it was before with the Nogalieva twins who couldn't walk anywhere without getting a photo or ask for a photo, the same thing happens to Gerda Steyn. But having said that, Mamarola Choka has clawed her way back to Steyn, so this is becoming a bit of a ding-dong battle. But if I had to choose an athlete right now who I can say is looking the best, it's definitely Gerda Steyn. She hasn't gone through a bad patch, touch wood that she doesn't, and yeah, she's looking like really, really great form at the moment. Choka is starting to take strain. You can see her face, she's grimacing a little bit, but she's also a class athlete. But if I had to put my money down at this stage, I would say Gerda Steyn. But on the left-hand side of the picture, still your leading man, Sintayu Yenesu from Nedbank Ethiopia Club, on debut, running the furthest he's ever been before. He's in great form, Manfred. He won his 4th Soweto Marathon title last year. He then went on in February and won the Lagos International City Marathon. Very, very tough conditions, running 2:15. The time is irrelevant. He won $50,000 US there. It's a race that Abraham Kiprotich, the early leader who led up to the marathon mark, won the previous year. And the year before that, Manfred, the winner was Anthony Kiptum, who, as you know now, is the world record holder in the half marathon. So this is the type of class that we're bringing now to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon that you're starting to see amongst the athletes, and it's great for the event.
Well, you can see, though, by the stride length, he's not as fluid as he was early on. This is unknown territory for him, and 49 kilometers, so 7 kilometers left for Sintanehu Legesse. He's a short but very, very powerful athlete, very strong, but that stride has become choppy.
Most definitely, you can see the leg lift at the back there, not as high as it was when he was going through the marathon mark. And when I mentioned earlier with Justin Kemboy chasing in second, this could be the defining moment. He's still got 7 kilometers left. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens, because although there is 7 Ks left, the camber of the road at this stage is quite bad, but there's a lot of downhill. Yenesu was flying on the uphill. On the right-hand side, you see there, I know we keep saying this must be the break, this must be the break, Manfred, but I think this is the one.
Well, okay, we're tossing coins here in the commentary booth between Kuhn and myself. Is this a break? Is it not? Gerda Steyn employing a tactic of racing, of throwing down the gauntlet, throwing in speed, throwing in fartlek. The gap is bigger than it has been before, and these gaps do start to tell. When athletes throw in fartlek, when they do throw in speed play, that's the best way to wear down your opposition. If your opposition does not have the legs to go with you and to keep responding, then that is simply the best way to race them down, and basically it becomes a race of attrition. But Sintanehu Legesse is definitely struggling. His stride is shortened quite dramatically.
Most definitely, and as you can see on the right-hand side, Gerda Steyn starting to catch a lot of the elite men, the athletes in the. There's actually former multiple SA champion Richard Mavuso, who led last year's Comrades through to just after the halfway mark. So that's another thing about the ladies' races, that they're so consistent with their pace. You'll start seeing soon, after 42, after 45 Ks, leading men who were in the beginning of the race running right up there in front.
Oh, we're experiencing a technical glitch out there, unfortunately. The signal dropping out on the route, but we'll get it back to you shortly. There it is. Commentator's curse in this case worked in our favor, didn't it? But Sintanehu Legesse, I'm sorry, Kuhn, but he is struggling. He is definitely slowing down. It's almost as if he's running on the balls of his feet. It's not as smooth. Yes, this is a downhill section, but he looks tight. He doesn't look as fluid as when he went past Abraham Kiprotich. And this could very well be the situation where Justin Cheshire starts to chase him down.
Most definitely. I think Justin Kemboy, the defending champion from last year, was looking really, really good. He went through the marathon mark just over a minute down on Yenesu going through that marathon mark, but earlier pictures of him was looking really, really great. And unfortunately, Manfred, I think we're going to have to say again, this may be the move, because Mamarola Choka has now yet again caught Gerda Steyn. I still put my money on Stain though. She's looking much better. When you get this yo-yo effect of an athlete dropping off, coming back, dropping off, coming back, it starts to pay its toll, and sooner or later that elastic band is going to completely snap.
The other question, of course, arises that once Gerda keeps on doing this, and it looks like there again she's throwing in another surge, and every time it looked like we're on an incline, she seems to be throwing in a surge, which is obviously her strength. And again, a 2 meter gap, the gap grows again. How long can she maintain this though? How long can she keep this going? Every time Choka comes back, surely psychologically you take a knock.
Most definitely, it's been having this ding-dong battle now with Choka for at least the last 4 kilometers. And every time Choka looks done, she claws away back. But I don't see it happening more than 2 or 3 more times, Manfred, especially when we get to the Southern Cross Drive. Whenever there's a hill, Gerda Stain is definitely the clear favorite. She's running a lot more fluid. And but, you know, running is a funny sport. It's an ultra marathon, anything can happen. But I really think that Gerda's got this race in command. Though there is still 13 kilometers or so to go for these leading ladies, I definitely don't see anyone beating Gerda today. But, you know, things can happen. But Yonesu, having said that, looks like he's almost walking for it. His pace has really dropped, and I think now is going to be the time you see the likes of Justin Kemboy, 3 times Comrades champion Bomusa Mtembu Azol, who was 2 minutes down on them through the marathon mark. 2 minutes sounds like a long time, but in an ultra marathon, it can be wiped out within 2 kilometers.
Well, I got word from the press truck from Cyril van der Walt that both David Khatebe and Bomusa Mtembu are looking really good. What that means is anybody's guess, but these guys are ultra components. They know what they're doing. So it'll be quite interesting to see what happens on that front. But Gerda Stain is relentlessly pushing the pace here. She is relentlessly driving and again trying to open up a gap against Mamarola Choka. 18 seconds to the silver cutoff. That's 4 hours. We're down to 15 seconds. Do the double, but the standards, as we have said, have raised. It is so much more difficult to be able to win both of these races in the same year. Caroline Wussmann tried it in 2016 and came close, but wasn't able to do it. You know, it is just so unbelievably difficult to be able to do both these, the 2 most iconic races in the country, to win them back to back in the same year. That is unbelievably difficult.
Most definitely, we've seen it happen a lot in the women's race, doing 2 Oceans and Comrades victories, but on the men's it's been a lot harder. But as I mentioned earlier, Bomusa Mtembu is one of the most professional athletes in the country, not only in the way he trains, but the way he looks after his body, the way he manages himself. And it's clearly showing today. He bided his time, he never went with the record chase in the beginning. And at this stage, through the 53-kilometer mark, Manfred, 3:08:32 projected finishing time. So, you know, I think after today's race and the way the guys have run, anything under 3 hours and 10 minutes will be a phenomenal time.
Well, Bomusa Mtembu, in my mind, arguably the best ultra runner in the world right now. A lot of people may not agree with me. He hasn't won a global title, but he has finished 2nd at the World 100K Championships. He has finished 3rd at the World 100K Championships. He's won the Comrades Marathon 3 times. He cruised to a 5th position here at the race last year and is now in absolute control as he heads off to the finish here at the UCT, University of Cape Town Sports Fields, and the shadow of Devil's Peak. Conditions are ideal. There's a slight breeze down here on the finish line, and I can tell you something, when he hits the ground here, the roar is gonna be absolutely incredible. A South African coming in to win, a living legend, still racing, coming in to win his first 2 Oceans marathon, and that would be something special. He obviously has decided, he's been keeping it very quiet, that he was always looking at the Comrades Marathon as the big race to win. He obviously decided coming into this race, he's got a plan, and if he's got a gap and if he sees an opportunity, he's going to take it. And Bomusa Mtembu right now, it's his race to lose.
Most definitely. I don't think we're going to see any upsets here. It's definitely Bongmusa Mthembu, the man from Bulwer in KwaZulu-Natal, running the race of his life. I know he's won Comrades 3 times, but definitely that stat really applies to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. He's been in the top 10 numerous times. He's finished 3rd here before, but this will definitely go down as his greatest run to date in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Times are irrelevant. It's the victories that will stay forever. And Bongmusa Mthembu at this stage currently in form to take that victory in the 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. I know for a fact that this year he's worked a lot on his speed, Manfred. He ran a marathon in Durban, the Deloitte's marathon, back in February, where he ran 2:22, literally jogging. He doesn't have that natural raw speed, but he's got tons and tons and tons of endurance in those legs. And as you can see, those quads, Manfred, they are strong. They are built for endurance running.
55 kilometers, 1K.
Yeah, the 55 kilometer mark. He's going through on his left-hand side there, the Old Mutual water station there. That was the last the refreshment station of the race. He's going to go on that short, sharp incline where we saw earlier in the day Ulrich Galant making his breakaway from Stephen Mokoka. But Bongmusa Mthembu is not making a breakaway from anybody today. He broke away as he went through the 51 kilometer mark, passing the early leader, Ethiopian Sentayu Yenesu, who really at that stage was looking like he was set to take victory on debut. And it's going to be Bongmusa Mthembu coming through, and we definitely, Manfred, going to see a time under 3:10. This will be the fastest time to date on the Oud-Kaapse-Vac route, and you have to give credit where credit is due. Bongmusa Mthembu, his professionalism is showing.
Well, he certainly has taken ultra running in this country to another level, has Bongmusa Mthembu. And what it really impresses me, he's gone through a really, really rough time as well. A few years ago, his fiancée passing away, and he coming back from that. Also a very good friend of his, I think it was last year, also going through that. Also, I think it was passing away as well, and to be able to come back here and just to continuously dominate, and what he's also doing back home in Bulwer for the kids in terms of getting the running going there, that to me speaks volumes. He's not just an incredible ambassador on the road as he's running up this last short sharp hill before he will be coming down here into the finishing straight at the UCT on the grass, and he'll be able to savor that victory all on his own. There's no one close to him. Keeps glancing at the watch. I don't think you need to worry about that, Bongs. This victory is sewn up. You can actually just see he's about to make a left turn to go onto the grass patch here at University of Cape Town. Bongmusa Mthembu certainly run an incredible race here. Well judged, very shrewd, taken control at the right time. Quick glance over the shoulder there, but I don't really think that that's necessary at this point in time. 3:07:21, a handshake there of the leading biker, and that speaks volumes when your leading biker goes and puts out his hand and says, well done. Bongmusa Mthembu now coming down the last little incline. He's going to hit the ground here at the University of Cape Town, and he will be able to savor the victory here as the crowd starts to rev on the finish line. Bongmusa Mthembu is going to win the 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Takes the accolades of the crowd. And Bongmusa Mthembu, a class athlete, and you cannot ask for a better ultra runner at this point.
Most definitely. He's been to the World 100 Kilometer Championships twice. He's finished second twice there. It's instilled, in my opinion, he's the best ultra distance runner in the world. Really, really versatile, strong pedigree. And Bongmusa Mthembu coming through here past us where we are in the commentary box and acknowledging the crowd, thanking them for their efforts. And Bongmusa Mthembu is going to be your 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Really, really great performance there. The Old Mutual tape across the line as he crosses the line unofficially. 3:08:39 seconds for Bongmusa Mthembu, your 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon champion.
And just look what it means to him. Bongmusa Mthembu wanted this. He is leaning over. I don't know if that's because of emotion or because of tiredness. But I mean, just look at that smile. Winning this race has meant so much to Bongmusa Mthembu.
Most definitely, I think that's more elation and the fact that he's actually won. I wonder if he really thought that with all these fast Kenyans and Ethiopians and even South African marathon runners that he had a chance of winning. But Bongmusa Mthembu, really a gentleman of the sport. He's still a youngster as well in age, and a phenomenal athlete taking victory there. And now it's interesting to see who's going to come through in second. There's a big gap for the second place athlete. We haven't seen anyone yet on the field.
Well, that's a massive victory by Bongmusa Mthembu. The question, as Kieran has said, arises now whether or not he can do the repeat at Comrades Marathon wow, David Khatebe, former winner here in 2013. He trained up in Dahlstrom, and look at him. He's relishing this. A former national marathon champion, a former winner here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the course record holder on the down run at the Comrades Marathon. And this is South African domination here at the 2019 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It was all about the Kenyans, it was all about the course record, and the South Africans have said, not on our turf. We are going to claim this. We are going to win this. And David Khatebe comes across the line, 3 hours, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. And look at that face. Look at the smile on his face. And Kieran, he looks incredibly strong.
Yeah, David Khatebe looks really great, so especially after that hard effort he did last week in the Loscorp 50 kilometer. I think Comrades this year is going to be very exciting. First two runners across the line, both Comrades runners looking very strong. As your defending champion, Justin Cheshire Kemboy in the colours of Nedbank Kenya comes through. Credit to him, Manfred. He did in the beginning go for that record. He went out hard. He backed off a little bit along Okop's back just to save himself a little bit. And a credit for defending champion to come back. He's going to get the podium spot. 3 hours, 11 minutes. So around a minute and a half slower than what he did last year. But a lot of the pundits were saying that this course is up to 4 minutes slower than the old the Chapman's Peak route. And with Bongmusa running a 3:08 today, minus 4 minutes. 3:04, close to the record.
Well, again, we've said he's arguably the best world ultramarathon runner in the world right now, and I think you've just, with those stats, kind of proven it. And sure, it's absolutely phenomenal. Here comes Legesa, and he's a spent force. I mean, he made his mark, and this is what I like about what the Ethiopians and the Kenyans have turned around and said: we're coming here, we're going to try and make a statement. We're going to smash it, or we're going to get smashed. And they went and took it on. Next year, they might come back again and say, you know what, we now are better prepared. We have a much better idea of what's going on. Legesa on his debut, finishing 4th in just over 3:12 on a course which we've been going backwards and forwards. You reckon is slower. That's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, a really great, valiant effort by Yenesu on his debut coming through. I think the mistake with Yenesu this year is he's a very strong runner who likes to come from behind, and I think he got a bit spooked out by Abraham Kiprotich when at one stage he was nearly 3 minutes ahead around the 35-kilometer mark. I think he made his break too soon to close that gap onto Kiprotich, and it clearly didn't pay off for him in the last 6 kilometers. But the fact that he still finished 4th after the way he looked, Manfred, with 6 kilometers to go, that's credit to him as well. It just shows his mental aptitude and strong character. As Nick Bester, there, his manager, welcomes him home, and he'll be happy with Yenesu's debut today.
Well, Yenesu, 4th on debut. Nick Bester, your teammate, club manager, he's got to be happy though with the performance of the Nedbank runners. But who would have thought that Bongmusa Mthembu would come in and win this race?
Well,
and Gerda Steyn, sorry, Kieran, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Gerda Steyn. And if I'm not mistaken, Manfred, this is that long downhill going through past Kirstenbosch. So she's only got 5 kilometers to go. that clock, 3:13 at this stage, if she can run fast, she could be perhaps running into a really, really fast time. We'll have to see what she's doing, but you can clearly see there Gerda Steyn is running really, really well. If you look in the background, that whiteboard there, 51 kilometers.
5Ks.
So 5 kilometers to go for Gerda Steyn. If you had to add 20 minutes, which is 4 minutes a kilometer, she's running a lot faster, I must just add, that will be a 3:34. So I think we are going to see a time of around 3:32 today for Gerda Steyn. Phenomenal time.
Well, Gerda Steyn, again, we're going to be asking the question, comrades, is coming up. How are the legs going to be feeling? But you just simply cannot take anything away. Just look at that smile, that stride. She is absolutely loving this. And we've said this before the race. Gerda Steyn is the defending champion. You don't come here to not defend your title. It's a mindset that athletes just naturally have, no matter how much they turn around and say, well, you know what, I'm actually just preparing for another race. That just never, ever enters the mind. It simply doesn't. These athletes are racehorses. They are bred to win. They are bred to run. They are bred to race. And when you're looking at that, here we go, projected time of 3:31.50.
Sure, Gerda is getting faster and faster, so through that 50-kilometer mark, she's gotten even quicker. That, at this stage, puts her around a minute 15 odd off the record. I don't think she'll be able to get that. That time we'll have to wait for another year. But having said that, Gerda Steyn, every time she runs a road race, literally runs a new PB.
Well, Gerda Steyn motoring to the finish line. Bolelo Tinta is now down there with the men's winner, OMTOM. Well, whilst they're trying to get hold of OMTOM, let's just enjoy this sight of Gerda Steyn running past the Kirstenbosch Gardens. And here comes 5th place in the men's race.
Former winner from the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, Mabutile Lebopo, who also will be the first veteran. He is 44 years old, Mabutile Lebopo, former winner here when he won back on debut actually in 2010. So 5th place there for the Nedbank Lesotho athlete Mabutile Lebopo. And Manfred, it actually just shows you how the early pace of Abraham Kiprotich actually blew apart this field. 3:16 into this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and good enough for
check one.
Gerda Steyn, no problems in the women's race. Certainly those surges, and again, I cannot get over the smile of Gerda Steyn. Absolutely loving this, defending her title. Can't see her not winning this. Right now, on the finish line, the men's winner, OMTOM with Bolelo Tinta.
I'm standing with the man, the myth, the legend, and at our 50th Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the champion right here in Cape Town, South Africa, Musa. You've taken the title, my brother. How was it out there? Talk us through the race.
No, man, thank you very much. I must say it was tough. You know, we faced it very, very well. I think it's just because I know the weather here in Cape Town. So I think the way I train, I was out of my province for a couple of weeks up until now. So it's so nice to see the work that we've been done in training, preparation. Yeah. Then this is the result. I think going forward, you know, Musa is on a good shape. So now today I'm so happy. I mean, but the guys, I mean, you know, in running you have to use your man. You have to be strong mentally. I think the guys, they saw somehow that I think the pace was so low. Yeah. But they forgot that at the beginning we had the rain, we had the wind. So towards the end, the sun came up. So it was so difficult for them now to pick up the pace. So I was just kept my pace going at the end of the day, you know, to take the victory. It's so awesome, and so I'm so blessed today.
And you're absolutely unbelievable. Tell me, what is it you think that allows you to do so well at the ultra at 89 Ks and then come here to Old Mutual Two Oceans and be able to have the speed? Did you change your training?
Oh, man, definitely. You know, I want to achieve more this year. So every time I've got my achievement that I want to achieve. You know, I'm a professional athlete, so to say. So I have to be there, you know, I have to compete at the highest level, you know. So as I'm saying, it's so nice when you see the result of your training. So, I mean, as I'm saying, the guys at the end, at the beginning, they were so fast, you know. I mean, I've always told the guys, you know, it's so hard now to run the race record, including the weather. You must consider all those aspects, you know, the road, you know, and also we don't have pace setters, you know. If once you make a mistake at the beginning, you will caught up, and so I think that's what I did. It's not that I did some miracles, you know. For me,
it's so important to be run consistently, especially from 40K towards the end of the race.
And I think you are written in folklore now. You are a legend, certified, signed, sealed, delivered. What keeps a man like yourself waking up every morning and pounding the road to keep going to the next level? Just, I mean, we'd love to know what keeps you motivated.
I mean, honestly, to say, I've always say I'm exactly like you. When you wake up early in the morning, going to the office, that's Bong Musa. I'm thinking about running each and every time, whether it's raining or not raining, it's hot or not hot. Bong Musa has to train. So I think that's where it's come from. I don't have to think about it, because this is who I am, and this is what I love, this is what I do, this is what I enjoy.
Man, that's sensational. It's deep down in your spirit. Bong Musa, before I let you go, my brother, we love you. You've put us on the map. You've put your family on the map. Let me start with, is there anybody you want to thank? And then you can maybe let us know where to see you for the rest of the year.
Oh, man, thank you so much. You're speaking with Bong Musa today. There's a lot going behind the scenes. I mean, what about my teammates and also my team, my management, my sponsor, all these people, they make Ubong Musa, which we're speaking with him today. So I want to thank them, my family, my friends. I mean, I think KZN is so happy now. South Africa as a whole is so happy. Even the field of running, is so happy, especially as a South African. It's so nice to see as an athlete here in South Africa dominating our race. So it's so awesome. I'm so happy.
And where do we see you on top of the podium next for the rest of the year?
No, man, definitely. Comrade is coming, No doubt about it. So from now going forward, I have to do recovery training. So far, I think I'm ready, to finish Comrade. So now I have to prepare myself to compete in Comrade. So I'm happy. From now going forward, I think I'm going to do the recovery training back where I was out of my province, because these guys I'm competing, you can see, they're coming from rest of Africa, up in the altitude. I born in KZN where is a low altitude. It's so important for Ubong Musa to go up in the altitude.
My man, you are nothing short of a legend. Put it there, brother, and it's an absolute honor to have you represent this fine country. I'll let you go and do your recovery, folks. The man, the myth, the legend, as I've said, Bong Musa Mthembu, not only known for the ultra, but he's done it. We are turning 50 years old this year. He has delivered. Right here in Cape Town, South Africa, I send you back to studio from the finish line.
And our 12th man coming across the line, Q, and all eyes now on when will Gerda Steyn come in. I've just got a tweet from a mate of mine saying that she's so good she will break Frith van der Merwe's record in the next 2 to 3 years. And I would concur with that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's without a doubt. Gerda Steyn will definitely break that record. As we see the 12th place athlete coming through now, Lindikaya Intangai. So tough day for him, the former Cape Town Marathon winner, coming through in 12th and missing out on that top 10. But after we saw Mabusile Lebopo coming through there in 5th, there was a whole host of changes in the top 10, with Imtandazo Kina, the second veteran overall, first athlete from Western Province, coming through for 6th. The Kenyan Jesse Gichuhi, who came 10th last year, improved on his performance this year, finishing 7th, with 2017 winner Lungile Gonka in 8th. Zachary Ornelas, the American athlete, coming through really fast in the end to take the 9th place, followed by Nkosinati Duma, repeating his 10th place at Comrades from last year, finishing 10th. But it's all about Gerda Steyn right now, and I'm going to go out and say, Manfred, that she could finish today in the top 30 overall easily. The 13th place finisher is just finishing now, 3:22 into the race, and she's under 3Ks to go.
Gerda Steyn, phenomenal athlete. I mentioned this earlier. I think it bears repeating, is that some of the most leading experts and knowledgeable people in South African road running have been sending messages and tweeting and saying that she'll break the long-standing course record here of 3 hours, 30 minutes and 36 seconds of Frith van der Merwe in the next 2 to 3 years. We do know that she is a speed-based runner, not a distance-based runner, and it's paying off.
Definitely, and we may have to wait a little bit longer than 2 to 3 years, though, because I think for next year, Gerda Steyn's ambition is to represent South Africa in the Tokyo Olympic Games. So she's going to step down in distance after Comrades, focus on that, getting her marathon time down, and perhaps before breaking Frith van der Merwe's record in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, she'll look at breaking the South African women's record in the marathon. That'll be interesting.
Well, so the South African record, the official South African record is 2 hours, 26 minutes and some change behind the name of Colleen de Reuck. The fastest marathon time run is 2 hours, 25 minutes and 25 seconds on the Boston course, and that was by Ilana Meyer. So which one are you referring to?
I was referring to the official record. As we know, Ilana Meyer ran that 2:25 on the Boston Marathon course, which is basically known as an aided course. They do have Heartbreak Hill, but if you remember back in 2011 in the Boston Marathon, Jeffrey Mutai ran a world record at that time of 2 hours, 3 minutes and 2 seconds, but it didn't count because it's not part of the logistics and the measurements and all the rules that go with it. But Gerda Steyn, all on her own at this stage, probably around about 2 Ks or so to go for her. Yeah, definitely 2 Ks to go. She just went through the 54-kilometer mark there, so she has around 7 minutes or so to come close to Frith's record. Manfred, it's
doable.
I don't want to put any money down, but 7 minutes to do 2 kilometers would be 3:30 per K, and I think she's running maybe a little bit slower than that. I think we are going to see a 3:31 winning time today. It's phenomenal run by Gerda so far.
Look at that, running through, somebody throwing confetti. Look at the smiles. I suspect that if Gerda thinks that the record is on, I think she would have given a serious tonk. I don't think she's running flat box right now. She just looks so comfortable and so relaxed. It's not as, it's going to sound terrible, it's not as if she's putting in an effort to chase the time.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely going to be finishing a lot faster than what she did earlier. As we see former Two Oceans and Comrades winner Stephen Mujingi just run past our commentary box here. Not a bad run for a man for 3 hours, 25 minutes. But having said that, we're talking about elite Two Oceans and Comrades male runners just finishing. Gerda Steyn is just outside the grounds of UCT. That just puts into perspective how good this run is today.
Is Gerda Steyn the next big ultra runner? Or is she already the biggest ultra runner in South Africa right now?
I think alongside Anne Ashworth, I would definitely say that herself and Anne are the ultra runners of the country. But I'm going to take it further, and I'm going to say that Anne, instead of being the next big ultra marathon runner or whatever we want to say, she is going to be South Africa's next big marathon runner.
It's certainly going to be an interesting tussle. We've thrown this about a few times already. Women's marathon running in South Africa is about to enter an exciting era, an exciting stage. Gerda Steyn has indicated she wants to go and challenge the marathon. Yvette van Zyl is certainly still looking at the marathon. And if Anne Ashworth is stepping down from the ultras to focus on the marathons for a while, remember she's run a 2:35 marathon. That is certainly exciting stuff on the women's run, and based on that, Yvette and Gerda at this point, from what they've been doing in the marathon, are 2:27 marathon runners. So that is certainly exciting stuff, and if Anne Ashworth can get down to under 2:30s, well, 3 women at an Olympics 2020, that's certainly doable, and that would be unbelievable.
Most definitely. I think at this stage, the 4 women in contention of getting that Olympic qualifier, without a doubt, Gerda Steyn, Yvette van Zyl, Nolene Conrad as well, and Anne Ashworth, is going to be an amazing thing to see. Imagine, we have never had 3 South African women under 2:30 at the same time in the Olympic Games. It's good for the sport and good for the ladies distance running, as Gerda Steyn goes through the 55-kilometer mark, so she has
1 kilometer left.
1 kilometer to go, 27. She's not going to get the record, Manfred. It will be about a 3:15 K she'll have to drop down. Into consideration, she does have that 300-meter very steep hill that she's going to come in, but she's definitely going to finish in a time of 3:31. She's going to be within a minute of Frith's record.
Gerda Steyn almost coming onto the grass here at the finish line at the UCT, University of Cape Town. In the shadow, I keep saying this, of Devil's Peak. It's a glorious setting to host an event. It's an unbelievable place, and the vibe is absolutely fantastic. Gerda Steyn, there we go, is not far away from coming onto the grass here at the grounds of the University of Cape Town. Looking very, very strong. I do think Kieran, she has slowed down a bit. I think that stride is a little bit more choppy, but it's not about the time right now for Gerda. She knows she's sewn up this race. She knows that the win is hers, the defense of the title is hers. The record is not on the cards, but she did say it'll take a good few years before we can get to the record. She's not far off.
Yeah, definitely. She's not far off at all. She's going to literally fall. Let me put it into perspective this way. Instead of mentioning the record all the time, she's going to fall less than a minute short of R1 million. That's basically to sum up Gerda Stein's performance today. She's going to be very happy, I think, that she's defending her title. But Manfred, if I was Gerda and I finished under a minute to Fritz 1989 long-standing course record, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
Just a little, about R1 million worth of disappointment.
Yeah, I'll be R1 million worth of disappointed.
Look, I honestly believe that athletes caliber of Gerda Stein, if the record's within reach, they'll make an absolute effort to get it. And I do think that if she's not chasing it now, then maybe in the back of her mind she's still going, you know what, I still want that Comrades title. And the uprun, a lot of people have said suits her. I do think Anne Ashworth is incredibly strong, and to turn around and say that it's Gerda's to win would actually be wouldn't be the right thing to say. The women's race is certainly going to be something special, but you can't take anything away from this athlete. Gerda Stein used her knowledge of the course, used her experience as an ultra runner to absolute perfection, and about to enter the grass here at University of Cape Town. Again, the bikers saying well done and congratulating her, and the crowd is going to go ballistic when she comes across the finish line here. She's a popular athlete. She is a popular winner. The people love her. You go every single race that you see her. The hordes who want photos with her. Gerda Stein is an ambassador to the South African road running scene, always smiling, and even there acknowledging the crowd, the biggest smile on her face, enters the grass track, 400 meters to go. The clock queuing 3 hours, 30 minutes and 44 seconds. A little bit more than a minute out of the record, but just look at that smile, look at that face. Gerda Stein is relishing this moment. She's loving the defense of her title. And it was an incredible performance, taking control of the race very early on and never looking back, throwing in the surges after 39 kilometers, breaking the challenge of Mamarola Choka. Gerda Stein coming into the stadium, and just look how popular she is. The crowd absolutely adores this champion, and how can you not? Taking ultra running in the women's field to another level. We're about to witness an era in ultra running that is second to none in South Africa. Just over 3 hours, 31 minutes and 30 seconds for the win. And well, she was going for Comrades. That statement when she went yay on the finish line, I think this meant so much more to her than she let on.
Most definitely. She's finished less than a minute in Fritz van der Merwe's record time, and she's going to be really, really happy with this run. The second fastest time ever that we've witnessed here in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and definitely the fastest on this O-Kaap Savak course. She'll be very, very happy for that, and perhaps a big indication of something really big and special, Manfred, to come up in the upcoming Comrades Marathon.
Well, Gerda Stein very, very comfortably winning that race. And I just got some splits from 54 to 56 kilometers, 3:17, 3:24, 3:27:30. That's motoring.
That's very, very good. And it's going to be really interesting to see, as we see there Nick Bester congratulating her and her fiance Duncan Ross, a pilot by profession. Very, very happy trio of people there in the colors of Nedbank, and they're going to be very, very happy with that performance. But behind her, through the 50-kilometer mark, it was Mamarola Choka, who was 2 minutes 28 seconds down on Gerda. So even Mamarola, even though she's 2 minutes down at the 50k mark, running a fantastic race as well. They may be a long distance behind Gerda, but on any other given day, if there was no Gerda Stein in the field, they would have been in contention for the win. Yvette van Zyl, in her debut, was 6 minutes down on Gerda through the 50-kilometer mark. And then Manfred, a huge gap, 14 minutes behind Gerda Steyn was Dominika Stelmach, the second place finisher of last year, with Jenna Challenor and Shanae Bosman just behind them.
Well, then just a confirmation then of the men's results. Bongmusam Timbo winning his first ever Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's the 50th running of the event. What a year to take your title. David Getebe, a former winner here, and coming through 3 hours, 10 minutes and 29 seconds. Justin Kimbo Cheshire, the defending champion. Much was made up about the record. He was very keen to come and break that long-standing course record of Thomson Magawana, 3:03 and 44, back in 1988, 31 years ago. They gave it a good tonk. They gave it a real good effort. And in top 10, the man who was chasing it, Abraham Kiprotich, not even getting into the top 10 there. So he was on course for that record. But this is a brutal effort, as Mamarola Choka now is coming into coming close to the finish line, and she does look a little bit tired, but then again, 56 kilometers, you've never done it before, you will be feeling it.
Yes, most definitely. And Yvette van Zyl, who's making her debut here today, was 3 minutes down on Mamarolo going through that 50-kilometer mark. But it'll be interesting to see if Yvette could perhaps claw her way back closer to the second position. Mamarolo at this stage not running very fast or as fluid as you saw Gerda Steyn flying through there, as some more finishers come through here to the finish here at UCT. You mentioned, Manfred, that Abraham Kiprotich not anywhere in the top 10. I wonder if he's even going to finish the race.
Well, Mamarola Choka out there approaching the finish line here. She's going up this last short, steep climb just outside the university grounds. On the left-hand side is the old zoo. And Mamarola Choka, that climb is painful. That climb is painful. You've run 55 kilometers and you've got this real sting before you come down here and onto the ground here. It really is, and you can see Mamarola Choka is hurting.
Most definitely. There's probably a little bit of cramps going on through her calves or her hamstrings there, but Mamarola Choka is going to improve on her previous best Two Oceans marathon finish. She's won the half marathon here before. In the past, I think she's won twice, if I'm not mistaken, and she's going to follow that up with a second today. Not really an ultra marathon runner as such, more suited towards the short distance. She was second as well in last year's Old Mutual Soweto Marathon, but she was known as the Queen of Soweto, 6 times winner of the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon today. And even though she may be a little bit disappointed that she never won, I think she's still going to be ecstatic that she's held on for second, especially the way she was going back and forth like a yo-yo with Gerda from already as early as the 42k mark.
Well, they were certainly throwing in the surges at that stage. And it was the experience and the knowledge of this, of the distance that played into Gerda's hands. And I do also think the fact that she went and drove the route yesterday made a big difference as well. Mamarola Choka now about 500, maybe 600 meters away from the finish line. You are right, Q, and those hammies are in absolute pain. It's almost as if she looks almost as if she's about ready to collapse. Those legs are wobbling. But Gerda Steyn, an incredible run by her. Mamarola Choka take nothing away from her. 3 hours 37. That's still a very good time.
Definitely, it's going to be the fastest time as well compared to previous winning times on this Okapsavak route. So she's got to be happy with the time. Second, of course, you would want to win the race, but Mamarola Choka will definitely be happy with this. She's also a pedigree athlete, Manfred. A 70-minute half marathon. She's run 2:33, if I'm not mistaken, for the marathon, and she as well will be looking towards next year's Olympic Games to represent her country, Lesotho.
Mamarola Choka now on the grass here at the finish line, and the crowd certainly giving her a rousing welcome, and very happy, you can see that. The cross between her teeth, trademark move by Mamarola Choka as she comes in for the finish, and certainly a really good debut by the athletes from across the border. Mamarola Choka, a class athlete, you don't run 70 minutes or 72 minutes 70 minutes rather for a half marathon and not come in here and throw down a serious challenge. It'll be interesting to see just how far behind Yvette van Zyl is. She was incredibly nervous, was Yvette, but Mamadou Choka, the second lady across the line, 3 hours, 38 minutes and just over 20 seconds, or just under 3 hours, 38 minutes and 30 seconds. That, Kuhn, is a really good effort.
Most definitely, it's a really good time for this course. On any other year, that would have been a winning time here in the ladies' race, and she must be really happy for that. And it'll be interesting now to see, as we see there, Gerda Steyn. That's why she's the darling of SA running, forever smiling, coming to congratulate her teammates. And it'll be interesting now to see if Yvette van Zyl is still hanging on for the third place. She had a big cushion to Dominika Stelmach, who was 14 minutes behind at the 50-kilometer mark. And no, I think, to be honest, I think with the route change, Manfred, it's definitely knocked Yvette's confidence a little bit. She prepared meticulously for this event. A month ago, she came down to Cape Town. She ran the course numerous times with her husband LJ, and there she is in the picture. And those legs are hurting, Manfred. She's going to still run a great time, 3 hours 39, just below 3 hours and 40 minutes at this stage, and she's within that last kilometer. She's already gone up that steep and nasty little hill just outside UCT, and she's making that drop down now onto the fields. She only has the length of 2 rugby fields to go through now, and when she crosses the line, she can officially call herself an ultra-marathon runner.
Well, she was nervous and she is in pain, you're quite correct. She also said that she gets irritated, and I can understand why when men crowd her, and the guy running next to her has been doing that for whatever reasons, be it for television purposes, who knows. But I do wish that male runners would show some respect and just give the leading females a little bit of space, because they do run, they do race. He's not racing. So, you know, give her right of way, give her the gap, give her some space, and Yvette will be very irritated now by the nearness of the guy next to her. But I wonder if he hasn't been helping her, you know, if he hasn't stuck with her and run with her, and maybe she has fed off that as well. Those legs are sore. There's a massive grimace on that face. The shoulders are incredibly tight. Yvette van Zyl is really struggling in this last little section here.
Most definitely, and also, you know, Manfred, you've been running 55.8 kilometers on the hard tarmac, and when your legs touch that grass, it's a different sensation. It's hard to even explain it, but your legs literally almost turn to jelly. But Yvette van Zyl coming through now for third place. She won't be happy with this performance, but still on debut, a spot on the podium. And her husband LJ van Zyl, himself a former world champion over on the track, I'm definitely sure he'll be on that finishing line, welcoming his wife across the line, and her 2 kids back home in Pretoria with Omar will be very happy with their mother's performance today.
3 hours 41 minutes and just around about 30 seconds, and that was the unofficial time there. She is in a world of pain, and just look at that, Gerda Steyn, the graceful champion, coming over. There's LJ van Zyl, that's her husband, and wow, Yvette is in pain. That is sore, that is really hurting, and I suspect that well, she wanted to get onto the podium. She wanted to get an ultra under her belt. She wanted to feel what it's like. She said she has absolute respect for the ultra athletes. She has total respect for them, and this is why. Right now, we're going to go down to the field where the people's champ, Mbolela Tinto, has got the women's champ, Gerda Steyn.
It is my absolute pleasure to welcome, ladies, 2019 and the 50th, the half century, our champion, Gerda Steyn. Once again, how are you, ma'am? Congratulations.
Hello, thank you very much. It's such an honor for me to finish in first place today. I can't believe it. It's a dream come true.
Yeah. And talk me through today, weather, to talk me through everything. I mean, it was weather, it was wind, it was rain, it was... To talk me through what your thinking was and how you changed your plan in the race.
I think my plan from the start was quite aggressive. I knew that it was going to be a very fast race today with competition, top class competition. So the race started really fast, but the rain didn't bother me too much. I was very fortunate. I managed to keep my pace in the rain. The wind wasn't too strong, so the rain wasn't. It was fine. And then yes, the race really unfolded after OMTOM, where the three of us ladies, the top 3 ladies, were still together until the late stage of the race. But just before the marathon mark, I managed to put a surge in, and I maintained my first place till the end.
And talk to me, I mean, we know you're sensational over 10, sensational over the half, sensational over the marathon. What is it that's taken you to another level and to come and win the 50th OMTOM?
I think for me personally, I started with the ultra distances and then moved back to shorter. So I was a little bit concerned as my competitors were all quicker than me over the 10s and 21s. So I knew that I would have to put a gap on them rather than to try and outsprint them at the finish. And it worked successfully for me. So I managed to maintain my form until the end. So I think that is where my strength came through.
And I think it's clear to anybody who's keeping an eye on the scene, you're in what we'd call a purple patch, the most purple patch we maybe have seen in your career. What do you count that down to? Is it training? Was there a mindset shift? What has taken you? Because you've really gone from, I think, with no disrespect, I think from South African class to truly world class in the last, I would say, 2 years of keeping an eye on you.
Yes, I think maybe I'm the face that people see, but it's not just me. It's a big team behind me. I have a lot of support, both from my club, from my team, from my family, my fiance. I've got a big support system, and I think that is my strength. And I need to thank them and everyone who supports me. And to me, when I run, it feels like I run for my country. I feel like I've got a whole country of support behind me, and I think that's really what carried me, especially in the later parts of this race.
And I mean, you've won a special one here. I think that's a great message. You've won the 50th Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. What does that mean to you? I mean, now you're locked in history forever. What does that mean to you?
It's very, very special for me. This year was a great year. It was a special race. There was so much eyes on this. To win this spectacular race for me, I will keep this memory till the end of my time. So yes, I was very fortunate to win the 50th anniversary, and I want to congratulations also to Oceans for building such a great pedigree race with 50 years already going.
And I mean, you're obviously a special athlete. You did mention there that there's a massive team behind you, but who is it in your family? I know a lot of people don't see that with, that they see you elite athletes as robots, but you're more than that. Who's the family members that you want to thank? I mean, I think this is your time to give them thanks, and it sounded like you wanted to thank them.
Yes, I think before I was never an athlete. Even at school and university, I was never an athlete. So for my family, my father, my mother, my brother, sibling, sister, they never knew me as an athlete, and they really support me through my whole transformation really into an athlete. And they never said to me that I should be scared of anyone, to stand back. And I hope that it can inspire also other South Africans out there to do the same and follow the same path.
And I'm absolutely inspired. One last message for the young ladies at home. This ultra game is now for everybody. But what do you say when somebody like yourself, who's just gone to another stratosphere, and young women when they see you, I mean, part of the inspiration, what do you have to say to the young lady who's looking to Gerda Steyn and says it's impossible, and you're showing that it's possible? What do you have to say for her?
I think for them, I've got the most to say to them, because to other athletes, I don't have their experience. But for young women out there, please never think that it can't be you. Don't think that because you're not where you want to be, or because you get beaten at some sport, you can't be something, you can't be successful in something. If you work hard and you have a dream in your heart, I promise you that it can come true. You just have to work towards it, and it will come true.
Gerda Steyn, you're an absolute legend. Let me let you go and recover. That's a fantastic message. Folks, you heard it. She said it's possible for anybody. She's now done it at the 50th OMTOM, of course, our half century. Gerda in the history books for good. Congratulations, Gerda. And to all the runners behind me, you'll see them coming in. We are here. We are turning 50. And from Cape Town, South Africa, finish line, I send you back to the studio, folks.
Gerda Steyn, your defending champion from 2018, winning the 50th edition of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon very, very comfortably, coming close to the course record of Frith van der Merwe that has stood since 1989. And there are some out there who are saying that had she run it on the traditional route, then she would have broken the record of Frith van der Merwe. But not to be this time round. The interesting question is how is she going to do the Comrades Marathon? Well, how is she going to tackle it? How will the legs recover? How the legs will recover? And Kieran,
that is going to be the telltale sign. There's only 7 weeks left until the one of the biggest ultra marathons in the world, alongside the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, and it's going to be interesting, Manfred. I still think that although she was so close to the record of Fritz, she still has a lot left in the tank. But you know, Comrades is a long way. It's 87 kilometers of brutal uphill. But I really think that perhaps she missed the record today of fifths. But maybe she's going to smash the record come the Comrades Marathon in June of Elena Nogalievas. That's 6 hours 9 minutes into the Comrades Marathon. So I really think that, yes, she did have a hard run today, but her coach Nick Bester, they're very professional. They know what they're doing, and from now for the rest of the week they'll do a lot of massage, a lot of ice baths, and they'll recover well, and they'll recover fast.
Well, some wise words there by the road running guru, Kieran Walker. We'll be chatting to him a little bit more in a minute, as our fourth lady is about to cross the line. But before we talk about it, we are going to be chatting to the Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual, long-time sponsor here of the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, 20 years in fact, and that is Vuyo Lee, the Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual. And well, first of all, welcome, but 20 years, that's impressive.
Thank you very much. Before you get me fired for trying to steal my boss's job as the Chief Marketing Officer.
Oh dear.
And not the Executive Officer.
Well, you can always blame me.
But you know what? You dream big. I dream big as well. No, 20 years. I mean, it really is amazing, since 1999. And Old Mutual is really proud to be affiliated with this race and celebrating together with the 2 Oceans Association the 50 years. So it's really amazing. It's really been an amazing sponsorship for us in terms of the partnership and reaching a broader audience. So we're really proud to have reached this milestone.
So I'm a media junkie. I wanted the record to go. Are you relieved it hasn't gone because the money's still staying with you?
Actually, ironically, we really wanted the record to go. I mean, 20 years and then 50-year milestone would have been an amazing time to actually say that the record has been reached. So, I mean, we were talking about it this morning with the team. We're like, you know what, if there's ever a time for this record to be beat, it's today.
Perfect time.
But I guess with the route being much more difficult, I can understand that it would have been a challenge to actually reach it. But I think it's really great that somebody like Gerda has reached the second fastest time for a woman on this race. So it's got its challenges, but at least there are some challenges out there, which is great.
What is really, really good to see is that Kieran and I were talking about my fellow commentators, Jenna Challenor, former runner-up here in 2017, having a fantastic run, coming back, running for her father, who recently passed away, and she will be absolutely emotional as she crosses the line here, also having had injury worries. But were you, in terms of the involvement of Old Mutual in road running, it's massive. It's been around for Old Mutual has been around for a long, long time, and this is your flagship event. What does it mean to be involved in something like this?
I think what's really great about it is that it's more than just running. It really is about reaching a broader community. I mean, the 2 Oceans generates about 672 million rand to the city of Cape Town, and to know that we are part of job creation and also reaching broader communities is really special.
What excites, and Q and I were talking about that just before Jenna came in, what excites us is the fact that women's marathon running and ultra running is improving dramatically. We've seen it now with Gerda Steyn. Shanae Bosman now coming in, she'll be behind Jenna Challenor, and she will certainly be one of those contenders to look out for in 7 weeks' time when she lines up in the Comrades Marathon. But Shanae Bosman has never won this race, has always wanted to. She's finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, and said in the press conference, winning this would have been perfect, but not going to happen today. But just looking at this, the fact that women's marathon running and ultra marathon running is improving dramatically as a brand that is pushing and leading in women's development and so on, this really must be gratifying.
No, it's absolutely very gratifying. And I mean, good luck to Shanae for Comrades. I know she's won it before, but it really is great because it also talks about the philosophy of reaching for your dreams and planning. And why we are so aligned to a race like the Two Oceans is mainly because it really is aligned to the whole philosophy of planning, preparing, reaching your goals, and also looking for guidance and coaching. And I can see that there are some running clubs out there that are providing that guidance. And who knows, I mean, we might see a record breaker next year or in 2 years' time from a woman. I believe it's been more than 20 years since it's been broken, so I'm kind of holding thumbs for the ladies out there.
Well, the women's running certainly on the rise, a massive resurgence. But this entire weekend is really big. It's not just the 56 kilometers. We had the half marathon, which is massive, and most of the field is in fact women. Yes. In the half marathon, and a lot of them are novices. But then there's the trail run, then there's the nappy dash, there's the fun run. This is a massive involvement.
Absolutely. I mean, 30,000 people representing 80 countries coming from all walks of life to actually do this race. And it's really a great event for the family, given that it's Easter weekend. We've got lots of family coming in from different parts of the country and the world as well. And the local community coming together to support this. So it really is amazing. I think what's really great for us also is that we're really proud of the Runners Village initiative, where we're actually making sure that 300 runners who don't have the means to actually come to a Two Oceans Marathon, but they've got the passion, we provide them with the right means in terms of accommodation and transportation. And meals, and you know, those people otherwise would be sleeping in the streets, and how we started it was mainly because of that. You went to the start line, you saw a lot of people sleeping in the streets, and we thought, let's give them the opportunity to be physically and mentally ready for this. So it really does bring a lot of people together, and it takes quite an effort, and I think the Two Oceans Association has been fantastic.
And it's not just something that you're doing here at the Two Oceans, you're also actually doing that Soweto Marathon. It's a big thing in Soweto Marathon as well.
Absolutely. So last year we did our full Runners Village, same 300 people. And who knows, I mean, in the future we could probably grow it to about 500 people, because it really is a great initiative. And, you know, you're reaching a broader community as well. As I said earlier, it's about running for more than yourself. So we'll see what happens at Soweto. Hopefully we can accommodate more and also support various charities that most of these races support.
Well, thank you for popping into the studio. Great chatting to you. This is really insightful, and well done on spectacular 20th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Old Michelle's very proud to be part of this.
Well, there we have it. Uwe Lee, Chief Marketing Officer of Old Mutual, before she gets fired on because of me, and telling us a little bit more about Old Mutual's involvement. 20 years, in fact, at the Two Oceans Marathon here, and that's quite a milestone. 50 years the race has been going. 20 years the sponsorship of Old Mutual. But right now we're going to be talking to another legend. Running legend down on the finish line with Bolelo Tinto is none other than Ryan Sands.
I'm here with the mountain goat himself, the essence of a mountain goat, Ryan Sands. How are you, brother? I see you pounding the tar nowadays. Talk me through you popping up on the finish of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Yeah, I guess I've grown up watching Two Oceans. So unfortunately, my dad passed away last year, and I remember supporting him as a kid, and he did 6 Two Oceans Ultras. So yeah, I've got his 6 ultra medals, and I thought it'd be really cool to do 6 myself. So yeah, this is my journey is running Two Oceans. So I've done 1 now and got another 5 more to go.
Right, and that's phenomenal. I remember seeing your interviews saying, because guys presume you do 100 miles, you can do 100 Ks on trail, and you said, yeah, the road's too sore, but that's an inspiration from a special place. So condolences to you, and that's an awesome story, brother. Ryan, talk me through today. What was it like? Weather changes. What was that like for you on the road?
Yeah, it's obviously my first ultra on the road, so I was a little bit nervous. Yeah, I've obviously done a lot longer ultras on the trail, but the road is hard. I definitely could feel it the last kind of from marathon distance onwards. It was pretty legs were getting a bit tired, but in general felt pretty good and comfortable, and really enjoyed the experience. Lots of amazing support out on the course. There was a bit of rain early on, but I think it was pretty good and really kind of cooled things down nicely, and yeah, it was just a really fun and awesome day out.
And Ryan, I think it's special to see you here, and your commemorative sort of run to your father happens in a special year for the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, of course. And now you're from Cape Town. I know you live Cape Town and absolutely love this city. Yes. What does it mean to you to have this landmark race turning 50, and really it's a special landmark? What does that mean to you as a Cape Townian through and through?
Yeah, like I mentioned, when I got my dad's 6 ultra medals, so many memories came back as a kid. I think I was 3 or 4 when my dad ran his first one, and I remember supporting at Constantia Neck and kind of every Easter going and getting excited and supporting him, and then he would get back with his medal and I'd run around the garden with his medal. So I guess for me, that was my first kind of real kind of experience or introduction to ultra. So it's an incredibly special race and event, and just really stoked to finally kind of get to the finish line.
Ryan, before I let you go, listen, a lot of people think Ryan does 100 miles, 100 Ks on trail. What's the difference, would you say, to doing sort of road and doing those long ultras on the mountains, for those who don't know?
Yeah, I guess it's just like the elevation gain and descent, and it's a lot more technical. So probably I guess I ran today in about 3 hours 50 or so. I guess some trail races can take just about double that in time, just because you're climbing about 5,000 or 6,000 meters over 50 kilometers. So it's just a lot more different. The terrain is constantly changing, so you can't ever get into a rhythm, and it's just mixing up the whole time. So to me it's completely different. But I love mixing it up a bit and being able to experience something like this. I don't want to be kind of classed as just a trail runner. I want to be seen as a runner, and for me, I want to do a bit of everything.
Ryan, you're an absolute legend, brother, and it's great to see you out here embracing the community and really getting into the running community. You know, very few people will ever get to see you other than start, finish line, because you're usually cream guys, but for you to run this is special, and with your commemorative run of 6, I really, really wish you the best, brother. Put it there.
Thanks so much, eh?
Ryan Sands, thank you so much. Ryan Sands giving us his time, folks, an absolute legend here in the Western Cape. And we've become legendary. We're 50 years old this year at OMTOM. Hashtag OMTOM 2019. Folks, check us out, YouTube, Facebook, all day long on the live stream. With that, back to Manfred and Kewen.
Four hours and the gun's gone off. And some of the athletes just missing it. Renee Kalmer just coming in. The big smile on her face. She knows she's just missed out on a sub-4 here at Two Oceans. It is her debut. Renee Kalmer, of course, 3 years ago was told that she had a career-threatening injury in her hip. It may very well have not been out here running again. So just look at that smile. She's absolutely ecstatic to be back here running and running well. And this is also her debut ultramarathon. Renee Kalmer, a 40-time national champion, a 2-time Olympian. She's won national titles. And that's Carly, her youngest kid. And she said she can do no wrong in her eyes. So there you go. Just look at the emotion on that face. Renee Kalmer, an incredible ambassador of South African road running, South African athletics, 40 national titles, all the way from 800 meters up to the half marathon. I don't think she's won a marathon title. I stand under correction there. That's her sister, Christine Kalmer. And that was really an impressive display of running. So these will be moments that they cherish for the rest of their lives. Yeah, you can see the emotion there. Renee Kalmer just missing out on breaking 4 hours here at the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, being greeted by her daughter Carly, who certainly has helped her rejuvenate her running. Well, you couldn't host an event like this anywhere in the province without the support and the infrastructure and the buy-in of the provincial body. So, Alan Barnes, a board member of Western Province Athletics, this event's been going 50 years. It's a massive event for Cape Town, for Western Province. We've also got the Cape Town Marathon, which is growing unbelievably. Western Province road running is, from an eventing point of view, certainly on the rise.
Yeah. Phenomenal. I mean, I think we chuffed in terms of that, in terms of the event that we've put on. I think in terms of the current position within Western Province athletics itself is it's in a good space. As you just mentioned, we have a host of events. I mean, this one it's the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, a gold label event. We have, we're honoured to have the Spa Ladies Challenge. We've got the FMB 12. We've got a host of events, and I think, it shows in terms of in terms of the growth that's happening. The event itself. But first, and I think added to that space, we're chuffed to know that we've had 3 athletes in the top 11 in the finish in the ultra. I mean, that itself shows, in terms of the space we're at. But I mean, yeah, we're in a good space. We're doing well.
This event is iconic. I mean, it's been running for 50 years from very humble beginnings. Now looking at just under 30,000 entrants, 30,000 runners. It's a massive achievement, and just to see something like this grow over the years. As a Western Province board member, you've got to be immensely proud about being able to host an international event of this stature.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we extremely pleased. But I think, and behind that, there is a host of players. I mean, I think we need to, give credit to the, Two Oceans Marathon NPC, the board, under the leadership of Rodney Maharaj. We need to give credit to the staff, at Two Oceans Marathon. And then obviously, the partnerships in terms of Old Mutual. It's, the city of Cape Town, is no small player, in these events. The apparel sponsors, Adidas, and a host of more. So, it's really a partnership. And I think in terms of Western Province Athletics, it is all part really in terms of our pathway to excellence. We have offered and we are committed in terms of the athlete, and that's really our focus. And all these events at the end of the day, is creating opportunities for our local athletes to compete against the best in the world. And I think we've seen that today. I think, we are certainly able to hold ourselves up high. Our athletes, are doing exceptionally well. Both in terms of the half marathon, and congratulations to Elroy again in terms of winning that particular event.
You're claiming him as a Western Province athlete, aren't you?
Yeah, if I go through the names, you'll see most of the athletes, are from Western Province at some point in time. So let's not go there. But that's exactly what this whole event is about. It's really putting on a showcase for Cape Town. We really are the jewel capital. We may be an outpost somewhere, from Gauteng, but we're really the capital in terms of events. But it's really a partnership, and it's when we all come together that we run as one. And that has really been our motto. We really have, it's really, one team, one dream in terms of this particular event. But we can't complain. We've had great weather. It started out with a drizzle, but again, you're sitting under the mountain. What better place can you ask for?
Alan, you mentioned obviously, to put an event of this magnitude together, yes, you need partners and you need financial partners, but the reality is, and I think this very often gets forgotten about events of this nature, is without a city, without the support of a city, road closures, infrastructure, marshals, traffic department, sanitation, etc., you could never host this event.
Absolutely, and I think absolutely. That. This event takes a year to plan. We've got, I think it's over 30,000 people in different forms. You had events yesterday. There's a whole lead up. you know, that everybody has to come together. And I think we are proud of the way the city partners with us. I mean, not only in terms of this particular event, but in terms of our entire calendar. I mean, you must remember, you know, Western Province Athletics has 18,500 registered members. You know, we put on 140 events in a calendar year, you know, through our clubs, through various structures and so forth. So, and all of these are partnered, you know, by the city of Cape Town. You know, we have every weekend in any given time, you'll find a runner participating in a race on our roads and so forth. And that requires, you know, infrastructure, you know, in order to organize and so forth. So today, particularly, I think we also need to thank the residents of Cape Town, you know, for their patience, for the indulgence in terms of road closures. You know, it's an inconvenience for 3 or 4 hours, but really, you know, it's an event, you know, of huge magnitude. I mean, I think they had something like 90 odd countries being represented here, you know, and that's what it is. You know, the event contributes usually to the GDP of this particular province, and that is our commitment, you know, in terms of that. I mean, we've had to change the route, you know, over Kaapseweg, and that itself, you know, whilst it was a matter, you know, relating to an issue of safety, and we took those things seriously. But I think it was a correct decision from Tomo, because it was also an acknowledgement, you know, of the plight of our people within those particular areas, and I think, and because we don't operate in an isolation. We're not in a vacuum. We are part of the city. We are part of the problems. And we're also part of the solutions, you know, within this particular city.
The interesting, I mean, you mentioned the route and the route change, and literally it's happened overnight. And yes, obviously there's always a plan B in place, but to be able to, and again, this is where you bring in the city and your city officials, is that to be able to overnight, to be able to turn around, we're moving the course. That speaks volumes.
Absolutely. You know, and that's the whole thing about it, as you could see. I mean, you know, the amount of work that was put in by Two Oceans through various partners during this particular week was extremely challenging. You know, in terms of to change a route, you know, within 7 days is not an easy thing. I think the route measurers were out there yesterday, you know, running around trying to get, you know, that sorted out. But I mean, I think it just shows in terms of in the magnitude and the competency within our organization. And that's the thing about it. I've always say to people, you know, when they're saying, oh, you know, things are going not well, at the end of the day, this race comes together because this is our core business. And the thing about it, in terms of Western Province Athletics and all its associates, we know our business. This is our business, you know, and no one can tell us anything second in terms of that. So, you know, while things behind the scenes may look somewhat erratic and so forth, we are always confident, you know, that the race comes together because this is our business.
Alan, 50 years, are you going to be around for the next?
No, sir. You know, I think you can also, the thing about this particular business, you can only do for so long. But I mean, I think for us to just even, you know, it was a privilege for me, you know, as an administrator, to have actually been to this event today. I mean, I think, but as I said, the sport is so much bigger than all of us. And this event will go to its 100th, way beyond the two of us, and so forth. And it'll grow in stature. I think we are now, as you could see, in terms of this particular venue, we're bursting at our seams. We probably at some point are going to require more. But the city is continuously, you know, in terms of you know, engaging with us, because they understand and recognize, you know, the value of this particular event to the city of Cape Town.
Alan Barnes, thank you very much. Thanks for popping in.
Thanks, man, for it.
Right now, down on the finish line, none other than former champion David Khatebe with Bolelo Tinta.
And I'm standing with Kroonstad's favorite son, Waname. David Khatebe, second place today at the 50th Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. How are you feeling, brother?
But but by Pula first 10 kilometers from start until 10 kilometers, then you are body right happy.
So Kroonstad's favorite son, David Khatebe, saying the weather early disturbed his plans, and it took a bit out of the legs, but then he got to about 21 and it started to be okay. So besides that, no planning, sharp, and then adjust the
just still all right, but problem mainly ke first time ke matha course ya Kapseu ya ne ke expect ile hore ke lo matha Chapman's Peak but ntho di laka za changeanyana but ka re ke ka gore la athlete tshwantse emele ntho ngwe le ngwe mathata a mangala mangatsela ka na emele.
David saying he was prepared to run chappies. Of course, Kopsaweg changes the course a little bit, so he adjusted in the end, but he planned for chappies. But he's saying for the future, he knows that he has to be ready for absolutely anything. And then for the rest of the year, our support Ararata, what's the plan for 2019? Robona guy, what's the goal?
Plan on nna ka matsatsi a ohle ke plana ke di race ke di targetang ke comrade ke Two Ocean ke a tseba ke mathile ha right ko Two Ocean then comrade prepare ya teng sentse ke continue fela then ke tseba ntho ngwe le ngwe ba monate.
Folks, he says this is the goal race, and then of course he'll go to Durban at Comrades. So those are his 2 goal races every single year. And he says he knows if I run well at Two Oceans, I know I'm going to have a cracker Comrades. So before go local, I go robots. Orengo bana ba go Kronstadt ba bangwe ba malokshini ba o bona o etsa tsona. So orengo bona ba re fitla jwang mo top.
Ka mantse ya monatenyana ne a di ka fitisetsang ho bana ba banyenyana for development ke busy ka development mo Rustenburg ke sebetsa mo Rustenburg mining then ke nkile le bana ba ko Kronstadt Simon Matsepe ntse ke trainer le ena Tifo Maxi le o mong ke dintse different ya di drive ke nkile ba bang KwaZulu-Natal thuya KwaZulu-Natal ke nkile engwe ko Lichtenburg ke kopantshitse mo le development ya ka etsa mahantle ke batla go bona le nna ka osane ba ke ba developile di champion teng.
David Khatebe is saying being a champion yourself is not enough. He's developing the next generation in Rustenburg, from Kroonstad. He's taken youngsters from Durban, and that is his dream for the rest of his running career, not only to be a runner himself, but to inspire the next generation. And then, Agorobotse, you're now part of history, second at the 50th Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Wikulo Ulajang for this massive race being a part of history.
Ke ikutlwa ke le motlotlo haholo ka race ena Two Ocean Marathon. Two Ocean Marathon, remember 2013 I win it that race. Yeah. I want to win it again. Yeah. And I want my development, other person who can win it. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, a humble champion saying he's won it in 2013. He doesn't want to just keep the glory to himself. He wants the guys he's developing to come and win. So as we turn 50, remember, running is a wonderful thing. We pass it on to the next generation. To you, Mr. Khatebe, I say congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, we're 50. We're all over social media. We are streaming live for the very first time at OMTOM 2019. With that, I send you back to the guys in studio.
Well, David Khatebe, the runner-up in the men's race. And in case you missed it, there we go. Gerda Steyn coming oh so close to the course record here in the women's race. 3 hours, 31 minutes and 29 seconds. The ever-smiling Gerda Steyn. Behind her, debutant Mamarolo Choka, 3:38.23 with Yvette van Zyl also in doing her debut, 3:41.32. And last year's runner-up, Dominika Stelmach, settling for 4th. Jenna Challenor making a welcome return back to the running scene after struggling with injury and the unfortunate passing away of her dad, for whom she ran today. Look out for Shano Bosman in the Comrades Marathon in a few weeks' time, 7 weeks' time exactly. She's been in the form of her life, and certainly really good to see 6 South Africans in the top 10. Great performance there, women's ultra running improving. And the men's side, well, what can we say about this man? Mongmusa Mthembu, he's winning everything. He's a 3-time winner of the Comrades Marathon. He's finished runner-up at the World 100K Champs, 3rd at the World 100K Champs, and here he is winning the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. 3 hours, 8 minutes and 40 seconds, and he looked really strong. But the man in second, David Khatebe, to me, the way he finished, 3 hours, 10 minutes and 30, that speaks volumes. 7 weeks down the line, be very aware this is going to be a massive race, probably between numbers 1 and 2 on your screen at the Comrades Marathon. Justin Kemboy Cheshire, the defending champion, having to settle for 3rd. Sintayehu Legesa Yanasu making an attempt at the record at one stage, and then the legs came off, or the wheels came off, settling for 4th. Mabotilo Lepopo, finishing in 5th there. But good to see a number of South Africans in the top 10 again, and South African ultra running also improving quite dramatically. Right now though, with me, the HOD of, let me get this correct, Agriculture and Sport, is that correct?
Cultural Affairs and Sport.
Cultural Affairs and Sport, Brent Walters.
Yes.
Brent, thank you for joining us here. And just in terms of the Two Oceans Marathon, what it does for Cape Town and also for you in the sporting department,
I think,
how important is it?
I think it's extremely important because what we've managed to do here is bring people together from all different backgrounds. Obviously, put an event that can stand up on a global stage together here today. And obviously, I think from our department's point of view, very proud to be associated with this event in its 50th year. And from small beginnings, 20 odd runners in the beginning, and look at this event now, how it's grown. So I think from our point of view, it's about the participation. Obviously, it's about the excellence, as you indicated there. All the South Africans featuring in the top 10, very good. But it's also about the participation and the people who actually come out here. Sport is a way of bringing people together. It's a great leveler. Doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter your religion, doesn't matter your political party, whatever. It brings people together for common purpose, and that's what has been put on here today. And I think from Western Cape Government and the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, we're clearly very thrilled to be part of this event.
It's actually quite impressive. I mean, I grew up in Cape Town and subsequently moved to Johannesburg, but I remember Greenpoint Common, way different to what it is now.
Yes.
And certainly a lot of work and effort has been put into specifically that area because of this new culture of being physically active.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is to get people out there to make sure that, because a person who's physically active, obviously then for the state and for the government, it reduces the health cost. And you get people into the idea of actually being physically fit, taking part in things. And what we saw here today also, as we're seeing it here in front of us, we see ordinary people, some of them even walking and completing the event, which is just fantastic.
Doing extraordinary things.
Extraordinary things.
Yeah. So in terms of where this, I mean, this is a massive event. So obviously there's the Cape Town Marathon as well, but this, we've got 30,000 runners. You've got a 4-day running festival. This is a massive event for the city of Cape Town.
It's a fantastic event. It ranks in the top 6 events for Cape Town, but essentially it's a top event for South Africa and for Africa. And I think importantly, this is something Western Cape government will always support this event, because we know just in terms of bringing people together, bringing people from all over Africa, and even bringing international competitors to this event, that becomes very important for us.
And of course, it does get shows. We're live streaming now, so this is actually, we're going out to a very broad audience, which means you're able to market South Africa.
Able to market South Africa, and I think it's fantastic that you've live streamed, because we know in government they speak about the 4th industrial revolution and how this is going to work and so on. But here we actually see it in action. We've taken the thing to people's cell phones all over the world, on YouTube and other platforms. I think that's fantastic. It just does a marketing job for Cape Town, the Western Cape and South Africa.
It's 50 years in the making. Next 50 years coming up, we won't be around for that. But in terms of the next few years and so on, what is the vision that the Department of Sport has and Culture has for something like this?
So I think what is important first is to make sure that the event actually is secured and that basically we support it. Obviously, we can get bigger and better, but Cape Town also has a carrying capacity.
Absolutely.
The road infrastructure and all the other infrastructure, there is a carrying capacity. But I think also what the event has done also, you have other events attached to it with juniors and younger people. And I think that becomes very important. So our idea is to actually make it, obviously the excellence will never stay behind. That's always important. People need that aspiration, need to try to get to something. But always broaden the participation base. And I can tell you, in the Western Cape, for example, just to get entered into this event, the amount of jostling and lobbying there is, please, can I get an entry form? And that speaks volumes, I think, for the next 50 years. I think the event is healthy, and it certainly will see out the next 50 years.
The interesting thing is you talk about jostling to get into the events and so on. It's obviously prestigious, and there's this desire to be involved in this. But in terms of you have this massive event in Cape Town. What is the spin-off for the rest of the province, for example?
So the rest of the province, the spin-off is that basically people come from all over the province to be able to participate in this. And it promotes the idea of physical activity, but it also promotes the sport of athletics. which is very important. As you indicated before, this inspires people to actually go on, be fit, get out, be healthy, go running, go walking. So I think that's the power of it.
Mr. Brent Walters, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
It was a great setting here to be talking about what an incredible event, and certainly looking forward to the next 50 years. I won't be around for the next 50 years. I don't think you will be either, but thanks for coming in to chat to us.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Oh, there you have it. So a lot of investment in the Western Cape, in the Western Cape, and in itself for this event, the 50th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the 20th of Old Mutual, and we're lining them up fast and furious down on the finish line. Mboleno Tinto is earning his money today. He's chatting to the athletes. So Mboleno, it's back down to you.
We are here with Mapepan Waringfell. I saw you crossing the finish line, having the time of your life, brother.
Yeah, it's been about maybe 2 years without being here. And then I'm a trail runner, by profession. But then, I came here to enjoy it. This is the loveliest race I've ever run. I want to come back here for more and more and more.
It's called the world's most beautiful marathon for a reason, my brother. You're here on a special year, 50 years. What does it mean to you as a South African coming all the way from, some people say Kwakwa, but it's actually Kwakwa, for those who don't know. All the way from Kwakwa to come here and enjoy our 50th birthday. What does that mean to you to be a part of this race?
Actually, I was not supposed to come. My friend was running his 10th, Ryan Matava. Big ups to him because he's the one that gives me power. I was off and then I couldn't run for about a year and a half, and then he gave me power. And the 50th one, I saw it after him. I said, hey man, you must come and celebrate. So I had to help him all the way, and he helped me, and then with the motivation, because I owe him one, so yeah.
What's your message to the guys back in Kwakwa, you here in Cape Town? What do you say to them that didn't come this year? They're feeling doubtful about doing the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon?
I say 20 minutes a day, get it to your habit, and it is how it goes.
I love it, brother. And lastly, talk to me about those dance moves, bro. What do people what feedback do they give you? Because I'm telling you, you were burning the dance floor there, bro.
You must give them what they say to you. Say it to them. Then they will laugh. Then they laugh, then they enjoy. Yeah, it's all about that.
My brother, I love your smile. I loved your energy crossing the finish line. So, and thank you very much for coming to join us for our 50th birthday.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Folks, it has been awesome. I mean, my man's breaking down. He's breaking down the moves. As you can see, he's having a good time. All the way from Kwakwa, breaking it down. Back to you in studio. We're having a great time on the finish line.
The runners still coming in here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It is, of course, the 50th running of the event and the 20th year of Two Oceans, Old Mutual's involvement here at under the slopes of Devil's Peak. Certainly an iconic event here. And we're about to, in terms of what we saw today early on, a very well, before we go and start talking about what happened early on. I mean, obviously it's a massive race, but we're going to go to a quick ad break, and when we return, Kieran and I will unpack what happened in the men's race and in the women's race.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
Family portraits have changed.
Responsibilities have changed. Even sandwiches. Training has changed. Everything in life has changed.
How can I help?
Where do babies come from? So why hasn't your breakfast cereal? Future Life is the future of breakfast. It's 100% smart food for complete nutrition.
Imagine being rewarded for learning how to manage your money better and working towards your goals. And having access to financial tools that are designed to help you reach your dreams. Imagine getting great advice at each step of your journey towards financial freedom. With Old Mutual Rewards, it's all possible. Join today and get your dreams on track in 4 simple steps. Sign up. It's free and open to everyone. Engage, learn and earn. Earn points as you take control of your finances with our great advice and financial tools. And if you're an Old Mutual customer, you'll get even more points for everything you do. Up your tier, earn more points. The more financial needs you have covered with Old, the higher your rewards tier and the more you earn. Redeem or reinvest. Points can be redeemed for amazing rewards or reinvested towards your dreams to help you reach them faster. So what are you waiting for? Join Old Mutual Rewards today.
Welcome back to the live pictures of the 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. A very, very nice race that we saw here earlier today when the race went forward at 6:40 this morning outside Newlands and Manfred. It was a race for a long time. Very, very excitement and things that we saw today.
Well, Kieran, yeah, I mean, we were all hoping for the record, and the guys gave it a good tonk. Right now, though, there's still a whole lot of athletes out there still running. We will obviously have a look back at what happened in the men's race and the women's race. Both of them absolutely incredible runs. But right now, if you look at the people still coming in, here we go. So this is the men's highlight. Very early on in the race, and Kieran, immediately the attack was on.
Yes, it was Isaac Kipkorir, the Kenyan athlete in the colours of Nedbank Kenya, who took along last year's defending champion Justin Chishire Kemboi. But the main man at this stage was Abraham Kiprotich, the fastest man in the field with the 2:08:33 marathon runner, who made his actions intent and clear from the get-go. He wanted to not only win, but he wanted that tough record belonging to Thompson Magawana, 3:03:44. Behind them, it was a big chase bunch, including former winners Longile Gonka, Mabutile Lepopo, and spearheaded by the 3-time Comrades champion Bongmusa Mtembu.
Well, certainly a big contingent of the Nedbank team, and we expected that. We knew they were coming in here. They came in with a mission. They came in with a statement that they wanted to literally dominate the race. In the early stages, certainly did. The interesting thing, of course, is the fact that the athletes had come in here. They'd prepared for a race over Chapman's Peak, through Hart Bay, and over Constantianek. That route had to be changed. We went back over Oud-Kaapsewaard. This didn't stop the guys. They decided, no, what, we're going to chase that 3:03:44. It's been standing for 31 years. It's time to go. The route didn't change anything.
Yes, definitely. The route didn't change anything at all, and they made it clear from the very beginning when it got down to 3 of them. Justin Kemboi had decided around the 10-kilometer mark that, you know what, this pace is actually too fast. I may not finish if I carry on like this. He dropped back, and it was down to Isaac Kipkorir and Abraham Kiprotich, Kenyan-born but now representing France.
Well, that's in your picture there. That is, of course, the defending champion. But you're talking about Kiprotich, a guy who's run a 2:08 marathon. And it's not too long ago, and just recently ran a 2:10. So it was definitely a possibility, was definitely on the cards. And you know, kudos to them for actually going out there to try and chase. Yes, R1 million is a lot of money, also in Kenyan value, currency, but to actually go ahead and chase that record does speak volumes. I think people, we tend to forget how good that record is. Thompson Magawana ran a world record in the 50 kilometers in that race. He ran a world record for 30 miles in that race. And those records still stand. And his record here still stands. That is a massive, massive performance.
And it just shows you that the caliber of athlete that Thompson Magawana was back in the day, he would have definitely, without a doubt, have probably himself been a Tour 8 marathon runner. Remember back then South Africa was through the restrictions, so he couldn't compete internationally, but that just shows the class that Thompson Magawana was, and the fact that he literally time trialed that effort as well, Manfred.
Oh, we've also spoken about, yeah, time trial indeed. I mean, he broke away very early, didn't he? But I mean, we speak about this new route or the old new route, if you would, over Kaapse Weg, and you've mentioned that early on a couple of times that the athletes have never chased the time on it. And we've been debating whether or not this is the Kaapse Weg route is faster than the Chapman's Peak route. And it was, at one stage, the guys were on a sub 3:03 pace.
Yeah, most definitely. When they went through the first 14-kilometer split, the predicted finish time at that time was 2:59. And I remember earlier on in this morning we were talking about whether it would be breaking 3 or not at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. But at this stage it was Kiprotich who had the stranglehold of the lead, followed by the defending champion Justin Cheshire Kemboy. And then around about a minute back at this stage, a whole host of athletes that included 4 former winners.
Well, it's always great to see how this race attracts some of the best athletes. And this was Kiprotich after he had gone through Hout Bay, or rather through halfway, and now going up Kaapse Weg. He was really, really working hard at this point.
Yeah, definitely. This was after they made that right-hand turn where in the past they would have carried on straight and started that ascent up Chapman's Peak. But it was Kiprotich who went through the halfway mark 1 hour, 31 minutes and 13 seconds into the race, on schedule to run the 3 hour, 2 minutes. It would have obliterated the record. Behind him was David Katebe, Lebenya Nkoka, former winner himself, Lindikaya Mzangai, and Melly Kennedy, who was 4th last year. A big bunch at this stage, Manfred, already 2 minutes down.
What's interesting is that David Katebe, of course, a former winner here, as you mentioned, quite far down, September at this point in time, 2 minutes away, and how the race would eventually change. But at this point, you and I, we were all about the record. The way this guy was going, the way Kiprotich was running, he looked so strong. He was attacking the hills. He was not he wasn't scared, nor was he shy to go out there and actually just try and smash the record. And as his team manager, there we go. 3:02 is what the projection was. Craig Fry, spending time with him in Kenya, kept on feeding back information. These guys want the record. They don't care if they blow, but they are going to try and smash it.
Definitely, and you know, I think there's no excuses or anything that if they missed the record or not. But these guys specifically trained for it. They went in Kenya around Kapsabet where they live, and they specifically went full hills at certain points in their long runs. They trained the gradients, they watched the videos, and then unfortunately, but credit to the organizing committee of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, there was some public safety concerns along the route. They had to be changed last minute, and it kind of did affect them quite badly. But you know what? They're professional athletes, and they take it in their stride. And at this stage of the race, Kiprotich was certainly taking it in his stride.
Well, just speaking of stride, that is a mean stride length, and certainly an incredible leg turnover. And conditions, let's be honest. I mean, it was chilly. There was a bit of wind. It was a bit of rain, but the conditions were virtually ideal for an attack on the course record.
Definitely in the half marathon that went off earlier today, just before the 56-kilometer, there were bouts of rain, sometimes heavy rain, a little bit of wind, but for the 56-kilometer guys, it was very, very cool. You know, a top temperature of 16 degrees. That's what they're used to running in Berlin Marathon, London Marathon, and such. And Kiprotich was taking full advantage of it. There was no wind in the sky. All the Old Mutual feather banners up here at the finish were not blowing an inch. And you know, Manfred, towards the end of April in Cape Town, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is notorious for that wind.
Well, we actually had no idea. That was the one big speculation that we were going on, was what were the weather conditions going to be like on race day. And well, it seems like Cape Town is beginning to deliver a reputation for delivering great weather. The Cape Town Marathon has had 4 years of fantastic running, and now again this year the Two Oceans Marathon. But this was the point of interest for both of us. Sinteyehu Legesa was charging down on Abraham Kiprotich. Kiprotich at one stage had a gap of what, almost 2 minutes, I think it was, on Legessa, and the amount of in the space of time that he turned this around and chased down Abraham Kiprotich, that was quite scary.
Yeah, it was definitely scary. I think this was one of probably the make or break of the race for Yunesu. I really think that it was at this stage where he perhaps went a little bit too early. Going through the 35-kilometer mark at one stage, Abraham's lead had grown to just over 3 minutes. So when you are in the contention for a win and you're an elite athlete, there's a big difference between 250,000 Rand and 100,000 Rand. But I was going to the race 2 hours and 16 minutes into the race that Yunesu finally had his sights on Abraham, who was a very, very fast slowing down French runner, born in Kenya but now representing France. But there was a little bit of glimpse of hope just as Yunesu caught Kiprotich when Kiprotich suddenly tucked in, but Manfred had lasted about 10 or 15 meters and that elastic band snapped quicker than you could shoot on.
Well, this is the point where Kiprotich tried to get into the back and try and slipstream Yunesu, but Yunesu he'd found his stride. He was in his stride, and for somebody who is slowed down and is now in pain, because Kiprotich was in pain, to try and up your pace and try and sing, that takes a lot. And this was run about just after the 44-kilometer mark. So hats off for Kiprotich to try and hang in there and so on. But the difference here was Yunesu he really was flying at this point in time.
And also, as I had mentioned a little bit before this, that Yunesu probably broke away too early in that attempt to catch Abraham. This just shows you the experience of an ultra-marathon where both of them at this stage were running as debuts. Justin Cheshire Kemboy, last year's defending champion, eased back on that big climb up OMTOM and took it even more easier on that long downhill descent after the top of OMTOM. And that was showing now as he was a minute down at the marathon mark to Abraham Kiprotich, but as we saw in that picture, he went through into second place. Would he catch Yunesu? Time will tell.
Throwing a dangle out there. Well, certainly Kiprotich gave it a good tonk. Cheshire obviously trying to chase down Yunesu, and at this point in time he looked really, really strong. But and he had the experience. I mean, he won on debut last year, but you may not have known this route because it is different to last year, but he does know what it takes to go beyond 42 kilometers. And neither Yunesu nor Kiprotich knew that. But this was incredible for both of us. Bongmusa Mthembu, at this point in time, he'd already gone into the lead. He came out of it. He was down almost 2 minutes, well, over 2 minutes on Kiprotich at one stage when they went through halfway. And he ate his way through the field, came charging through the field, and next thing you know, not only is he in the front, but he's in absolute control.
Yeah, Bongmusa Mthembu, undoubtedly the best ultra-distance marathon runner in the world. Meticulous planning, meticulous pacing, and he knew that he could let the guys go. This is not a 42.2 kilometer marathon. This is an ultra. This is where he's at home. And as you mentioned, he let the guys go. And as the time went on, he slowly chipped away at that lead. Going through the 50-kilometer mark, he was 52 seconds down on Yunesu. He passed Yunesu just after the 51-kilometer mark, so he took out 52 seconds on Yunesu in the space of a kilometer, and his lead from there just grew and grew and grew until he reached the grounds of UTT.
Well, this is a big deal for Bongmusa Mthembu. He obviously a three-time winner of the Comrades Marathon, which means a lot to him. It is virtually in his home territory. He's finished a runner-up at the World 100K Champs. He's finished third place World 100K Champs. That was last year. Has led the South African team to the silver medal on both of those occasions. But he's never won this race. And he's always been talking about winning Comrades. But just look at how grateful he is to the reception he's getting from the crowd. Winning this race is prestigious. It does mean something to these guys.
Most definitely. So he's now got the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon champion to add to his resume alongside his 3 Comrades Marathon victories, and such a humble guy from Bulwer down in KwaZulu-Natal. He has his own Bongmusa Mthembu Foundation where they assist development and athletes. They also host long runs in the province of KZN to help and assist other athletes and also teach him teach athletes what he has learned. And a commendable champion working alongside a very young coach, Kolani Mabida, who's now guided him to a Comrades victory and an Old Mutual Two Oceans victory, and crossing the line unofficially 3 hours and 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Manfred, the fastest time to date on this Okaapsevac route, and what a champion, what a guy, well deserved.
Yeah, Bongmusa Mthembu, an absolute legend, living legend, still a running, racing legend. The man from Bulwer in KwaZulu-Natal, and it'll be interesting to see how the legs recover in 7 weeks' time for his title defense at the Comrades Marathon. But he doesn't look like he's run a race. He looks as fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, I was about to say that it looks like he didn't extend himself at all towards the end there, and now is going to be the question whether he did or did not with 7 weeks to go to Comrades.
Well, Bongmusa Mthembu, your 2019 Old Mutual 20th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, winning the 2019 race here, and as Kuhn says, adding the title of champion to his name.
Just
there was your second David Khatebe coming across the line, and David Khatebe, of course, a former champion here back in 2013, and this meant a hell of a lot to him as well, Q. And I mean, you could just see how ecstatic he is and how happy he is. And David Khatebe, he looked very, very fresh coming in to cross the finish line.
Yeah, a very, very strong finish by Khatebe, and I just wonder how he actually could have done today had he not run the 30 kilometers that he did last week in the Loskop 50 kilometer, where he led literally from the word go through to the 30 kilometer mark before stepping off the course, and basically stating that it was a last hard effort towards Two Oceans, but not the greatest of things to do 6 days before the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, but he was looking, if not fresher than Bongmusa at the finish, and I think come 9th of June, we are going to see an exciting race between Bongmusa Mthembu and David Khatebe come Comrades.
And that was your third place. The defending champion from last year, Justin Cheshire. He does look tired. He did look like he went out pretty hard, and he did struggle. He did struggle a bit with in the end there. So Justin Cheshire coming across the line there in third, and not able to defend his title. And it's been a long time since the defending champions have been able to continue with that, but they were able to come back and defend their title.
Yes, most definitely. We see it often in the ladies' race where the defending champion has managed to come back, but in the men's, it's eluded them for quite some time now. If you look back at victories like Lungile Gonka, he never managed to return another title, Mark Fokoroni, Lebenya and Korka. So I think with the new guard, Bongmusa Mthembu here, perhaps it's going to be very hard, Manfred, for him to defend next year as well, if he's focusing on both the Two Oceans Marathon Comrades as well as the World 100 Kilometer Championships, which he performs in.
Well, there we go then. Confirmation of the results. Bongmusa Mthembu taking his first victory, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. 3:08:40. David Khatebe looking incredibly fresh, and as Kuhn mentioned, very, very dangerous going into Comrades in 7 weeks' time. Defending champion Justin Kimwe Cheshire had to settle for third on tired legs, but he, like Abraham Kiprotich, at one stage certainly was looking to chase that record. 6 South Africans in the, or rather 5 South Africans in the top 10, and looking very, very good there for South African ultra running. But your champion on the day, Bongmusa Mthembu.
And also 3 former Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon winners finishing in the top 10 there, led by the 44-year-old Mabutile Lebopo. Great run by him to come back for 5th.
Well, if you think that the men's race was something to behold, the women's race turned into something incredibly spectacular. Defending champion Gerd Steyn, right from the gun, meaning business and setting the pace and determining the pace of the women's race. A lot of talk, Kuhn, about her coming here and using this as a training run. A lot of talk about, no, this is all a preparation for Comrades, but you do not come to a race to defend your title as a training run. She came here with a mission.
Definitely, and as these were the first pictures that we actually saw of the leading women in the beginning of the race, an hour and a half into it. But you could see that although they were at the spearhead of the race and in the lead, Kada and Yvette almost leaning back. They were, taking it really as easy as possible that they could, but they didn't just have it all on their own. They also had Mamarola Choka, the short athlete from Nedbank Lesotho, their teammate in tow, as well as the Maxed Elite athlete from Zimbabwe, Loftus Matsiva, who was looking at improving her 7th place finish on last year's event.
Staying always at the forefront of this group, and at this point in time, and Yvette had said that she has huge respect for ultra runners. She is scared and does not know what happens beyond 42 kilometers, and was running very, very conservatively and looked really, really comfortable. She has a hard running style, if you want to call it. It almost looks very aggressive, and I think where Yvette was maybe struggling a bit is that this was uncomfortably slow for her.
Yes, definitely. When you've got a 2:31 marathon PB, and she ran a PB of 1:12 over the half marathon earlier this year in Ras Al Khaimah in Dubai. This is, as you mentioned, Manfred, uncomfortably slow. And sometimes when you run slower, you actually feel more pain. I've heard that a lot from some of the elite athletes. But back in the field, in the 5th and 6th positions at this stage, was last year's second place finisher, Dominika Stelmach from Poland in the colors of Nedbank, that was looking at repeating her second place, or if not better, winning the race. But at this stage, Manfred, going through the halfway mark, they were already over 4.5 minutes down on the Gerda Steyn-led bus, and that was a really, really hard effort for her to try and make up that time already more than halfway into the race. Just in front of her was the Ethiopian athlete who previously had won the Mandela Marathon, Ala Bachu, and we actually didn't see her towards the end, looking really, really fresh. And you can get a bunch of 5 athletes that can go out, but you guarantee that of the 5, 1 will survive. And unfortunately for Dominika, it was a bit of a long ask.
Well, Dominika Stelmach will be going to Rio for the next Wings for Life. Remember, if you win a Wings for Life competition or race, you get to choose your next race, and you get sent and flown there and looked after. So she's off to Rio to run that one in about 2 weeks' time. But at this point in time, it was all about the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the 20th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And Dominika Stelmach, well, she was working hard, had some male companions, but Kieran, I wonder if they were trying to stay with her or if she was feeding off them.
I think they were trying to stay off her. Most of the time when you see the men, especially in the first half of the race, they really crowd around the women. Majority of the time is to be on TV, to get some TV time, but a lot of the time as well, they know that the women are very consistent with their pace. They're not very erratic, and if they can stick with them, they guaranteed a fast time at the end of the day. But as the time goes on and as the race goes further into distance, you start seeing the men dropping off one by one. And you actually start seeing some of the lead women catch some of the elite men who have just gone out too hard and couldn't maintain.
Dominika Stelmach, athlete from Poland, spends a lot of time, or likes to spend a lot of time in South Africa. This is her 3rd visit, and in fact, rumor has it that she may be moving here to reside in South Africa. But this was the front end of the race. The 3 ladies, Gerda Steyn, Mamarola Choka and Yvette van Zyl, watching each other like hawks, and Choka at this stage looking really good. Yvette does have an awkward looking, aggressive kind of running style, and Steyn just seemed to be loping along at this point.
Definitely, it was the 3 of them who made their way towards the marathon mark after negotiating that very tough 7-kilometer climb up Oud-Kaapstad and the jaw-dropping 6-kilometer descent once they got to the top of that as well. But to me at this stage, Mamarola Choka was looking like she was just out on a Saturday jog, Manfred. She was looking very, very relaxed, but there was still some distance still to run.
Well, at one stage we were actually looking at Gerda, because she does tend to lean back when she runs downhill, and it looked almost awkward, as if she was struggling, but no, that wasn't the case. As you can see, quite comfortably here, very, very much in her own space, and all 3 of them very much aware of each other, but literally running their own race, and that's really all you can do. Gerda Steyn wasn't here to play around. She wanted to defend her title. For both Yvette and Mamarola Choka, this was new territory. Well, they haven't hit the marathon mark yet, but this race was new territory for them, going beyond the marathon mark. And this is where Yvette started to struggle. A 15-second drop-off, and that literally came at a water point. And she picked up her bottle, and Mamarola Choka and Gerda Steyn were gone.
Yeah, most definitely. And we thought it could have been a tactic by Yvette van Zyl, having picked up that bottle. And you know, nutrition is very, very important in any race, and especially for that matter in ultra marathon. So we thought it was a bit of a tactic by Yvette just to slow it down. But as the time went on, another kilometer or two down the road, that gap suddenly grew to 25 seconds. It got to 40 seconds, and before we knew it was a minute. And this is when we started to see the yo-yo effect with Mamarola Choka, where that elastic band was just going and going and going. It would snap, and Gerda Steyn would get away, but Mamarola Choka again and again and again found her way back to Gerda Steyn's heels.
And this was actually very, very telling, because at this point in time, Gerda Steyn was going, I need to run the kick out of, or the speed out of Mamarola Choka, because both Choka and Yvette van Zyl obviously faster over the 10K and the half marathon. But Gerda, with those surges, it broke that speed and is able to maintain a faster pace or a faster tempo than her two compatriots. And at this point in time, she'd broken away already, and it was really cruise control. Well, I say she'd broken away already. Mamarola Choka was still there, but this is where the gap started to grow.
Yes, and this was also probably around about, what do you reckon, Manfred? The 4th or 5th time we predicted, okay, this is the decisive break. And then Mamarola Choka would just claw her way slowly back. But it was at this stage that we were saying that Gerda Steyn, to us, was looking like the likely winner. You know, whenever you get an athlete that keeps on dropping back and forward, the pace is erratic, it's not good for the legs. And it was probably around 45 Ks where Gerda Steyn finally dropped the hammer, and the ever-smiling Steyn went through all the way through to UCT, never once looked back, giving high-fives to the crowd, to even the cameraman when she came through to the field. And it was agonizingly close to Frith van der Merwe's 1989 course record. That's a 3:30, 38 seconds, I think, if I'm not mistaken. She finished less than a minute, Manfred, and I won't say she finished less than a minute away from the record. She finished less than a minute away from 1 million rand.
Well, Gerda Steyn, they're coming in to win her second consecutive title, so successfully defending the title. And just look at that smile. Obviously, this means so much to her. You can see that winning this race is important. And I don't care how many times athletes turn around and they say, we're preparing for Corinth, preparing for this. They want to, when they line up in a race, they want to win. And Gerda came here to win, and she did just that. A complete domination of the race. She was pushing the pace from the word go. She was controlling the race, and there you have it. Gerda Steyn was just indomitable in today's race.
And very, very appreciative to the fact that it's the spectators that pulled them through as well to the victories. As Mamarola Choka came through for second position, she hung on really, really well after a tough ding-dong battle with Gerda Steyn up until around 45, 46 kilometers. And Manfred still running a time that in any other year at Two Oceans would have been good enough for victory.
Well, Mamarola Choka coming in for second place there. Very, very sore hamstrings, we saw that. And obviously the extra 14 kilometers beginning to tell on that. And again, she opened up quite a distance over Yvette van Zyl as well. But as you say, this time 3:38 and 22 seconds would have been good enough for a win on any other day. So this was a really fast race this year.
Most definitely. Mamarola Choka there from the Nedbank running club in Lesotho, very happy with the runner-up position, and not an ultra-marathon runner as such, more focused on the short distance, the 10s and 21s. She's won the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon multiple times, but this was only her second attempt at the 56-kilometer distance, improving on her position before. So perhaps next year Mamarola Choka will be looking at going one better.
Well, Mamarola Choka there, a 70-minute half marathon runner. struggling a bit with the extra 14 kilometers, as did this lady, Yvette van Zyl, also on debut. She did say from the word go that this is hard and tough, and she has massive respect for ultra runners. And Yvette van Zyl, they're coming through then for the third place. She said before the race she wanted to be on the podium. She obviously was hoping to win the race. No athlete of this caliber comes to a race without wanting to win it. But a very, very valuable lesson for Yvette van Zyl here. It'll be interesting to see what she does if and when she comes back.
Well, 3 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and she had made her way onto the grass. It was the length of 2 rugby fields that she still had to carry through. And as we've seen the finish gantry that takes the spectators over, a lot of runners stopping there, thinking it was the finish. But Yvette's done this race multiple times before, albeit in the half marathon. She's a multiple champion in the 21 kilometers, and she would run a time of around 3 hours and 41 minutes. She would be unhappy that she didn't win, but still grateful enough that she's made the podium.
Well, women's running, ultra running and marathon running, certainly in exciting times. Gerda Steyn doing exceptionally well to defend her title. Mamadolo Choka, not from South Africa, but from Lesotho, coming in for second on her debut. Yvette van Zyl coming in for third on her debut. The two South Africans are very, very keen to represent South Africa at the in the marathon distance going forward. So some exciting times coming up in the women's marathon running. And wasn't that just special? Gerda Steyn coming across to congratulate her teammate, LJ van Zyl, husband who had just graduated the other day and flew in late. He came over to congratulate his wife, who was in an absolute world of pain. But an incredible women's race, and with a time that was absolutely amazing. Gerda Steyn, as you say, less than a minute away from R1 million. And there we have confirmation then, 3:31.29. A minute away from Frith van der Merwe's record, or less than a minute away from Frith van der Merwe's record. Great to see Kuhn, 6 athletes from South Africa in the top 10. There's a definite shift in South African women's road running and the further distances in the marathon and the ultra marathons to become more dominant, and they are starting to perform.
Most definitely they are. As last year's second place finisher Dominika Stelmark basically held on from a position from halfway to finish 4th, but it was the ever fast finishing Jenna Challenor who had a great run in 5th, running in memory of her father who passed away earlier this year, and she is now looking towards Comrades later in 7 weeks time with former Comrades champion Shanae Bosman just behind her, and Rajimecha Babili in the Massmart team rounding off the top 10 women under 4 hours today. Great performance, Manfred.
Great performance indeed. 10 women under 4 hours. I can't remember when last that happened. But we'll be going for a quick ad break. When we come back, more action here from Cape Town. The 20th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Imagine being rewarded for learning how to manage your money better and working towards your goals. And having access to financial tools that are designed to help you reach your dreams. Imagine getting great advice at each step of your journey towards financial freedom. With Old Mutual Rewards, it's all possible. Join today and get your dreams on track in 4 simple steps. Sign up. It's free and open to everyone. Engage, learn and earn. Earn points as you take control of your finances with our great advice and financial tools. And if you're an Old Mutual customer, you'll get even more points for everything you do. Up your tier, earn more points. The more financial needs you have covered with Old Mutual, the higher your rewards tier and the more you earn. Redeem or reinvest. Points can be redeemed for amazing rewards or reinvested towards your dreams to help you reach them faster. So what are you waiting for? Join Old Mutual Rewards today.
Let's go somewhere.
Let's go where there's no such thing as getting lost.
Chasing tarred streets, gravel roads, and dreams.
Let's go to that meeting.
Let's feed some soul.
Let's go to that first step on our journey.
Emonti, Ponti, and the sweet smell of the long weekend.
How we love the long weekends.
Let's go where they only know you as my driver. Wait, boy!
Let's study culture. Hey,
let's go somewhere
Family portraits have changed. Responsibilities have changed. Even sandwiches. Training has changed. Everything in life has changed.
How can I help?
Where do babies come from? So why hasn't your breakfast cereal? Future Life is the future of breakfast. It's 100% smart food for complete nutrition.
Nobody tells you where to go. It's just you, plotting your own course. It's having the freedom to control your own savings. It's the same feeling you get with a tax-free savings plan from Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Running ain't just about running. Man, it takes energy. A lot of it.
What if you could get that energy back? What if running shoes did more?
Talking about more energy, more responsive, more comfort, more support.
All at the same time. Maybe that turned your 8K into a 3K.
Up 44 flights of stairs?
What if the greatest running shoe ever
just got even greater? Ultra Boost 19, reboosted.
Welcome back. We are watching the 20th edition of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. 20 years of sponsorship, 50th running of the event, and we've just gone over 5 hours cut-off time. Still lots of athletes out there on the road, and there's a lot more to come into the finished entry here. But one of the partners that have been involved with this event for a number of years now has been Adidas, and I'm chatting to Paul Bester from Adidas. And Paul, with the involvement here, I mean, you are based in Cape Town, and it's almost a logical fit that you would be here with us. But this is a massive event. How can you not be involved?
No, this event for us has been absolutely incredible. It touches on every part of running, from your fun runners through to your 21K runners into your ultramarathon runners. So we're able to engage and talk to your versatile, your performance, and your top athletes all at once. So it's definitely something that we've really enjoyed working with.
Well, I can imagine. I mean, you mentioned all the different elements or the different areas. So the half marathon, when that was introduced, that just grew phenomenally, and that's the new market. So it made obvious sense to be involved with that.
You know, we found the 21K run, 50% of the runners are generally the first-time runners at the event. So it's giving us an opportunity to engage and talk to those runners and potentially get them into our footwear, which is the whole point of what we're trying to achieve at this place. We provide that footwear for each specific runner, their various needs. So it makes sense to be part of it.
It's obviously a very different kind of person that you're speaking to. I mean, somebody who runs a 56, yes, there are a lot of novices and there are a lot of runners in the 56 who are not, let's call them experienced runners, but they are, by and large, are way more experienced than the bulk of your 21 runners.
Absolutely. Yeah, we found that the ultramarathon runners tend to know what they're running in, and they don't change their brand. The runner is an old school individual, and they don't like change. They generally stick to the footwear that they've been running in. So the target for us is definitely in that 21 and fun run space.
Well, what about the nappy dash? I mean, you've got to be targeting that too.
Absolutely. We've got the top end shoes. I mean, you look at the person you're going to be interviewing next, Jenna, running in our Adidas Boston running shoes. It's premium, there's performance in it. The Boost is one of our forefront technologies that we have got across the range of our footwear, and we're going to start shouting about that properly now, because the energy return that you're getting from that shoe is incredible, and more runners should be running in it.
I mean, obviously you've been involved now for a good number of years, and so this is a key element in terms of pushing the brand. Do you, every time you get involved, do you look to change something, or are you solidifying something, or you bring out new innovations?
We do target two different elements when we're working through the Two Oceans Marathon. We're looking at growing the brand side of the three stripes. We find that there are a lot of people that are still learning about brands, and just to be able to engage with them initially, not if they're buying Adidas footwear now, but making them aware of the brand first and foremost. And then the second part is getting them to buy into our footwear. We have quite a big stand at the expo, and we try and engage with as many people as we can that are passing through the expo.
You brought out some celebrities in the past, one of them in particular being Haile Gebrselassie. Can we see this coming again? I had an absolute blast interviewing him, so I'm hoping you're going to bring them out again.
We would love to. We all got a time to their schedules. It's when they're looking to run these sort of events, we'll definitely engage with them and include them in the various activations that we're doing. I mean, they add such big value to our brand, and it's partnerships that we like to build and grow with. We see them as part of the family, and we'd like to continue that. And when they're in town, they actually enjoy coming into the office, spending time with us, and then doing a few activations with our Adidas runners as well as our staff.
Just to finish up then, so a good few years now involvement now. What are we looking for anything spectacular, anything new? Is it too early to ask that for next year?
It is a little bit early. We are in the process of having conversations with the Two Oceans team, so I can't say too much at this stage, but we'll definitely be looking to come to some sort of an agreement going forward.
Great stuff. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
In. Good to have
Thanks.
you. So still more runners coming through here at the 20th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And once again, Mbulelo Tinta's earning his money, a trail runner who's earning his money, and he's down on the finish line with a number of athletes.
Folks, so we are on the finish line. It is our 50th birthday. Sibusiso, you have come and joined us and finished and conquered the 56K Ultra at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. How did it go, brother?
Not the way I was planning to run. Yeah. I missed my time by about 5 or 6. But anyway, I finished, and that's the important thing, eh?
Give me your best part and your lowest moment.
My best part was going up the new hill, because we took Old Kapseveg. That was my best part. I think I messed it up going down. That's when I started feeling pains in my quads and especially in my ankles as well. And then I started slowing down. I think that's where I lost the race.
And tell me, bro, next year we obviously seeing you back for your third one.
Of course, I'm hoping next year I am going to get the medal that I was hoping for.
Brother, let me let you go. I'm pretty sure you want to get yourself a Powerade, a Coca-Cola, and you're going to recover.
I'm going to have a cold beer. Thank you.
Hello, ladies. Who am I with?
Lydia, and this is my sister Lisa. Hi.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Fine, thank yourself.
Lisa, talk to me about the race. You guys were hugging when you were crossing the line. What's training been like? The sisterly competition, I'm sure. How was that?
Oh, that's my worst race ever. I've done this was my 17th one. And I had an injury and I was sick on the road as well. So luckily my sister stuck with me.
And talk to me, Ladile. What is it about this race that keeps bringing you guys back? Saying 17. How many have you got? You in your fourth. What brings you back to this fine race, the most beautiful marathon in the world?
I think it's because it's the most beautiful race. Everyone was complaining, and we were all in awe when we heard the route change, but it was just amazing coming over Oudtshoorn and seeing the view. It's amazing, and just the camaraderie. And to do it with my sister and to push through, and we were on our way to a sub 5, didn't get there, but we will come back. We will conquer that next year again.
Well, ladies, to both of you, thank you for joining us for our 50th birthday, and I'm gonna let you go and enjoy your refreshments and your medals. Congratulations. Hello, ma'am. Wendy, how are you? Oh, Wendy, come a little bit closer. Let's welcome. Congratulations. It's our 50th birthday, by the way. What's it like to be a part of this momentous occasion?
Very nice. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I got my PB. Yes. So exciting.
And tell me, how is it? Some people don't know, when you cross the finish line, you can still be smiling even though you've been running for 56 kilometers. How is that possible?
It is the prize.
Yeah.
You know, when you are there, you know that you've got it.
Yeah.
And you know all the tiredness is gone.
Yeah.
Yes. Woo.
Yeah. Wendy, I can see there's pain, there's jubilation in your eyes. Tell everyone at home, whoever supported you, tell them you love them, or if you have a message for a loved one, let them know what it was like. And
I love you guys. Thank you for your support. Thank you, my mom, my dad, and my kids. Team Vitality.
Yeah.
Mayors Dalsa Bus and fantastic group. You are great, guys. Thank you.
Yes.
Sure.
Wendy, all the best. Yes, man. Bong Musa, different Bong Musa. Dibongzo, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Yeah. Your face is telling me, your words are telling me you're good. Your face is telling me something else. How are you feeling inside? Talk to me, brother.
Honestly speaking, I'm very happy to finish this. This was my first, as you can see. It was my first ultra, especially the Two Oceans one. I'm very excited. My second was 5:30.
Yeah.
But I did 5:13.
Yeah.
With the help of Joe, the bus driver. I'm more than happy to finish this race, and I'm feeling very excited.
A message for anyone at home?
I'm hoping, I don't know whether my dad can see me doing this. Unfortunately, he's in the church right now.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. Hopefully, they will see this message. I'm more than happy. Thank you very much.
To Daddy, Bong Musa says thank you very much. Gentlemen, step in. 2 4-ways lads from the north of Johannesburg. How are you, Varlies?
Tired, very tired.
I've got Victor and I've got Hilton.
Yeah, no, it was a tough route. Eh? That new route is not the best.
Talk to me, gentlemen. This isn't the north of Johannesburg with your pretty gardens. This is a real ultra. Talk to me about what you were going through when you got to Okapseweg.
But there's oxygen in the air here, unlike Josie's, so it's all good. Eh?
Victor, talk to me. It seems like you guys are close and you're friends and there's camaraderie. What's it like to share the route on our 50th birthday with Victor?
No, he dropped me a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
So he did Ironman 2 weeks ago, so he's still strong.
Yeah.
I had to push at the end to try catch him. And he did. So I just caught him in time.
And it's obviously special. It's our 50th birthday. What makes this race so special for both of you? I'll come to you now, Hilton.
For me, I love this event. It's just so scenic. It's well organized. It's just a great weekend away. I have lots of fun when I come down there.
And Hilton, for you, just before I let you go.
That was number 9, so one more blue number. And yeah, it's just a special weekend away. Hey? It's a great outing.
Fantastic, gentlemen. Enjoy your Easter.
Thanks, guys.
To you, guys, I'm going to send you back to Manfred Seidler. He's with the, of course, running Dynamo. That is Jenny Challenor.
Good to see him, Tinter, earning his keep down there on the field and carrying some of the athletes as they cross the finish line. Well, we've got a very special person in guest studio right now. Jenny Challenor, finishing 5th today. You've got a love affair with the...
I can't hear you.
And we've got an audio problem with the channel right now, so whilst we fix that up, I'll just let you know that there's a whole bunch of athletes coming through here on the at the finish line, and still a good bit, bit of time for the athletes to come across.
I can't hear you.
But Jenna can't hear me, so I'm going to be...
I can't hear him.
So I'll speak really loudly, and hopefully Jenna can pick me up. You finished 5th this year. On debut, you finished 2nd. Last year, you upset stomach. This is a bit of a love affair with this race.
Yeah, last year was a tough race. Got a bit of a stomach bug. Just one of those things that happens. Come back this year to set things straight, make sure I finish that race, and I dedicated my race to my dad this year. He passed away last year, so I just wanted to run for my dad this year, and yeah, I'm really happy with 5th place.
Well, tell us then about today's race, because you say you were running for your dad. It's obviously a highly emotional thing, and having finished 2nd on debut here, what was it like being out there? What did you pick up on the vibe? Were people very supportive?
Oh, it was amazing. Having finished 2nd obviously was a big surprise for me that year, and really, really awesome on the debut. This year I had absolutely no expectation in positions. As I said, I was running for my dad, and that was my main goal. Obviously, you want a gold medal top 10, that's just a given. But the crowd support was incredible. Honestly, I had my name shouted so much that some of the guys running around me actually said, I think I'm going to change my name to Jenna. It was really amazing. I honestly smiled from start to finish with the support. This race just is phenomenal.
When you ran the race the last 2 years, obviously went over Chapman's Peak, now going over Okapseweg. Did that make any difference to you?
I really loved Okapseweg. I loved that, actually. It was really awesome. And coming down the other side, I think Southern Cross bit me a bit. And also I didn't really know my bearings because I'd planned for the other route. But I suppose you got to go with the flow, and whatever happens, happens. But yeah, I did bite me a bit, and I'm a bit lacking in mileage coming back from a stress fracture. I haven't been able to put too much mileage into the legs, so the legs definitely felt it. So I can't be upset with today. I'm really happy.
You say you are coming back from a stress fracture, but you did have some good performances leading up into this race, albeit over the shorter distances.
Yes, I've run a 10K and I've run a couple of 10Ks and I ran Peninsula Marathon, and I was really pleased with my Peninsula Marathon. I ran 2:46 into that very strong wind. But shortly after that, my stress fracture leg flared up. So I was off for 3 weeks. So I had a nice 4 weeks built into this, but I lost 3 weeks of training. But that's just how it goes. The leg's weak, need to strengthen up.
Going ahead, here we go. You're crossing the line. What was going through your mind at that point? There was a massive smile on your face.
I was so happy to see that finish line. I really was just so proud of myself. I wanted to raise my arms for my dad, no matter what position I came. And that little point I put to the sky was for my dad. I miss him more than anything on earth. He was everything to me, and it was very emotional. I was so happy to finish, and yeah, my dad will be proud of me. When I said to him one day I'm going to run Comrades, he always watches from the TV, and I said to him, one day when I run Comrades, you've actually got to come and watch on the road or at the finish. And he said to me, nope, I'll be in the same spot I always am, in front of my TV, so you better make sure you're on the TV. So now I know that he's got the best spot ever up above.
Speaking of Comrades, this year?
Yes, I would love to do Comrades. I need to experience it. I can't keep putting it off, so this year is all about the experience. My race was 2 Oceans. The next step is to experience Comrades. Actually, before I ran 2 Oceans, I read a quote, and it said you can move forward towards growth or you can move backwards towards comfort. So I'm moving forward towards growth this year. This year is about growth for my career going ahead.
After today, feet up, or are you still feeling fresh?
Feet up, definitely, for a little bit.
So then obviously it's 7 weeks still to go to Comrades. I'm assuming then, given the fact that you're coming off an injury and so on, you're going to be putting in a fair bit of mileage still?
Yes, I want to just recover properly, because obviously I'm not used to huge mileage and not used to lots of ultras coming from the shorter distance and the marathon. So I need to make sure I recover properly. Once I'm recovered, then definitely need to put in some good long runs. And Murray and Roberts has been amazing and supportive, and they're going to actually bring my coach down to Durban for me for my long run, because obviously he's based in Cape Town and I don't get to see him much, so that's really, really great for me. So a couple of long runs, need to get those long runs in the legs, and then, yeah, Comrade scares me, but it'd be great to go and do it.
It should scare you. It's almost 90, well, it's almost 90 kilometers, but do you think that, given the fact that you stay in that area or on close to the route, you're going to be having an advantage to be able to train on it? Is it going to make a difference?
I don't know if it'll be an advantage, but it's definitely nice to get to know the roads. I haven't trained on the roads as such. I've done one training on them, but I do plan to do some training runs on them now. It is an advantage just to mentally know the roads. I know it threw me for this race because I didn't know Southern Cross Drive. I didn't know my bearings then. So when you do know it, it's just easier mentally. So yeah, some people are going to training camps and I'm not. I'm staying on my turf. I want to run some of those roads. So yeah, benefit or not, we've got to use what we've got in KZN. We don't have altitude, but we've got Comrades route.
Well, you've got the Drakensberg on your doorstep, so that's altitude as far.
Oh, it's only 1-2.
Well, you're going to have to hit the trails, which is, I suppose, is a different story altogether, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Jenna, then obviously the next 7 weeks preparations for Comrades. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you at Comrades. No expectations, although we all know that you being a front runner and a lead runner, there's going to be some expectations from your own side.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too much expectations. I just want to go with the flow, enjoy it, experience it. But yeah, you do have your own sort of goals. I won't set them too high, but next year might be a different story.
Well, good luck. Looking forward to seeing you on Comrades Day.
Thanks, Manfred.
Well, there you go. That was the 5th place finisher here at the 20th running of the Old Mutual Oceans Marathon, the 20th running of the race. And still a lot of athletes coming through here to finish just still under 5.5 hours of the race. That's coming up, and masses coming in here on the finish line. So there you go. Once again, looking at those results, Gerda Steyn in an indomitable fashion, 3:31.29, just missing the record by under a minute of Frith van der Merwe, who's obviously an absolute legend in South African road running. Mamarola Choka on her debut, finishing in what would have been, in most cases, a winning time. And Yvette van Zyl also on debut. And if you go back to 2015, that 3:41.32, just seconds off the winning time of Caroline Wisman's 2015 run on this very same route. So Yvette van Zyl certainly can hold her head up high there. Kieran, you've got to admire what happened today.
Yes, this was a fantastic race from the beginning when we saw the men starting out really hard, going for that record, and then the foursome of women that were going through the halfway, Gerda Steyn, Yvette van Zyl and Mamarola Choka amongst them. But it was a fantastic event today. From the half marathon, a great finish there by Ulrich Galanta, out-sprinting Stephen Mokoka with a very fast Lesotho finishing Jobo Kotwane coming through for second. And then Halala Johannes, a class of her own, 1:10, a new course record. Fantastic performances, fantastic weather, fantastic race.
It was indeed, and we were speculating that maybe this is the year that where Elroy's overcomes his, I suppose, mental block against running against Stephen Mokoka, who's 9 times out of 10 beaten him on the races. But this men's race, we spoke about it, it was all about the record, but in the end, coming in across with a 3:08, that is, and winning his first 2 Oceans, that is a big win for him.
Most definitely, and also winning it in style. He was very, very fresh at the finish. Finished very, very strongly, and I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but he finished first today. His teammate and fellow training partner, Nkosinathi Duma, was 10th. The exact same results of last year's comrades when Bomusa won and Nkosinathi came 10th. So that's a good sign going into this year's Comrades Marathon. A huge personal best by Nkosinathi Duma, but it was Bomusa Mthembu taking the victory ahead of David Katebe, the 2013 champion, 3:10.30, and the 2018 champion Justin Kemboy. Unfortunately not defending his title, but still a great performance for him, 3:11.23 for the podium. The novice athlete Sintayu Yenesu, 4 times Old Mutual Soweto Marathon champion, coming through for 4th. And then quite a highlight of me for the day, 44-year-old Mabutile Lebopo, the 2010 champion, coming back after a long hiatus of injury, 3:16.04, and great run by him.
Was indeed some really good performances in today's event. Just a quick wrap up then of those half marathon results, and what an incredible performance by Halala Johannes. They were smashing the course record, 4-minute win over Betha Chiganga, who's herself a really good athlete, and unfortunately, well, South Africans will be going unfortunately, but Zimbabwean domination.
Definitely, it was a very, very big domination from the Zimbabwean athletes. Not taking the win, though. That went to the neighbors on the border here in Namibia. Hilary Johannes, a complete world-class athlete. And Hanni Botha, the first veteran across the line as well, intense. A great time by her, running just over 80 minutes. But in the men's race, a South African domination, definitely.
In terms of running incredibly fast times, they've got their own personal goals here.
Yeah, most definitely. These are the athletes that make up the numbers. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't be. There wouldn't be an Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon. There wouldn't be sponsors. All 13,000 of them. You know, we often talk about Bomusa Mthembu and Gerda Steyn at the front of the field, and it's always exciting to watch them and see that action. But every person who crosses the line today, whether you're in the first place or the last official person to make the cutoff, you're a winner. And people are doing it, you know, for charity, for the memory of loved ones, as you saw Jenna Challenor finishing 5th in the women's race. She lost her father earlier this year. Some people even doing it because they lost a bet.
Wow, we're losing a bet. There we go then. Prize giving for the Old Mutual, 2019 Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon.
And that's the 10th place finisher, Katie van Metzer from the Masmar team. She had a great run, finishing in the top 10 there. 9th place. And just in front of her was Priscilla Lonchina, the Kenyan athlete who, as well, Manfred, like her Kenyan counterparts earlier in the day, was making her debut. The first time ever running over 42 kilometers, and hats off for her to make the top 10.
Well, going through the Kieran, you're thinking about the top 10 ladies. Obviously, we respected Jenna this early on. she was saying that she's got no expectations. Obviously, she wants to be competitive, but this is not about, it's literally trying to find out what's going on. And they're a very, very sore Yvette van Zyl, who finished third on debut. And to me, that has to go down as one of the performances of the day.
Most definitely, to come in here, you know, in the greatest form of her life, so to speak. She ran that 32.05, that 10K down in Durban, followed that up with an amazing victory in the Old Mutual Soweto Marathon, running 2:33. A ridiculous time actually for that course. It was, you know, really hot, it's very undulating, and she finished in the top 20 overall that day. But credit to her for coming here, standing on the up in Comrades in 7 weeks' time. And yeah, I think it's going to be a two-lady race between Anne and Gerda come Comrades.
That's interesting, a two-lady race in the Comrades Marathon, the uprun obviously in 7 weeks' time. But there's your winners, your top three. Gerda Steyn just missing out on the record by under a minute. Marola Choka second and Yvette van Zyl in third. Well, more and more of the athletes coming through onto the finish line, and it is getting a little bit chilly here. I mentioned that earlier on, and the temperature is beginning to drop. Once again, a great shot there of your top three ladies in the women's ultra run, and all of them smiling. I think Yvette, bit of a grimace. She is in a world of pain here.
Yeah, besides being very, very sore from her debut, I think she's feeling the cold as well. It's starting to get nippy at home. She's a full-time mother as well. Her husband, LJ van Zyl, a former world champion himself over the 400-meter hurdles. You know, they make a great team. So I really think she's going to bounce back strongly from this, and not only run a really great time in the SA Half Marathon Championships, but later towards the end of this year, hopefully run that Olympic qualifying time in the marathon too.
Indeed, one wonders which marathon she'll be targeting, and we obviously know that she was looking to run a marathon in the first half of this year, in April or February even, and wasn't able to get into a race, which means that label status is so important. That also would have meant, had she got
7th place from Kenya, representing Nedbank Running Club Kenya, please welcome Jessie Kichui. In 6th place, representing South Africa, running for Nedbank Running Club Cape Town, please welcome Mtandazo Qina. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5th place from Lesotho, representing Nedbank Running Club Lesotho, one of the crowd favorites, Mabotile Lebopo. In 4th place, just outside the podium by just time, running 3 hours, 8 minutes, 40 seconds, representing South Africa, running for Arthur Ford Running Club. Please welcome your champion, Bongmusa Mthembu. And the Chief Executive Officer, the big boss, presenting the check on behalf of Old Mutual Limited for 250,000 Rand. That should pay for my Uber home to Durban. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we give our top 10 a big round of applause, especially our top 3, Justin, David, and your champion, Bongmusa Mthembu.
His titles at the Comrades Marathon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bongmusa Mthembu, your 2019 champion. It's been an incredible day here for us at Cape Town, covering the on live stream for the first time, the 2019 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And unbelievable performances by both Gerda Steyn and Bongmusa Mthembu, who came out trumps. Gerda Steyn defending her title, but Bongmusa Mthembu taking the men's. David Khatebe second in the men's race, and those two are your favorites for the Comrades Marathon. Myself, Manfred Seidler, Kieran Walker, and the entire team, we hope you enjoyed this coverage, and it laying out with some of the visuals of what happened in today's race. Thanks for watching.